Hello everyone. If you are new to my channel, then consider liking and subscribing. It will make me feel wonderful if you do it, thanks. By the way, I also have a Luffy fan fiction channel. If you are interested, the link is in the description. Dragonslayer by KitsuneDragon. He said he saw great potential in my small body and he raised me. Because of him I lived, I learned, and I finally found someone I could call friend, even if he didn't call me the same. I am his son. I am his student, the Dragonslayer of Aknologia. I don't own anything. Adios.
Prison level, Tartaro's guild, underground, Fury Kurama roared as another electrically charged steel rod was jammed against his body, flooding his form with electricity. His four tails remained bound to the wall and the chains around his limbs and neck remained as tight as they were yesterday. With his magic energy constantly being drained, he could barely muster enough power to fire an ember, let alone a fireball. Unlike yesterday, a man had come to oversee his torturing process. The white-haired, blue-eyed primordial that was Urano stood tall with a wide, sadistic grin across his face. The blue light of electricity and the azure flame-lit torch illuminated his dark blue tuxedo, black shirt and black necktie. His grin grew even wider as he took note of Kurama's anguish. The canine beast roared and tried to fight, but it was all for naught as his bindings proved too powerful. The electricity died down as the two grunt members of Tartaros pulled away their torturing devices. Steam rose from Kurama's electrocuted body, but the electrical burns were quick to heal and the flesh and fur regrew as if it hadn't been torn away by electrical burns at all. The Onibi Mayobu's red eyes shone with malice, directing the majority of it had Urano's. Era, you are a tough kid, aren't you? I am over 400 years old, you human bastard. I am far from being a kid, Kurama snarled. Oh my, still managing to talk even after all the screaming you did yesterday? Impalement, bone breaking, even being placed into an illusion where you are in heat. Gaia-chan did say you were an impressive beast, but I never truly believed her until now. The earth-using whore is no challenge. Kurama snapped only for a sudden burst of wind to strike him in the chest. The force ironically drove the wind from his lungs before a powerful bolt of lightning struck his body. The electrical voltage raced across Kurama's body as extra discharge when the attack was completed. Urano's bright blue eyes shone with anger and power as he pulled Kurama's head down, pushing the fox's throat against the brace around his neck. Gaia-chan is no whore. Kurama chuckled as his crimson eyes widened in realization. Ah, so you love her. Kurama's words were more of a statement than a question. "'Tis a pity you were too late to claim her though. Did you know your beloved Gaia-chan is into bestiality?" The firefox spirit's eyes shone with glee and a toothy grin spread across his face as he saw the rage spark to new levels in Orneas's eyes. "Oh yes, she rode me with reckless abandon. She is my bitch and you will never have her as your own." Kurama's body was flooded with pain as arcs of wind tore apart his flesh, down to the bone. Bursts of water fell from the damp walls of the cave and soaked his body before an arc of golden and blue lightning shot forth from Urano's fingertips. The elements of the sky were his to command and the primordial of the sky would make sure his captive would feel the pain that equaled his rage. That rage only increased as Kurama's grin remained etched on his face as the elements of wind, water and lightning continued to abuse him. "Believe me when I say that I will enjoy the time when your will is broken. I will be the one to carry out and I will have a great deal of satisfaction as you surrender yourself to the master to be his pet so long as you no longer wish to have pain inflicted upon you," Urano shouted before ending his flow of magic. "And believe me," Kurama gritted his teeth as he powered through the pain, "none of you will break me, and none of you will ever manage to subjugate me. My body is strong and my mind is even stronger. I will not allow you to shatter my pride and make me yield." The four-tailed kitsune bared his fangs only for Urano's to break one off with a strong right hook. The tooth was immediately replaced with another. "Try as much as you wish, but I will never be a pet nor a puppet. The Ogo no Fujin will find you, and when he does, he will release me from this prison and I will tear this dark guild asunder." Kurama was halted in his speech when a wind blade stabbed itself through his stomach. "Our master assured us that in time you will be his to command. Tartaros will have its weapon of mass destruction." Urano slowly and steadily brought the sharp blade upwards, severing muscle tissue and bone once he reached the chest area. He then withdrew the blade and Kurama's slice wound healed only for two small wind blades to form around his index fingers. Kurama's eyes widened and a loud roar burst forth from his throat as the wind blades were stabbed into his crimson orbs. "And you will drown in darkness, Onibi Mayobu. But I will make sure that before that happens, I will make every single moment." He twisted the sharp wind blades in Kurama's eye sockets with each word, making more blood and flesh flow from them. As excruciatingly painful as possible. He forcefully removed his fingers from Kurama's blood-soaked eye sockets and gripped the canine fire beast skull tightly. Electrical current flowed along the length of his arms before being ejected out from the tips of his fingers. "That I promise you." And with that, Kurama's roar echoed through the prison once more. Snowy peaks, northern Fiorian mountains. Fiori, Onisama. Matabi shot up from her sleeping position with her eyes open. Green and gold orbs were wide with shock and her body was instantly alight with the black and blue flames of her hellfire attribute. Yugito, who was sitting by the fireplace while drinking a cup of jasmine tea, looked to her exceed partner with a worried look in her dark eyes. "Matabi, what's wrong?" she asked as Matabi immediately summoned forth her wings and prepared to fly off. "I'm heading to the castle." Yugito's eyes widened at that before she placed her teacup down and climbed to her feet. "What are you talking about, Matabi-chan? We were forced out of that place by your brother and the Fujin. Why on earth would you want to go back there?" she asked. "The members of the 9 all share a mental link that can be used consciously or unconsciously, and he will instantly know is the one who administered the call. Kurama Onisama, in all the years of his life, has never once used the mental link outside of basic communication. Something is wrong and it involves Onisama. You don't have to come, Yugito-chan, but I'll be damned before I place fear of his power over my love of the one I call my brother." Matabi then headed for the door and pushed it open, revealing the powerful blizzards that were home to the northern regions of Fiori. "Matabi-chan, wait. Don't try to talk me out of this, Yugito-chan. I don't care about the Fujin's presence, I only want to see if something truly is wrong with Onisama." "I wasn't going to try to." Matabi turned and her eyes widened a bit when she saw Yugito just finishing with putting on her fingerless gloves. "I was telling you to wait so you wouldn't leave without me. Besides, I actually have something I want to discuss with the Fujin." "Yugito." The Bakaneko exceed whispered before a small smile came to her feline face. She nodded stiffly before the two exited the small house that once belonged to her. The door was shut behind them and Matabi quickly grabbed onto her friend's back and lifted her into the air. With a flap of her wings, the two took off through the air and headed for the eastern Fiorian mountains. Insert music. Fairy Tale Guild Darkness, Grimoire Heart Airship, Skies of Fury. Hades stood with his 7 kin of Purgatory and Blue Note in one of the basement areas of the airship. It was a large area that was capable of filling a whole guild's worth of people inside and currently, that characteristic was being put to the test. The putrid and rancid smell of decaying flesh met the noses of the 9 mages. Hades, Blue Note, Ultir and Gara were wearing stoic expressions. Rusty Rose and Kane were twitching their noses and snorting loudly, as if doing so would assist in getting rid of the smell that assaulted Thiku was wearing a toothy grin as he gazed upon the pile of gore before him. Hades' single eye narrowed as what remained of his grunt forces helped pile their former guild members in the basement area, having gathered the numerous piles of flesh from all around the airship. Ultir's Arc of Timahad served its purpose of preventing the airship from going down in flames after its entire front half had been speared through the combination of the Ogo no Fujin's Mokushiryu no Hoko and the Onibi Myobu's Bijudama, resulting in a chain of explosive reactions that would have torn apart the entire construct. However, Ultir's magic only affected non-organic things. The airship she managed to repair, but the numerous amount of lives lost in the explosions before she used rewind were not as fixable however. Hades sighed before turning to his second-in-command. "How many have we lost?" The airship's staff contained a total of 1,648 members. There were 560 members for maintenance works, 712 for cleaning the airship's exterior and interior areas, 300 worked on weapons preparations while the remaining 76 were all stationed in the command center where all controls are located. Ultir stated, "As a result of the attack by the Onibi Myobu and the Ogo no Fujin, we have lost 412 maintenance members, 629 sanitary engineers. All 300 of our weapons preparation workers and 52 of our command center staff was lost before I managed to repair the airship with my Arc of Time. In total, the airship has lost 1,393 members. Master, I have used my Arc of Embodiment to try and make up for our lost numbers by creating automatons, but I have only been able to conjure up a little over 100 of them." Rusty Rose informed the elderly dark mage. "That damn wizard Saint Brat. If it weren't for him and his mutt we wouldn't be experiencing such heavy losses. He should have been annihilated with the rest of Clovertown when we raised it." The Master of Grimoire Heart turned to Blue Note and his 7 kin of Purgatory. "Gara, Shukaku and Blue Note, things will be handled here on the airship since Ultir, Rusty Rose and Kane are here. I need you all to go and continue looking for the other keys of Zareth and return them to the main base." He turned to face the goat-like man that was Caprico. "Caprico, return to the main base and prepare all airships and staff for our eventual war with Fiore's Magic Council. Ultir, Kane, Rusty Rose, you remain here with me." "Yes, Master." 5 of the kin of Purgatory bowed their heads, while Shukaku and Gara remained stoic and didn't offer their master any sort of courteous action. Violet magic seals burst into existence beneath the feet of Blue Note and Caprico. In a flash of violet light, the two teleported out of sight to head to their intended locations, while Ultir, Kane and Rusty Rose rose up from their bowed positions. Hades turned to Gara and Shukaku as the two began to exit the corpse room. "Gara, Shukao, I gave you specific orders. I expect you to carry them out immediately. The master of Grimoire Heart yelled with authority in his voice. His single eye narrowed when Gaara and Shukao glanced back at him. We will, master. But Gaara and I need some time to calm down. Shukaku grinned toothily as he watched the mound of corpses. The smell of blood and gore gets us a bit riled up. We will head out as soon as we're ready, so don't get your panties in a bunch, master. Hades's coal-colored iris glared at the star-shaped bearing ones of the Ichibi member of the Nine. Shukaku and Gaara then turned away, but Hades caught sight of the crazed grin that formed on Gaara's face as he was turning his head. That boy. Hades clenched his hands tightly into fists before turning to Ultir. What on this very earth made you believe that those two would make suitable members of my guild, Ultir? Insubordination, killing fellow members of my guild, blatant disrespect. All of this falls on your shoulders, Ultir. The elderly mage growled as he looked at the head of the kin of purgatory. Well, as you know, Master Hades, Shukaku is one of a set of very special exceed from Daedalus referred to simply as the Nine. Matabi is one of those, and because she kept in touch with Shukaku before leaving to stay with my sister, Yugito, she recommended him joining because she thought it would help sat his bloodlust and insanity with time. Also, he has proven to be very strong just as Matabi said he was. As for Gaara, I was not aware of his psychopathy, so I merely saw him as a worthy candidate to replace Azuma when he died. Their faults may be a result of these negative aspects of their personality, Master Hades, but they do end up carrying out your orders without fail and are very strong. We have 4 of the 7 keys of Zareth now because of their efforts, do we not? Hades scowled, a restrained red glow forming behind his eye patch. Their work progress may be commendable, but over these past 6 months I have had to replace 100 grunt members, if not more, simply because of those two not being able to keep their bloodlust in check. Go after those two and make sure they leave to carry out my orders, or else you will be the one on the end of the sword that is my wrath, Ultir Milkovich, and then I will turn it onto those 2 insufferable psychopaths. Am I understood? Ultir felt a bead of sweat trail down the side of her face as Hades's killing intent and magic power flared. Rusty rose and Kane backed away from the towering form of the old man as the dark violet aura of magic flowed around his body, further increasing the intimidation factor of his powerful image. The dark-eyed woman nodded her head. I understand, Master Hades. She bowed her head low. I will recite your words exactly as you have said them. Hades nodded, his aura dying down and the killing intent lowering. Good. Now then, you have your duties, you may leave. Yes, Master. Kane, Rusty Rose and Ultir bowed once more before exiting the room. As soon as they did, Ultir headed in the direction she saw Gaara had left in before she was reprimanded by her master for allowing Gaara and Shukaku to be members of the kin of purgatory. She ran straight down the hallway and made a sharp left, her eyes narrowing as she saw the sand magic using duo rounding the corner which led to the right. She quickly took off after them and stretched her hand out to grab Gaara by the shoulder. Shukaku suddenly reacted and his body seemed to dissolve, becoming a cloud of sand that quickly blocked the shoulder from being accessible to her. The cloud of sand then chuckled, Shukau's golden eyes snapping open as he focused his gaze on the leader of the 7 kin of purgatory. Well, what do we have here, Ultir? If you wanted me you could have just asked, you didn't have to wait until after Master Hades' meeting to. Shut up, Shukaku. She glared at the cloud of sand. She then shifted her gaze to stare into the pupil-less, teal irises of Sabaku no Gaara. Gaara, you and Shukaku are beginning to pose problems for Master Hades. I took you both into my guild because Matabi asked me to. She wanted me to keep an eye on her little brother and his partner, and I promised her that I would. I don't need you to babysit me or Gaara, Ultir. Shukaku's eyes narrowed as he reconstituted himself, reverting back to his exceed form. You may have made a promise to my sister to watch over me, but I do not require your ever-watchful eyes. You do. If you pull any more acts of insubordination or unsanctioned killings against Master Hades' wishes, he will be directing his wrath at me. And I should care because? Shukaku rolled his eyes. It's your life in peril, not Gaara's and surely not mine. Actually, it is because Master Hades has made it very clear that once his act of punishment has run its course with respect to me, he'll turn to you and Gaara. Gaara paused in his trek before turning around. He and Shukaku glanced at each other before focusing back on Ultir. Hades believes he can kill me? Gaara asked. He can and he will. Ultir's eyes widened when her warning was met with a psychotic grin and a crazed look in his teal eyes. The master is definitely a worthy opponent. Sand flowed from his gourd and swirled menacingly around his body. My existence is found only through fighting. Spilling the master's blood will surely give a great amount of meaning to it. I never feel more alive than when I fight someone who can pose a significant challenge to me. Gaara began to laugh maniacally, clutching his head of red hair so tightly it looked as if he might pull it out. He then walked up to Ultir, his taller form glancing down at her shorter one. She sweated slightly, but repressed the urge to gulp in fear as she felt the killing intent that seemed to always make her feel as if the redhead would kill her right then and there. Master Hades told you to give us a message. Shukaku's eyes gained an equally insane look in them as he chuckled. "Well, here is our reply. Tell him that I very much look forward to our eventual fight. I'll crush his skull, split open his body, tear out his intestines and then rip him apart. The blood will fly and Master Hades will know just how seriously I take threats which compromise my existence." And with that, the tanuki-like feline and sand mage turned around and began to continue their walk, but Ultir would have none of it. She stamped her foot on the ground and a magic seal formed in front of the two. A wall of blue-violet ice obstructed their path. "You are playing a very dangerous game, Ultir Milkovich," Gaara muttered. "Do you want me to kill you? Do not threaten Master Hades and do not threaten me. I am the leader of the seven kin of purgatory and Master Hades is second in command. Thus my word is Master Hades' word. As your superior, you will listen to me," she snarled, gritting her teeth. Anger blazed in her coal-black eyes, while insanity and apathy were in Shukaku's and Gaara's. Sand flowed from Gaara's gourd and the redhead held up his hands as two tendrils of the granular substance formed. "I have no superior. I don't follow orders. I follow words that allow me the opportunity to help me feel the racing of my heart. Do you want to help me give recognition to my existence?" Gaara glared at Ultir as the sand reared up, like the bodies of serpents. Ultir's magic pulsed as she held up her lacrima in her right hand to allow her to use the arc of time to its full potential, while also coating her left in a gauntlet of ice. "I'll beat you within an inch of your life, Gaara. You'll definitely feel your existence when I carry it out." However, before either kin of purgatory could strike, the airship was suddenly filled with the sounds of a massive explosion, the screeching of metal and the screams of the dying as their lives left the world of the living. Another explosion echoed through the airship, the force being great enough to rock the aerial weapon of mass destruction. Ultir, Gaara and Shukaku quickly regained their balance before they looked at one another and then back down the hallway behind them. Prison chambers, grimoire heart airship, skies of fury. Naruto lay bound against his wall. He glanced outside of the nearby circular window, observing the dark skies as stars twinkled and the bright full moon shone. The pale silver beams of moonlight gave the room enough light for satisfactory levels of visibility. Even though his night vision was already stellar, the moonlight was a welcome. Though it was a calming scenery outside the airship, the inside of his prison chamber was from calming. "Ha, check it out. I am the all-powerful Ogo no Fujin." One of the grunt members laughed as he wore a long, black cloak. Naruto raised an eyebrow as he caught the scent on the cloak the grunt was wearing before growling. "You're wearing my cloak," the Apocalypse Dragonslayer stated. The three grunts in the room stopped their laughing as they were pretending to be Naruto's alias before turning to the restrained blonde. "So," one of the grunts replied, "you're chained up good and Master Hades' seal magic is second to none. There isn't any way that you will be breaking out of those restraints anytime soon." "Yeah," the third grunt chuckled beneath the full face mask. "I don't really understand it, but Master Hades said you were held up by a triple-layered seal formula, so unless you can do something to break out of them, then your naked ass is going to stay right there on the wall. I have no intention of remaining in your custody any longer, Grimoire Heart." The son of Acnologia narrowed his eyes. "I will be merciful for you three. I will give you 5 seconds to evacuate the premises and the airship itself with your lives still intact. If you do not wish to comply with my warning, then your blood will stain the floors of this chamber once I free myself." There was a period of silence as the three grunts looked to each other and then at Naruto. One snorted in amusement which then triggered a chain reaction of humor as they all began to laugh. "Yeah, whatever you say, Blondie," the one wearing Naruto's cloak said as he held his stomach from laughing so hard. "Don't make empty threats. I mean really, how are you going to escape?" "That's 5 seconds," Naruto said. "Your lives are forfeit, and as for I will escape. Bear witness to it because this will be the last thing you see." The powerful muscle beneath Naruto's skin contracted and he pulled his arms and legs forward. Magic energy pulsed through his body and through the chain seals which kept the triple-layer seal formula intact. 24 hours worth of constant whittling away at the magical bindings had come to yield its expected results and the three grunts members could stare through their masks in shock as the seals on Naruto's body shattered apart. Insert music. Fate, 0. This day and never again. Magic energy flashed throughout the room and the three grunts were forced to shield their eyes. However, the process was brief as the magic energy explosion began to shrink in size, but it wasn't out of dissipation. It was because the former prisoner was eating the magic energy. Once the magic energy from the seal formula had done its job to revitalize him, Naruto hovered in the air as he utilized Futon, Tobu once more. And true to his word, that was the last thing the three grunts saw as Naruto blurred forward. One grunt grabbed by his skull before it was twisted harshly, the loud snapping of the neck echoing through the room. The second grunt was kicked in the stomach, making him bend over in pain before being stabbed through the throat by a wind blade. The third and final grunt, the one wearing Naruto's cloak, was held tightly by his throat in the tight grip of Naruto's right hand before being slammed into the steel ground with a loud clang. Naruto reared back his left arm and held his hand straight before plunging it forward with great speed and power. The force of the knife hand strike speared through the air, and with a sickening squelch it also tore through flesh and bone, and finally through the man's heart. The blood-pumping organ had been bifurcated before being shredded as the blonde Dragonslayer called upon the winds. A cough and a death rattle later, Naruto rose back to his full height and withdrew the now blood-covered hand from the man's chest. He frowned as he noticed the blood from his attack had stained his cloak. "I warned you," he said while looking down at the 3 dead grunts. He then held up his right hand and channeled magic energy into the tips of his fingers. Violet flames engulfed the 5 fingertips before he took a deep breath of preparation. Seal magic. Release. He forced his fingers forward and slammed it against his abdominal area where the seal magic, Amaterasu formula number 56, was. The seal formula slowly began to burn out, fizzling out of existence as the release spell did its work by completely destroying Hades' spell. Naruto dimension and retrieved a new set of clothing. A long-sleeved black t-shirt with blue patterns that resembled the ones on Agnologia's body with a face mask already attached to the collar of it, a pair of black pants, black boots, and then he pulled out a new black cloak. The wind swirled around his form, causing the cloak to billow behind him before he threw up the hood. His eyes shone as they were filled with ethereal white light and he grew a wild, toothy grin. Time for retribution. And with that, Naruto walked towards the door and kicked it down with a single strike. The large steel door bent inwards from the force before it was torn off of its hinges and flew through the air. It skidded along the ground with a skin-crawling screeching due to friction, yellow-orange sparks forming everywhere. The son of 2 wizard saints exited his former prison chamber before sniffing the air. Upon picking up the scents of other humans, the blonde Dragonslayer bared his sharper-than-average canines before he seemed to dissolve into the wind. He flew through the hallways at speeds faster than most could keep track of. As he flew, he sent out bursts of razor-sharp winds which cut through the hard steel. Small explosions echoed through the airship as internal circuitry and other types of mechanisms were destroyed and began to undergo combustion. He then held out his hands as pure ether nano swirled into his palms, condensing into a dense spheroid. Energy make. Rasendangan. The spiraling bullets shot forth from Naruto's hands and ground through the thick steel. More explosions occurred, and this time, they were able to create enough force to rock the airship. Fire and destruction trailed behind the son of the Black Dragon as he continued on his path before seeing a small faction of grimoire heart grunts patrolling the hallway he turned onto. With a flick of his wrists, wind blades swirled to life around his arms before he struck. He slashed 2 grunts, decapitating them before rotating and crashing a strong downward kick onto the skull of another. The grunt that was hit impacted with the ground with enough force to cause his skull to cave inwards. He then vanished from view and the grunts didn't even have time to register what happened as their screams of pain echoed through the halls. Limbs, heads and internal organs were splattered along the ground as the carnage came to a brief stop when Naruto reappeared out of thin air, his arms crossed in front of his body. Futon. Mugan no Inatsusha. He rose up from his kneeling position before continuing on his path of destruction. With every corner he rounded, more lives were lost and more machinery was destroyed. However, after destroying his latest hallway, he turned to see another small faction of grunts coming down the hallways, but behind them, Rusty Rose and Kane were present. The 2 kin of Purgatory had their eyes wide with shock when they saw the SS-class criminal standing before them. The grunts themselves were a bit weak in the knees as they felt the killing intent and magic energy which were flowing from the blonde in powerful waves. Some couldn't find the strength to remain standing as the force of Naruto's power made it feel as if the force of gravity had increased 100-fold. Rusty Rose was the first to recover. He pointed a finger at the blonde. "Don't stand there like idiots, kill him." "What? Are you?" The grunts didn't even have time to finish their exclamation as Naruto tore through their ranks. He grabbed one by his arm and twisted the limb at an angle it should not have been bent at before he forced the grunt to the ground and slammed his boot down on the elbow joint, breaking it. He then formed a wind blade and severed the limb, along with the head, making the grunt's body lie still in a pool of crimson. He then turned as 2 grunts tried to run, but he vanished into the wind and reappeared in front of the 2. He kicked one harshly in the chest, sending him flying into another before swinging the severed arm he held. The arm slammed against the skull of the second grunt with enough force to snap its neck. He then threw the limb through the air and it hit one of the grunts in the face before he raised arms high over his head and slammed them on the ground. Futon. Arashi no Iseki. The Storm Crusher spell flew forth from the point of impact as a burst of sharp and powerful wind blades. The grunts were all sent flying through the air, slamming into the steel walls, some vanishing and dying in the glow of the flames in the hallways behind them. He vanished as a flicker of movement afterwards and the remainder of the grunts were brought a swift end as Naruto bifurcated or decapitated them. As Naruto stabbed his wind blade through the throat of his final grunt, the steel floor beneath him began to rumble. He quickly jumped and rolled forward before spinning around to face his new foe. His eyes narrowed as he saw a massive serpent rise from the depths of airship, hissing dangerously at him. Arc of Embodiment. King Cobra. The black serpent flared its hood before opening its jaws and launching itself at Naruto with great speed. Naruto quickly held up his hands and caught the cobra's jaws in his hands, but the force at which it struck coupled with the size of the great reptile was enough to send Naruto skidding backwards. However, the son of two wizard saints stamped his feet to hold his ground before twisting his body left and right, building up momentum, before swinging the cobra to the side. The massive cobra tumbled over onto its back, but quickly slithered and rose back to its full after recovering. Naruto vanished into the wind as it did so however, and raised his leg high over his head. Futon. Senpu Kyaku. The wind swirled around the limb before he brought it down in the form of a brutal axe kick. The blow was enough to send the magic-made cobra crashing down into the ground with a noticeable heel-shaped indentation in its skull. Naruto then flew towards Rusty Rose and reared back his fist. The silver-haired kin of Purgatory quickly raised his arms. Arc of Embodiment. Golden Shield. In a flash of magic energy, a golden shield decorated with tribal, blue markings and two large spikes at the top, formed in the young man's hands. Naruto's fist impacted harshly with the shield, sending Rusty Rose skidding backwards. The blonde moved forwards to continue the assault, but was quickly pulled backwards when Kane grabbed him by the edge of his cloak. The white-skinned giant of a man spun around rapidly before throwing Naruto towards the walls, but the Apocalypse Dragonslayer righted himself in midair and slammed his feet against the walls before pushing off with enough force to dent the steel. Kane quickly crossed his arms in front of his body as Naruto's left punch slammed against his forearms. The black-haired man's eyes widened when he felt the bones in his durable body creak. Naruto took advantage of his opponent's surprise and lashed out with a ferocious right hook and nailed him against his right cheek. Kane's head was sent snapping to the left before Naruto flipped in midair and slammed a powerful axe kick upon his skull. Kane was quickly sent to the ground, denting the floor as a result of the impact, before he was grabbed by his hair and spun around. Faster and faster the two combatants rotated before a large clump of hair and part of Kane's white scalp was torn free from his skull. With a pain-filled howl, the largest of the kin of Purgatory was sent soaring through the hallways towards Rusty Rose as he was just recovering. Seeing Kane flying towards him, Rusty Rose raised his golden shield once more, but as soon as Kane impacted with the defensive object, Naruto appeared in front of them in a swirl of wind. Futon. Kei's no Yaiba. A wind blade formed around his arm and he stabbed it forward. Kane's eyes widened as the wind blade tore through his neck, severing his jugular, larynx and every single muscle fiber and capillary in the center of his neck. Blood flowed from the wound and bubbled up through Kane's mouth before the wind BL and stabbed through Rusty Rose's shield. The shield vanished from view as Rusty Rose released a yelp of pain and surprise as his shield and his left forearm were lost. Blood dripped and pooled on the ground before Naruto pushed off of Kane's corpse and leapt into the air. Rusty Rose scrambled backwards and tried to run. No, no, please, no. The Arc of Embodiment user's cries for mercy were downright pitiful, but Naruto would have none of it. He barreled into Rusty Rose's body, slamming his shoulder against the young man's chest with enough force for him to cough up blood and spittle before he raised his arm and brought up the wind blade as he did so. The rest of Rusty Rose's left arm was lost before a second wind blade was formed around Naruto's right arm and Rusty Rose's other limb was dismembered with quick downward swipe. Naruto ended Rusty Rose's screams with a powerful punch to the throat before he rotated around the silver-haired mage's body and stood behind him. He reached backwards and smirked when he gripped the kin of Purgatory by the sides of his head, tightly. With a roar, Naruto pulled harshly and soon, Rusty Rose's body was airborne as he was heaved over Naruto's head. The crunch of bone and the tearing of flesh echoed through the hallways as Rusty Rose's body slammed down into the ground, and due to the force at which Naruto had pulled his opponent over his head, it resulted in the muscle and bone being severed from the rest of his body and Naruto now held the head of Rusty Rose in his hands, blood dripping in copious amounts from the base of where his neck used to be and a look of utter agony forever imprinted on his face. Naruto tossed the head aside and stepped on the headless and armless remains of the body. Naruto released a bestial roar which echoed through the halls of the airship before continuing on his rampage. Explosions rocked the airship continuously until his shining white eyes turned to see three figures standing in front of him. Insert music. One Piece difficult, Milkovich, Naruto roared before taking off at high speeds. Altair didn't even have time to react as Naruto suddenly appeared in front of her. Her eyes were wide as his fist buried itself deep into her belly, making her cough up a small bit of blood and spittle. An uppercut followed her after to send her off of the ground before Naruto leapt after her and spun around, lashing out with a powerful roundhouse kick in which his heel dug into her stomach and sent her flying backwards and slamming into the wall at the end of the hallway. Altair released a cry of pain as she made impact, but she didn't get a chance to fall forward and land on the ground as Naruto flickered into existence in front of her, his clawed hand wrapping around her neck, pushing her back against the vertical surface. He growled, his white eyes shining and his vertical slit pupils bearing the bestial rage he held. Altair reached into her pocket and took out the seal tag that allowed her to activate seal magic. Amaterasu Formula number 56, however, when she went to channel magic energy into the seal tag, her eyes widened when she saw that Naruto was not succumbing to the pain of the seal. Why? Altair Milkovich, your master Hades is nothing but an amateur in the field of seal magic. He stated, both of my biological parents were masters in the art, and thus I too am a master. My skills are second to none and it was mere child's play to break of my restraints and remove the Amaterasu formula. If you were such a master, she grunted as Naruto's hold on her throat tightened, why didn't you escape earlier and allow yourself to be tortured? The rule of the escapist. Allow your captors to think they are in control, and my dear, you and Hades were far from being in the position of control. Altair's eyes widened as Naruto grinned in satisfaction. I love that look in your eyes, the look of utter terror and knowing that you are completely outmatched. Her dark eyes were wide with fear as Naruto raised his free hand, but the fear was replaced with surprise as his hand lashed out and ripped the golden flame necklace from around her neck. He let her go, allowing her to fall to the ground as he placed the present from his 12th birthday back around his own neck. He released a small sigh of content at having the necklace back on before seeing Altair begin to rise to her feet. However, before the young woman could perform the act, Naruto picked her up by her hair, the hair roots stretching resulting in pain lancing through her scalp. You are coming with me, Altair Milkovich. The daughter of had no chance to utter a response before Naruto raised his knee up and crashed it against her chest. Pain flooded her body before her vision became black as she fell into unconsciousness. The blonde held the spoils of his victory in his arms before his ears twitched as he picked up on the sound of what appeared to be something sharp scraping against the floor. He flickered out of the way and reappeared to the left as he saw a large burst of sand had crashed down on his previous location. He followed the sand's path and his eyes narrowed when he saw the red-haired man, but his eyes widened slightly when he took note of the tanuki looking exceed meeting his gaze. You, he pointed at Shukaku, you're like Kurama. Shukaku's eyes narrowed. Gaara, let's kill him. Milkovich doesn't matter, we'll kill her with him. Ogo no Fujin, I've been wanting to fight you for some time now. Gaara chuckled as the light of the moon filtered in through the reinforced glass windows. Gaara's already crazed appearance appeared even more so as the moonlight generated shadows that left only one half of Gaara's face visible and highlighted the insane grin on his face. You're said to be a god among men. A force of unparalleled power. Now we know who you are, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, son of 2 wizard saints. You'll do nicely. You will make me feel the greatness of my existence. Namikaze, you will make me feel alive. Sand rushed forth from Gaara's gourd and the sand spiraled before compacting into sharp tendrils. Naruto quickly jumped over sidestepped one tendril before jumping over another. As he landed, he stepped forward and went into a duck to avoid one of the tendrils as it decided to act in whip-like manner. He rolled on the ground to avoid another tendril as it tried to slam down onto his body before he used the momentum of the roll to climb back to his feet. All of this was done with Altair still in his arms. After performing a few acrobatic movements to avoid another 3 tendrils, he was directly in front of Gaara. The love tattoo-bearing man could only stare in shock as Naruto spun around on his heel, the wind swirling around the outstretched limb. Time seemed to slow down for the combatants. As Naruto's leg neared Gaara, Shukaku acted quickly and converted his body into sand. He swirled around Gaara's body like a twister and stuck to his body like a second skin, becoming an armor of sand to protect his partner from harm. Sand magic. Sand armor. Fudon. Senpu Kyaku. The kick with the force of a cyclone crashed against Gaara's side and the gourd-wearing man released a gasp of shock while Shukaku's sand form released a grunt. Both sand magic users felt the force of the impact. The sand armor cracked due to Shukaku not being able to have had enough time to make the sand compact and durable, and soon they both flew to the side and crashed through the reinforced glass. The duo fell through the air, plummeting towards the ground. Naruto quickly jumped through the hole he made in the airship's window and flew through the air until he was merely a suitable distance away from the Grimoire Heart airship. His magic energy spiked as his shining white eyes increased in the intensity of their glow. He held the unconscious Altair a bit tighter to assure himself that she was still there. You won't be able to save your master this time, Milkovich. This time, they die. Naruto inhaled deeply, pure eternano swirling into his open jaws and gathering, condensing of black and blue. Once the sphere of dense magic energy reached the size Naruto wished it to be, he opened his mouth wider and swallowed the orb. His stomach bloated and steam poured through the spaces in his tightly clenched teeth. Mokashiryu no Hoko. He unleashed the pent-up magic energy in his body and the beam of black and blue energy tore through the night sky and crashed against the airship. The roar of the apocalypse dragon tore through and through the sides of the airship. Naruto tilted his head to the sides, allowing the powerful beam of energy to cut through the airship in numerous places and finally, the airship exploded in a mighty fireball. Steel, magic energy and fire filled the night sky before whatever remains of the airship came crashing down at a rapid pace onto the ground below. Naruto panted slightly, having put much of his rage into the attack. It felt good. Really good. To watch the transportation of his enemy go down in a raging fireball of twisted steel and shrapnel. As the heat from the destroyed airship began to dissipate from Naruto's area in the sky, he noticed the rush of cold wind. Scanning the area, he raised an eyebrow as he took note of the snow on the ground. Snow indicates that I am in the northern regions of Fury, most likely the snowy peaks. He continued to glance around, but his eyes widened when he suddenly felt a pulse of magic energy. The scent of sand flooded his nostrils and his ears twitched as he heard the sound of an object whistling through the air due to high-speed motion. Insert music. Naruto Shippuden Akari, Sand Magic, Monstrous Sand Arm. He quickly flew to the side as a massive clawed arm of sand tore through his previous location. He then shot skyward and performed a series of loop-de-loops and barrel rolls to avoid the two other arms as they tried to tear his flesh apart. His eyes then widened as the giant arms began to encircle a wide area around him. The bright moonlit sky was quickly disappearing into darkness as the three arms began to form a massive spherical prison. Sand Magic. Giant Sand Coffin. Naruto hovered within the massive prison as the sand arms continued were beginning to form the compact sphere. But as they were doing that, Naruto's eyes widened when he saw the spaces in the sand sphere. Increasing the amount of magic energy at the bottom of his feet, the winds beneath his boots rotated at a greater pace. A magic seal formed beneath his feet before he held the unconscious captive in his arms a bit tighter before shooting forward with great speed. Sand Magic. Giant Sand Burial. The sphere of sand instantly imploded on itself and a massive explosion of sand occurred in the cold air of the northern Fiorean region. The red-haired mage hovered on a cloud of sand that was large enough to support himself. A tendril of sand then rose up from his shoulder and began to take shape. The sand then changed from its original brown color and took on the color of Shukaku. He's a slippery little bugger, that brat. The sand-using feline spoke. Gaara's teal eyes stared blankly at the large cloud of sand he had created with his spell before they narrowed. A streak of black illuminated by the light of the moon made itself known to him and Shukaku, aiming for the snow-covered forest below. Naruto landed on the ground and rested the dark-haired woman against a tree with about as much gentleness when one would throw a rock. He then quickly made a few hand motions and clapped his hands together. Seal Magic. Amaterasu Formula Number 50. Numerous strings of kanji flowed from the magic seal that formed on Ultir's stomach. The kanji were linked to one another like chains, snaking across her arms, legs and neck, before the tips of the seal chains seemed to jump off of her skin and joined together at the small of her back, forming a linking point. Seal Magic. Stasis. He then planted his hands on her stomach and another violet magic seal formed. Kanji flowed out from the magic seal before it completely coated the body of the younger Milkovich twin, wrapping her in a layer of magic energy that was akin to placing her in a form of suspended animation. Naruto then rose to his feet with a satisfied nod. Now that is how one binds a captive. Hades truly is an amateur. He thought before opening his personal pocket dimension and placed Ultir's body within it. With his captive's status of being able to survive being assured, Naruto then bent his legs and a gray-green magic seal formed beneath his feet as he pushed off. He rocketed skywards, easily clearing the pine trees of the Snowy Peaks forest before seeing Gaara standing with his arms crossed atop his personal sand cloud. You know who I am and yet I know not of you. Naruto spoke, his claws twitching in anticipation for battle. You are with Milkovich and thus you are members of the Seven Kin of Purgatory. Kurama has told me of his siblings and since you are capable of utilizing sand to such a high degree it comes to reason that the exceed is Shukaku, correct? He always said you were the weakest and most bloodthirsty of you nine. Alright, I'll concede to the bloodlust, but I am not the weakest. Kurama made up that fucking bullshit by saying that our strength level is proportionate to the number of tails we have. Just because I only have one doesn't mean I am the weakest. I fought on even ground against Isobu and Seiken for fuck's sake, Shukaku shouted. Naruto smirked. He also said you were quite loud. Shukaku growled at that before the blonde shifted his focus away from the head on Gaara's shoulder and fixated on Gaara himself. And you are? Sabaku no Gaara. The young man replied without any sort of emotion in his tone. Naruto blinked in confusion at that. The red-haired man was quite ecstatic in the beginning, flaring his killing intent with a look of insanity, but now he wore a look of complete apathy, almost as if he were completely bored. You are an oddity, Gaara. Naruto stated, however, if you plan to kill me you will need to attack me with the greatest amount of intent to kill. I have felled wizard saints, toppled giant and slayed dragons. Do not think that just because you have power that you can utilize it to claim my life, boy. Gaara's eyes remained unblinking, but his hands moved quickly. His gourd on his back cracked and snapped before completely breaking apart and becoming a large cloud of sand that seemed to swirl around him in a protective manner. Gaara then made a motion with head and the sand responded to his will. 5 bursts of sand raced towards the blonde Dragonslayer. But Naruto merely vanished into the wind and avoided the strikes altogether. He then reappeared to Gaara's left and lashed out with a strong punch to the rib area, but his eyes widened when a portion of sand accumulated around the area and blocked the strike. Naruto then vanished from view once more as the sand elongated into a massive spike that would have impaled him through the chest, before he took a chance to strike from behind. A wind blade swirled to life around his arm and with a strong horizontal strike, he aimed for Gaara's neck, but the sand around him responded once more and Shukaku's jaws formed from the sand armor on his neck area before air currents were accumulated into a dense spheroid of destruction. Impossible. Naruto muttered with wide eyes. Rikuden, Shukaku's jaws launched a powerful air bullet that collided with Naruto's wind blade, completely knocking the assaulting limb away. The large fangs then vanished from Gaara's neck and materialized out of the sand armor on his back. The drilling air bullet formed once more, and was fired almost immediately. Naruto quickly rotated his body at high speeds and gathered the winds around him. Futon. Tatsumaki. The high-speed wind circulation system quickly formed around Naruto's body and blocked the strike. But it was enough to result in an explosion of wind that had the son of Agnologia tumbling a bit through the air, while Gaara's sand cloud was blown a decent distance away, giving the combatants some breathing's right when he said Shukaku had a great deal of control over the winds as well as sand. However, the only actual wind spell he can utilize is Rikuden and a few others which are made through mixing with his, and most likely Gaara's own sand magic. 2 large clawed hands then formed in front of Gaara and stretched over his head, aiming to grip Naruto. The blonde quickly flew backwards and avoided the attempt to bind him before he rotated at high speeds and formed a wind blade, slicing the entire arm of sand that aimed to strike him from the right. He then flew around the second arm and sliced the clawed hand off at the wrist before taking a deep breathing and exhaling forcefully. Futon. Furyuden. The mighty wind dragon barreled out of Naruto's gaping maw and tore through the sand arm, scattering the granular particles everywhere. Naruto then surged forward and reared back his fist, aiming to make impact with Gaara's face. Shukaku responded and manipulated the sand to form the barrier that blocked the punch, but immediately afterwards, Naruto vanished from view and went to strike from the left with a strong spin kick. Sand burst apart as another defensive construct formed. Shukaku's sand form acted quickly and efficiently as Naruto vanished in quick bursts of speed, trying to land a hit on Gaara. Naruto then pushed forth more magic energy and began to move faster. Sonic booms echoed with each disappearance and Shukaku's eyes widened as they appeared on Gaara's chest, moving every which way in an effort to keep track of the elusive blonde. His speed is too great. A punch stopped just an inch away from Gaara's face as Naruto punched through the shield of sand that formed in front of it before he struck at Gaara's right shoulder. His knife hand strike barely grazed Gaara and this made the red-haired mage's eyes widen. I can barely conjure up the defenses to defend Gaara. The Tanuki-like Exceed's senses were stretched to their limits as sonic booms echoed through the atmosphere. 2 thin shrouds of sand blocked the 2 powerful kicks aimed for both shoulders and the shrouds became sharp tendrils that speared through the blonde's image, only for it vanish as if it were never there. Shukaku and Gaara's eyes widened at that. An after image? They thought. As they thought this, Naruto reappeared above Gaara's form and performed a multiple set of forward flips as he descended. Wind coated his leg as he fell and with a roar he swung the leg downward. Futon. Senpu Kyaku. The brutal axe kick impacted with Gaara's skull as the sand barrier could not form in time due to the speed and force of the strike. Gaara's body bent forwards before the force behind the kick sent the sand magic user through his levitating sand cloud, and plummeting to the snow-covered ground. Shukaku quickly gathered what he could of Gaara's sand and reinforced the sand armor spell he himself acted as. Gaara fell through the forest, tree branches breaking and snapping along the way, not even making a dent in his velocity. The red-haired mage impacted with the snow-covered ground with an earth-shaking boom. Snow and dirt exploded upwards in a small tower and a shockwave raced across the land of the snowy peaks. Gaara groaned as he lay in his personal snow crater before climbing to his feet, rubbing his skull. His eyes widened as he felt the pain. His head snapped upwards, his eyes wide with pure surprise as Naruto crashed down onto the ground in front of him with an emotionless expression, but bore the look of a superior being in his eyes. You hit me. Gaara muttered. You hit me. No one has ever been able to touch me in battle, no one. I wield powers that humans cannot comprehend. I have accepted my humanity, but I am still above them. Naruto replied. You believe the sand is what protects you, but it is merely through Shukaku's manipulation of it. The spells you perform are your own, you are the spear. But Shukaku is your shield. If the shield cannot keep up, then it is nothing but a useless object. Gaara clenched his head tightly and shook it wildly. I wield my own powers. Shukaku augments them, but they are still mine. Now die namikaze. The sand Shukaku had used to enforce the armor flowed off of Gaara and the particles the air accumulated once more. Gaara's magic energy spiked and Naruto quickly shifted into a fighting stance as the sand rushed across the snow-covered forest grounds. Sand magic. Obelisk. The ground beneath Naruto's feet rumbled and the blonde acted quickly, leaping backwards in time to see the Ipshin structure composed of sand bursting out of the ground. Naruto continued to leap backwards as 3 more obelisks tried to run him through. Gaara then held out both his hands and made them rise. The sand followed his commands and the 4 obelisks raised themselves out of the snow and then positioned themselves so that their pointed tips were faced towards the blonde Dragonslayer. "You will fall by my hand, Namikaze. I've heard that enough times to say that it is starting to get old." Naruto shot back as he dodged the first obelisk. He then hopped into the air and ran along the length of the second one as it stabbed its tip into the snow and earth. The final 2 obelisks then soared towards him, but Naruto's magic energy flared as the winds bent to his will. The air currents flowed strongly and 2 gray-green magic seals appeared in front of Naruto's hands before the obelisks came to an abrupt halt. The blonde reversed their direction before firing the obelisks as his own weapons, the winds augmenting their speed. "You cannot defeat Shukaku and I with our own element," Gaara exclaimed. He clapped his hands together and the 2 obelisks slammed into each other before falling to the ground as a small pool of sand. "The sand is my domain." "Good thing we are in the snowy peaks then." Naruto's comment was instantly met with hostility at a tendril of sand speared towards him. He dropped down onto the snow to avoid it before holding his hands out in front of him as another tendril formed. The 5-point elemental seal activated and the crimson barrier of protective energy materialized out of thin air, blocking the tendril. 2 more tendrils followed after sending Naruto's barrier-coated form skidding backwards. The ground then rumbled as Gaara raised his arms upwards. Sand magic. Monstrous sand arm. A giant clawed hand ejected out of the ground and wrapped itself around the orb of crimson that held Naruto within. The clawed hand squeezed tightly before the arm extended and began to push the blonde through the forest. Numerous trees toppled as the orb-shaped barrier was forced through the thick bark before the arm aimed downwards and slammed the barrier into the ground. Naruto gritted his teeth as he held the barrier intact, but a spiderweb of cracks coated random areas of it. Gaara appeared before the blonde's form in a swirl of sand before making numerous hand motions, the monstrous arm following its user's commands. Naruto was then trapped in the dark as he was now encased in a prison of sand. Sand magic. Sand coffin. He then clapped his hands together. Sand magic. Sand burial. The sand imploded, creating a great deal of force which acted inwards. Naruto channeled his magic energy into the barrier to protect himself from the attack. The force was indeed great as the barrier still continued to crack despite Naruto's conscious effort to keep it intact. The technique then ended and the sand fell away along with Naruto's barrier. However, as it did, Gaara lashed out with a tendril of sand which wrapped around Naruto's ankle. The blonde Dragonslayer's eyes widened as he was dragged along the ground before being raised high into the air and slammed down into the snow-covered ground. A large crater formed from the impact before the blonde was raised back up and made a collision course with it once more. The process was repeated 3 more times before he was spun around rapidly and then let loose. Naruto tore through the air, slamming through a tree which caused it to topple, before he planted his feet against the thick bark before pushing off with great force, enough to crack the tree's exterior, and slammed his hands down on the ground with devastating force. Futon. Arashi no Iseki, Sand Magic, Obelisk. 2 obelisks materialized from the sand, rising up at an angle to form an X shape in front of their user in the hope that it would defend him. The Storm Crusher spell was unleashed as a massive burst of wind that tore through the 2 obelisks before crashing into Gaara. His sand armor cracked slightly, but Shukaku's will allowed it to regenerate. The Tanuki-like Exceed quickly reacted just as a sonic boom echoed through the air. Naruto's roundhouse kick to the skull was blocked by a barrier of sand only for Naruto to reverse his rotation due to the block and slammed his heel against Gaara's face. The red-haired mage flew through the air, smashing through a pine tree, before he righted himself and dug his boots into the snow to slow his skidding motion. Naruto took off towards his opponent once more and Gaara slammed his hands onto the ground as his sand responded to his commands. Sand magic. Violent sand uprising. The sand expanded and shot outwards as a multitude of sharp spikes that aimed to impale Naruto. However, a sonic boom sounded and the image of Naruto being impaled faded out of view to show that it was another one of his after images that had been attacked. Naruto then reappeared above Gaara and held his arm out behind him as he hovered in the air. Futon. Ranryuken. The wind swirled rapidly around his fist and shifting into the form of a dragon's roaring head. The storm dragon fist roared with power before it came crashing down on Gaara's skull with devastating force. The red head was sent into the snow, but bounced back up due to the recoil. Naruto lashed out with a strong uppercut, but Shukaku formed a shield in time only for Naruto to follow up with another quick uppercut. He followed with a right hook and then grabbed Gaara by the back of his head, pulled him down while bringing his knee up to slam it against his forehead before going with the momentum of his knee strike to go into a powerful straight kick. All of these attacks were quickly defended against by Shukaku's quick automatic sand defenses until Naruto vanished into the wind. He reappeared behind Gaara and Shukaku immediately formed a shield, but only in time for a sonic boom to echo through the northern forest grounds. Naruto utilized his great speed and reclaimed his original position in front of Gaara. Pure ether nano swirled and condensed within his palm before he thrust the spheroid downwards. Energy make. Rasengan. Shukaku quickly responded and a thick barrier of sand formed. The Rasengan's drilling and shredding abilities proved to be too great for the sand as it tore apart the defensive structure. The Rasengan continued on its descent, but Shukaku's tail sprouted out of the sand armor from Gaara's tailbone area. The tail wrapped itself around Naruto's wrist and managed to shift the strike away from Gaara's chest, and the attack shredded through the sand armor, earning a howl of pain from Shukaku before one was elicited from Gaara as his shoulder was ground into. The red-haired mage was slammed into the ground and Naruto stood atop his foe with a boot planted firmly on the teal-eyed man's chest. Energy make. Odama Rasengan. Ether nano gathered and condensed within his palm, forming the much larger and more powerful version of his biological father's signature basketball-sized spheroid of swirling magic energy cast a bright blue glow across Naruto and Gaara's faces while Shukaku regenerated the part of him that was Gaara's shoulder area of the sand armor. Surrender. Naruto stated. This is not an advisory comment nor is it a request, it is a demand. You are both defeated. Your attacks are too slow to hit me and your sand magic. Sand armor cannot resist the effects brought about by my energy make spells. I will not surrender to you, namikaze. Gaara's eyes narrowed at his opponent. I have traveled this ridiculous kingdom in hopes of finding meaning to my existence ever since my home was destroyed. Senagakure was all I had and my mother did all she could to prevent me from dying that day. She shielded me and she was always the one who thought I had a purpose despite my former frailty. I will not abandon my mother's wish for me and I will make my existence known. Shukaku's face then emerged on Gaara's chest from the sand armor before shooting a small wad of spit at the blonde. Naruto tilted his head and avoided the Exceed's action, an obvious form of resistance. He growled as he raised the hand in preparation to strike. You dare spit in the face of the son of a dragon? Naruto roared. You will be granted a painful demise for your insolence, Exceed. Insert music. Naruto Shippuden Jinchuriki theme. Shukaku, do it, I don't need your fucking permission. Gaara's pupil-less eyes dilated and suddenly a burst of killing intent and magic energy poured out from Gaara's body, mixing with Shukaku's own. The force of the energy output was enough to force Naruto into the air and dispel his technique. The Apocalypse Dragonslayer's eyes then widened as he gazed upon a very strange sight. Every single granule of sand that had been scattered across the battlefield suddenly flew towards Gaara's body and began to cover it. A thick amount of sand covered his body and what had once been a massive blob began to take shape. The sand covering the body was adorned with numerous amounts of blue vein-like patterns. The arms were extremely long, touching the ground making the beast hunch over slightly due to the weight, and had gray-blue tipped spikes or barbs of some sort jutting out along its length. A massive tail, similar to a tanuki's, that was easily twice its height swayed through the air and had similar gray-blue tipped spikes running along its length. The head then took the shape of a tanuki's with an elongated snout and pointed ears. Darkness was all that was present in what was assumed to be eye holes. Naruto stood his ground when magic energy flared in within the darkness of the eye sockets. The power and mad bloodlust was visible as the eyes themselves appeared. Black sclera, golden irises with a black, four-pointed star sectioning the circular visual construct into quarters where a single black dot lay in each quarter surrounding the iris. The eyes of Shukaku were truly a terrifying sight for any normal man or mage. Ichibi Moto. Inoko, one-tailed mode. Hybrid, Magic Council Fury Branch, Era, Fury. Shikamaru, Ino and Choji sat at their tables in the mess hall. They didn't speak a word, they merely looked at the meal of mashed potatoes and green beans with blank looks on their faces. The silence between the three was positively deafening and any one of the other rune knights that tried to approach them was met with silence or they quickly realized the three were not in the mood for talking to others and skirted away from the table. The platinum blonde woman sighed as she planted her face in her hands, shaking her head as she did so. I just can't believe it. Neither can I, Choji muttered. Shikamaru, did you know about this? The shadow magic user laced his fingers together and rested his chin on them before closing his eyes. On the day I discovered Naruto's true heritage, I began to look a bit more deeply into him. When he came to see us before he had that mental break a few months ago, he told us he used his own branch of wind magic, naming it Fudon. He was blonde, blue eyes and his physical attributes fit everything. Put a mask on the guy and you got the Ogo no Fujin staring you right in the face. Shikamaru sighed. I never said anything. I never wanted to say anything because I didn't want to be the guy who made the assumption and pointed fingers at one of our best friends, but now that it's been proven true, it's just too damn troublesome. It's Naruto. Ino stated. Sweet, cute, lovable Naruto is the greatest T of Earthland since Zareth, is flea on sight and is an SS-class criminal mage. It just doesn't make sense. What happened? Where did he go wrong? I don't understand. I just don't understand what it is that could have happened that turned that boy into this thing. And Kurama, by the dragons. Kurama is a member of Daedalus and apparently has the ability to turn into a giant fox, which makes him the Onibi Myobo. Our friend Armand. Don't finish that sentence. Choji glared at the blonde with his beady black eyes. SS class or not, Naruto and Kurama are not monsters. For all we know, the circumstances that led to their being labeled were probably just to put the blame on somebody, and with rune knights hunting them down from all over they caved under the pressure and became what it is everyone thought them to be. An identity crisis. Choji, don't be ridiculous. Shikamaru grumbled. Naruto was crazy, and was apparently messed up enough in the head to have a split personality episode, but he was far from being crazy enough to undergo an identity crisis. The same goes for Kurama because he was the one who held off Naruto when he snapped. It's troublesome, but the only way we can get our answers is if we ask Naruto and Kurama themselves, and ever since that attack on Clovertown yesterday. The three winced, letting their heads drop in silence in remembrance of their fallen hometown. How is Ayame doing? Ino asked. They got that piece of wood out of her and fixed up whatever else happened to her. It's only been a day since the attack, but they say she will make a full recovery. Shikamaru replied. She had woken up a bit after the surgery, but she immediately fell back to sleep. I didn't have time to tell her about Tuichi-san yet. Choji frowned at that before turning away from his male best friend and looked to his female one. What about Sakura? Is she still grieving? Why yeah. I stayed with her all through the day, just sitting with her. We didn't talk, we didn't eat, we just sat there. I've seen people who suffer after losing a loved one, but Seiko Oba-san was all Sakura had left. Seiko Haruno had died in what had been dubbed the heart attack. Grimoire Heart's assault had destroyed Seiko's clothing store building while she was still in it. The building collapsed and everyone in it had died from having concrete and stone falling down on them from above. The three Rune Knight executives simultaneously sighed before shaking their heads. I signed up for the Rune Knights to take over Tusan's spot as head of the T&I department. I didn't think I'd ever see the day when people firing Jupiter cannons at our homes would ever be seen, Ino muttered. Speaking of which, why did they attack Clovertown in the first place? Choji asked with a thoughtful look on his face. I mean, sure, they're a dark guild, but they are also a member of the Balam Alliance. Those three guilds. Actually it's two now. That Light Guild Alliance thing proved to be a success and Oracion Siete was destroyed. Shikamaru informed his brown-haired friend. Those two guilds, Grimoire Heart and Tartaros, are smart enough to attack only within reason or with some sort of final result in mind. The Titan magic user said. So just why would they spontaneously attack Clovertown? It just doesn't make any sense. Shikamaru patted his rotund friend on the shoulder and gave him a small smile. It's alright Choji. We'll get to the bottom of this, but leave the heavy thinking to me. I don't have an IQ of over 200 for nothing. You never boast about that, you know, Choji and Ino chuckled. It's too troublesome to, but I know where my strengths lie. I'll figure this out, and when I do. Shikamaru's gaze darkened and his hands tightened into fists. We'll make sure to take down Grimoire Heart for what they've done. The Ino Shikacho trio bumped fists with one another as if to solidify their pact. However, the moment of seriousness was quickly evaporated and the group looked around as the sounds of great confusion and panic met their ears. The three stood up as they saw all their fellow Rune Knights and the humanoid amphibian staff beginning to rush out of the mess hall. Ino quickly grabbed a passing female Rune Knight by the wrist and the young woman's head snapped in her direction, meeting her sky blue orbs. What's going on? Why is everyone in such a hurry? It's Head Captain Han and Kakuo, the young woman replied. Their courtroom, Magic Council Fury Branch, Era, Fury. You're what? Grand Doma exclaimed. Surprise and fury was present on his face as he looked down from his high chair as head of the Magic Council. Org was in a similar state, but more in a state of shock than anything else. Han's armored form stood as tall and as strongly as it was the day before he was heavily injured during the battle outside Frisia town. It had taken 4 months to completely recover, but it had been done, and the giant of a man was as combat ready as the day he first joined the army of Fury. His black eyes were narrowed in annoyance, however, his arms crossed. Kakuo was in his steam form, only his head poking out of one of the holes on the large furnace on his human partner's back. Did I stutter? Han replied. Well, no head captain, but... Then if you understand that I didn't fucking stutter, then why are you having trouble understanding this? Han asked. The Magic Council member shrunk into his seat out of fear of the powerful armored man. Let me recite it for you slowly so your slow brains can process it better. I quit. He placed emphasis on those two words and the magic council once again went into an uproar. A flare of magic from Kakuo silenced them. After they composed themselves, Org and Doma turned to each other and frowned. The head of the magic council cleared his throat before he spoke to the head captain. Correction, former head captain of the Rune Knights. Head captain, surely you jest? You've been our strongest Rune Knight, our best fighter, head of the entirety of the soldiers for just over 10 years, Doma said. Besides, you cannot just decide to leave the Rune Knights of your own volition. Fiorian Magic Council Law, Section R, Paragraph 5. Any Rune Knight has the ability to take a leave of absence or retire from the service of the Magic Council and the Kingdom of Fury as a Rune Knight so long as they have served a minimum of 5 years. The Magic Council's approval is automatically granted to the members of the Rune Knights who wish to follow this act so long as they relinquish any and all belongings that are considered the legal property of the Magic Council and the Kingdom of Fury by extension. Han replied to Grand Doma's argument. Also, if you wish to argue against the laws written by the First Magic Council of Fury and the Kingdom itself, then you are free to do so, but there are no loopholes for you to exploit in such a simple explanation. Also, Kakuo spoke this time. If you are planning to say that Han's armor is to be confiscated as a result of said law in Section R, then you are mistaken. During Han's service, Han made the suggestion to create the armor he now wears. Magic Council agreed, but not without first making a legal contract stating that the armor would forever be the property of Han and that relinquishing it to any foreign party would be akin to theft. Org-san was a member of the former Magic Council before you arrived, Grand Doma, thus he is aware of this contract. After all, he was the one who wrote it up. It is true. I did make that contract, but I also wrote that this agreement would only remain binding as long as the head captain remained in the service of the Rune Knight Corp. If you retire now, the contract is null and void and thus you will have to return the armor, Org replied. But you only said that it was as long as I served in the Corp for a minimum of 8 years, in which case, the members of the Magic Council who were present for the creation of said contract would therefore be put to a vote to see what would be R and whose possession it would be in. Ever since the Ethereon debacle involving Jelal Fernandez and the R system which resulted in the disbanding of the original Magic Council, the entirety of the contract is null and void and thus the ownership of the armor is no longer an issue for the Magic Council because I'm the one wearing it and thus it is mine. Civil Rights Law of Possession, you hope to adjust that law yourself, Org-san. Fiorian Magic Council Law, Section H, Paragraph 7. The head captain of the Rune Knight Corp is granted the same level of freedoms and authority as a member of the Magic Council. Upon retirement, any and all legal possessions of the retiring head captain are considered the former head captain's legal property and cannot be taken unless it is a part of the armory or supply houses of the Magic Council. Kakuo added. Han's armor was never registered as a part of the armory and thus it cannot be returned to you. We win. The room was silent as deep frowns were present on all the council members' faces. Org then released a deep sigh and nodded in defeat. Very well, the armor is yours to keep, Han. However, before you are officially marked as retired, I would just like to know. Ever since you returned to active duty after your healing was complete, you even took on some of the most dangerous tasks and returned here in one piece with the mission completed. You have people who love and respect you within these walls, you have power, fame, and I'm very well aware of your success with the opposite SX. If you truly are retiring from the service, can you at least grace the council with your reasons for retiring? It's simple. The council members leaned forward in anticipation for their former Rune Knight head captain's reason. Han took a deep breath and then shrugged his shoulders. I'm bored. What? The Magic Council exclaimed. I have been a soldier, a Rune Knight since the day I was old enough to join. I had nothing, no parents, no money, no home, nothing. I never liked my original home of Iwagakure, so I never held it against you all. After all, the Magic Council was the one who destroyed Iwa all those years ago, but it was within good reason since we were planning on going to war with the other mage villages and the kingdom itself in an effort to expand. You bastards truly are fearsome, holding a giant magical energy cannon over everyone's heads. Han chuckled, ignoring the frown on Org's face. Org was a member of the Magic Council since he was 30, which was over 40 years ago. He had been one of the members who agreed to the firing of Ethereon to wipe out the threat to the kingdom. Sanagakure, Iwagakure, Kirigakure and Kumogakure. All gone in a flash. Hundreds of thousands of lives were lost, but millions were saved from going through the fires of war, so in his eyes, Org thought the loss of life was for the greater good. I fought for this kingdom, for the council. I may seem like the ideal Rune Knight, but I'm not. You know the real reason why I take all the hard missions from you guys here at HQ? It's because I lust for battle. I live for the feeling of my blood pumping through my veins. I live for the adrenaline. I live for the thrill of the fight. I always got that thrill before, but not anymore. Han's eyes shone with glee as he smirked beneath the armor which covered his lower face. Ever since I fought the Ogono Fujin and the Onibi Myobo, I never felt more excited. The fight I had with and against those two was nothing like I had experienced before in my life. I was pushed to my limits, I actually bled and he tore through this armor like it was a sheet of paper. I can't get the rush I felt from that battle out of my head. And I love that rush. I've taken every single mission that was fit for S-class mages and above. I completed them all, but none of the fights gave the rush I so desired. Han's eyes glazed over with euphoria as he remembered the feeling of battling against the Ogono Fujin and Onibi Myobu alongside Kakuo. The armored man sighed. I am a soldier and all I've known was the battlefield. However, the Rune Knights are no longer where I am willing to lead my battles from, and Kakuo feels the same. I do. The dolphin horse costumed Exceed nodded in confirmation. One of the female council members rose up from her seat with a scowl on her face. Are you serious? How could leave the service of the Rune Knights? Abandon your nakama and the council all for such a selfish reason? She shouted. Kasara-san, calm down, Org said with a firm tone. I respectfully declined to do so, Org-sama. Kasara replied. The brown-haired, green-eyed woman focused her sharp gaze back on Han. You're the head captain of the Rune Knights and Kakuo is one of our greatest trump cards in the field. How can you expect us to allow you to resign under such a foolish pretense such as wanting to experience the rush that came with a battle? Kakuo sighed as his steam body stretched out of Han's furnace and solidified into its Exceed form. Wings stretched out behind him to keep him aloft. His piercing green eyes then met her own and the councilwoman flinched at the harshness of the glare. You are quite the hypocrite, Kasara-san, the dolphin horse costumed Exceed stated. How dare you? The flesh on your face near your cheeks is depressed, allowing for your cheekbones to be visible, and you wear a great deal of makeup, specifically that eyeliner and face powder. Your diet and your use of beauty products confirms that you have a low self-esteem level and thus believe you are unpopular with members of the opposite sex. The same sex if you are homosexual, though. Kokuo's glare intensified. If you find such a ridiculous reason to starve yourself and bathe yourself with beauty product all for the sake of wanting to look physically attractive, then you have absolutely no place in finding the reasons that Han and I are leaving the corp to be ridiculous. Your body type obviously shows that you have never stepped foot on the battlefield, and so you are not even able to comprehend the type of feelings that run through the mind of someone who has. Also, let me remind that wars have been started throughout the world on even more ridiculous reasons. Kasara had no reply and could stand with her teeth gritting together and her hands clenched into tight fists. So, as of this moment, Han and I are resigned from the Rune Knight Corp of the Magic Council of Fury. The white-furred, winged feline flew down and settled atop Han's shoulder. Han reached into his chest plate and retrieved the dog tag and the badge that symbolized his being a part of the corp. He placed the two objects on floor before the council and then walked out of the room without a word. However, once he pushed open the massive wooden doors to leave, he walked through the halls and left through the main entrance of the Magic Council's main building. The former head captain and his Exceed partner headed for the exit gates, but they paused when saw the two long lines of Rune Knights that stretched from the doors to the exit gates. They all stood at attention and Lahar was at the end of it, standing at the front of the gates. Han walked along the path the Rune Knights had made for him, Kakuo hovering beside him. They nodded to the few members of the corp they recognized until they reached Lahar's location. So it's true then? The black-haired man asked as he adjusted his glasses. You two really are leaving us. And you really are leaving your hair in that embarrassing bun. I've said it once and I'll say it again. You like a fucking girl like that, you shitty brat, Han said. Han, please be more courteous to your former protege, will you? Kakuo shook his head at his partner's bluntness. But yes, it is true, Lahar. Han and I are retiring from the Rune Knights Corp, but really, the Corp has been doing fine without us. We were out of commission for 4 months before returning to active duty only for a few weeks. We heard how you ran things as the acting head captain with Dorenbold as your vice. You have done. Yeah, you shitty brat. Han then released a snort of amusement. Are you serious? You're tearing up. I can't believe I trained a pussy like you. Lahar glanced down at the ground to avoid eye contact with his former head captain and teacher. His purple eyes widened in shock when he felt the man's gauntlet-encased hand being planted firmly atop his head. But you're my shitty brat. You've done me proud, Lahar, and I couldn't have asked for a better student than you. However, do your teacher one last thing before we leave. Yes, sir. Lahar's head snapped up with vigor. Anything. Don't always follow the law of the corp to the letter. The Rune Knight Code does state that no one is above the law, but there are some cases where the law is not required to be followed. I never followed the code to a T, but I ended up as head captain. Oh, and another thing. Loosen up and live a little. You're a man before you're a soldier. Get yourself laid, you shitty brat. Han and Kakuo chuckled as they saw Lahar's face flush a little. Continue to make me and the rest of the corp proud. Head Captain Lahar. Yes, sir, Lahar said. Salute our veterans, men, salute. Hi. The two lines of Rune Knights saluted to Han and Kakuo, most with tears down their faces at seeing the man they grew up with as their commanding officer, trainer and idol, leave the corp. Han and Kakuo saluted back to the Rune Knights before turning their backs on them. Kakuo spread his wings as they emerged in a wisp of steam. The blue-eyed feline gripped Han by the furnace on his back and immediately shot off into the air. As they ascended, Han's dark eyes narrowed before twisting his head so he could glance back at Kakuo. From the info we got regarding the heart attack incident, the satellite square, Etherion picked up the images of the Onibi Myobu fighting near the mountains in the east, just a few hundred kilometers outside of Clovertown. I know he's your brother and all, but are you sure you want to do this? Kurama has never used the mental link for anything other than basic communication, Han. His pride was the greatest among the 9, and he never asked for help even in the most bleak situations. It was extremely faint, barely detectable, but I felt it. If Kurama has used it, then it means something is terribly wrong. He nearly killed me, but he's my brother. Kokuo's blue eyes blazed with determination. I won't abandon him if he needs me. And with that, the white-furred exceed increased his speed and headed in the direction he had last heard of regarding his older brother's whereabouts. East. Insert music. Type Moon Excalibur 0, Snowy Peaks, Northern Fiorian Mountains, Fury. The mixture of Gaara and Shukaku's voices growl menacingly. However, it was obvious from the appearance of the eyes that Shukaku was the one in control of this hybrid Biju form. Naruto's sapphire orbs narrowed as he watched his opponent. No, it is not what I want. I need to get Shukaku into a state where he will force to call upon his true form. Shukaku roared and released a burst of sand and hot wind. Arashi no Sabaku Kahai, Sandstorm Devastation. The sand and wind tore through the space between the two combatants, but Naruto quickly manipulated the air currents so the sandstorm would completely avoid his form. However, the trees behind him were not so lucky as they were sliced to shreds and were sent tumbling through the air. A massive trench of snow and dirt lay behind Naruto's form, and the blonde Dragonslayer gave a quick impressive look at the destruction behind him. His ears twitched and he acted quickly by leaning his upper body backwards so it was perpendicular to the ground. Shukaku had extended his right arm to swipe at his foe, but snarled with rage as said foe avoided the attack. Naruto twisted his body and lashed out with a strong straight kick that sent the assaulting limb a bit upwards before he brought his upper body back into its proper position. Energy Make. Rasengan. He thrust the spiraling sphere of Eternano at the limb and Shukaku unleashed a howl of pain as the extended limb was ripped apart. Naruto then sped towards Shukaku and caught him in the snout with a straight kick. Shukaku's head reared back from the force of the blow and roared in anger only for his jaws to be snapped shut by Naruto's rising kick. Futon. Senpu Kyaku. The kick struck with enough force to send the hybrid Biju skyward before Naruto lashed out with another kick to the jaw. He then reared back his hand and plunged an energy make. Rasengan forward, nailing Shukaku in the chest. The attack had Shukaku roaring in agony before the rotating spheroid exploded and sent the one-tailed tanuki spiraling through the air. Shukaku gritted his teeth and his golden eyes shone with rage. Shukaku roared as he managed to recover. His arms stretched out to the sides and latched onto the trunks of the pine trees on either side of him, his claws digging into the bark as he continued to fly backwards. His concave-shaped jaws opened widely before he sent forth numerous bursts of sand. Suna Shuriken. The projectiles of sand shot towards Naruto, but the blonde quickly rotated his body and generated his futon, Tatsumaki, to defend himself. However, as he stopped spinning, his blue eyes widened when Shukaku's form suddenly raced forward, shooting off as if he were fired from a cannon. Due to adjusting the elasticity and density of the sand in his arms, the hybrid Biju managed to use his extendable limbs to shoot himself forward as if he were a human slingshot. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, your blood will coat my claws. Naruto released a gasp as the air was driven from his lungs, Shukaku's head crashing against his chest. The momentum of the strike then carried the two combatants through the air, crashing through the sharp branches of the trees. Naruto's clothes were being torn apart, which was a shame since he only just managed to put them on after his imprisonment. Shukaku roared as he slashed at Naruto. 6 large gashes tore away the fabric of his clothing along with the flesh beneath it, blood staining the blonde's body and Shukaku's claws. The tanuki beast grinned maliciously at the sight of the crimson life liquid and then pushed off of Naruto, forcing the blonde to slam down on a tree branch before Shukaku flipped in the air and brought his heavy tail of sand down upon the Dragonslayer. Naruto grunted as he smashed through the tree branch and slammed into the snow, another crater forming in the battlefield as a result. Shukaku then stabbed his claws into the trees adjacent to him in order to remain suspended in the air before wrapping his tail around Naruto's downed form and pulled him back up into the tree branches before letting him go. Die Namikaze. I will take great pleasure in crushing your body into dust. Gaara's voice was more paramount in the hybrid's vocal tones this time. Shukaku removed his claws from the tree trunks and landed atop one of the sturdier tree branches and then clapped his clawed paws of sand together, smashing Naruto's body between them before swinging the blonde against the trunk of the tree to his right. My existence will make a new beginning with your end, Namikaze. Shukaku grinned toothily as more of Gaara's voice bled through the mixed voices. The sand climbed up and once more, Naruto found himself trapped in a cocoon of sand, and it was just as Gaara was about to crush his body that Naruto decided that he had enough of these sand coffins. Shukaku's eyes widened when the sand cocoon suddenly began to bloat up and crack. Beams of black and dark blue energy bled through the cracks, increasing in size as the cracks lengthened and widened until the magic energy burst forth in the form of a massive dome of destruction. Trees were toppled, the earth was torn asunder, and Shukaku was sent flying back from the destruction force of the magic energy output. Shukaku crashed against the trunk of one of the thicker pine trees, and the hybrid humanoid Biju did what it could to not be blown off from the winds generated from the pulses off me from the dome of black and blue. What is this? Shukaku thought. The winds then died down and the dome of energy receded to reveal Naruto hovering in the air with his body hunched over slightly. His claws and fangs were sharper and slightly elongated, his hair was wilder, and the power which coated his body took on the image of a flickering black and dark blue flame. Then his eyes snapped open and blue irises were bathed in a sea of ethereal white light. Enough! If you won't release your full power, if you won't reveal your true form under the power I was using before, I will make sure you do so with this power. Naruto snarled as his shining white eyes glowed even brighter, and Shukaku's eyes widened when Naruto's aura and killing intent seemed to manifest, the image of the black dragon of the apocalypse's roaring visage appearing him. I will show you the power of a Dragonslayer, Naruto roared before racing towards Shukaku, a sonic boom forming to show that he had broken the sound barrier once more. Naruto then flickered into view in front of Shukaku's form, and magic energy coated his fist as he reared back the corresponding arm, taking on the form of the black dragon's head with its jaws wide open to reveal the sharp ethereal fangs within. The hybrid sand beast crossed his arms in front of his body just as Naruto's reared back fist shot forward. Mokashiryu no Kuroi Kiba, with explosive force, the strike met Shukaku's arms and sent him smashing through the tree trunk he was leaning against. Shukaku quickly recovered and lashed his claws onto the tree trunks and aimed to perform the slingshot-like maneuver once more, but Naruto's arms suddenly lashed out and twin whips of energy stretched forward, taking on the shape of Agnologia's twin spear-tipped tail. Mokashiryu no Soso. He slashed at the extended limbs, and Shukaku's eyes widened when the arms were severed, resulting in him beginning to fall. His arms began to regenerate, but it wouldn't be in time to aid in stopping his fall, so Shukaku's tail wrapped itself around a nearby tree branch and he swung himself back into the air before spinning his body around and swinging his tail at Naruto. Mokashiryu no Shippo. Naruto spun around as well, and a tail of pure magic energy stretched forth from his tailbone. The two rear appendages clashed with devastating force, sending magic energy and sand every which way. However, Shukaku's eyes widened when Naruto appeared above him with his right foot raised. Mokashiryu no Jinshinkyaku. The seismic stomp strike slammed down on Shukaku's skull, and this time, he plummeted to the snow-covered grounds with great force. The impact generated recoil, and Shukaku bounced back into the air just as Naruto appeared beneath him and delivered a swift uppercut to the lower jaw that sent back into the air, only for Naruto to leap after him and catch him by the tail. As gravity took its hold on them, Naruto performed a series of front flips to build up momentum before slamming Shukaku into the ground, and then went with the momentum to spin Shukaku around. The trees that were caught in the circumference of the spinning humanoid tanuki were all smashed through, sending them toppling to the ground. The blonde Dragonslayer then released his opponent, and Shukaku flew through the air for a good few seconds before smashing into the ground with an earth-shaking impact. A cloud of snow, dust and dirt raced outwards, accompanied by the shockwave of the collision. Naruto's shining white eyes narrowed as he took a few deep breaths to calm his beating heart somewhat. However, the opportunity was short-lived as a massive burst of sand, magic energy and killing intent scattered the cloud of snow and debris. The sand flowed off of Gaara's unconscious form before pooling together in front of him. So Gaara is still alive after that string of attacks? That is very impressive, the Apocalypse Dragonslayer commented. My motto is absolute defense. That is what I, Shukaku, pride myself on. Shukaku's voice echoed through the air as the sand began to gather together, and suddenly the earth began to rumble. Snow exploded at random areas as the earth followed Shukaku's will, compressing and becoming granules of sandy material that added to his own large sand supply. I have always been the defensive one, but no more. This time, the offensive is mine, namikaze. The sand continued to grow, rising high into the air and even clearing the trees. The full moon shone above the massive behemoth's head and golden eyes glowed with power. Shukaku was now sandy brown-colored tanuki, with dark blue markings all over his face, body, and tail. He had a jagged, concave mouth and 5 sharp claws on each paw. Standing at a towering height of 170 feet, it was obvious that if there was more sand in the snowy peaks that Shukaku could generate, he would be even taller, but the gargantuan tanuki took what he could get. With a massive roar to the moon, Shukaku unleashed his power in waves before he glared at Naruto. You wanted my full power, you arrogant human? Well, now you've got it. Naruto stared in amazement at the massive tanuki before his white eyes seemed to brighten with glee. Yes, I did want your full power. But only so I could actually utilize these spells. Shukaku's eyes widened when Naruto rocketed into the skies and formed a variety of rapid hand motions. Seal Magic. Amaterasu Formula number 66. Shukaku's eyes as he suddenly felt his body becoming heavier as a violet magic was emblazoned on his chest. Seal Magic. Amaterasu Formula number 60. Magic energy began to flow off of Shukaku's body and the massive tanuki could only stare in shock as he saw his form beginning to steadily shrink. Seal Magic. Gravity. Naruto then pulsed his magic energy 20 times and soon 20 magic seals sprung up on random areas of Shukaku's body and the massive tanuki suddenly felt as if gravity had increased by a significant amount, forcing him to his paws and knees now. Shukaku roared to personify his rage, but Naruto merely manipulated the winds to blow past him before he activated his final seal. Seal Magic. Chains. Naruto then thrust his hands forward and Shukaku's eyes widened when massive golden chains with spikes decorating each link exploded out of the blonde's body. From his elbows, palms, knees, shoulders and vertebrae, the large restraints of pure energy raced through the air and dug into the snow-covered earth. Shukaku's gravity-trapped form could only roar in annoyance as the chains wrapped themselves around Shukaku's body. They snaked around his four limbs, his torso, his tail, his neck and finally the last few dug themselves up from the ground and coiled around his concave mouth and then digging into the ground once more, forcing Shukaku onto his belly. The titanic tanuki was now bound and Naruto wore a proud smirk of victory. "What did you do to me?" Shukaku managed to choke out through his bindings before the magic-draining abilities of Seal Magic. Amaterasu Formula number 60 did its job. In a flash of gold and blue, the giant tanuki was replaced with an unconscious, sand-colored exceed laying in a massive snowprint beside his red-haired partner. "I decided to use you as a test for just in case. I am not sure what the people who took Kurama from me are going to do with him," Naruto said. "This countermeasure was something I made ever since I learned of Kurama's full capabilities. I am truly sorry if the situation calls for me to put Kurama down, but hopefully, it won't come to that." Naruto then swooped down and landed with a crunch of the snow. He quickly pulled out a communication seal from within his personal pocket dimension and pushed a bit of magic energy into it. "This is Dragon's Nest. State your name or codename and your location." Su's voice echoed within in his mind. "Su, this is the Ogono Fujin. Fujin-sama," she mentally exclaimed with shock in her voice. There was a brief pause before Su resumed speaking. "Since the attack on Clovertown, you and Myobu-sama have been Mia for worried when not even LORA was able to find you, but now that we have LORA holding a lock on your position through your magic energy signature. May I ask what you are doing all the way up north in the snowy peaks?" "I was temporarily incarcerated by the members of Grimoire Heart, the owners of the airship you had seen." "Grimoire Heart?" Su's eyes widened on her end of the telepathic frequency. "Yes. I managed to escape, destroy their airship and now I have 3 prisoners. Prepared 2 isolation chambers and 1 interrogation room in the detention level below the castle. Also tell Fu and Chomei to temporarily stop their work concerning the business in Crocus and come to HQ. They will let Minerva Oba-chan handle the work in their absence, but I want them there before I arrive." "Understood, Fujin-sama, we will do as you say and prepare for your arrival." "Good." He severed the connection and pulled up his face mask and hood. He picked up Gaara and Shukaku like they were sacks of rice before taking off into the skies. "Now to get back HQ and begin my interrogation process." With a pulse of magic energy, the blonde put on a burst of speed and a sonic boom was all that was left of his presence as he broke the sound barrier and headed to the east for his castle. Spy Network HQ, Eastern Fiorian Mountains. Fury Ash whistled innocently as he swept the black marble floors of the castle that was once Phantom Lord. Other members of the spy network were quickly rushing about with papers in their arms and placing them on the great dining table in the center of the room. As Ash began sweeping the portion of the floor in front of the massive wooden doors, said doors were suddenly kicked in. The doors impacted with the black-haired mage and sent him tumbling through the air before he slammed into his personal imprint above the fireplace. "Fujuf." Ash comically fell from his imprint before scrambling to his feet and running towards the blonde as he entered the castle before bowing his head. The other present members of the spy network all stopped what they were doing and bowed in respect to their superior. "Fujin-sama, you're back." "I am, my subordinate." Naruto nodded as he adjusted his face mask. "Where is Myobu-sama?" Alexander asked. Naruto remained silent, choosing not to reply. Su then walked up to him with a clipboard in her hands, the clipboard holding a great deal of file papers. "Fujin-sama, the isolation chambers and interrogation room within the detention levels are prepared as you requested." "Good," he replied with a nod of approval to the dark-skinned woman. "These are the 2 I need placed into the separate isolation chambers." He planted them in Ash's hands and the dark-haired man nodded before doing as he was told. As Ash walked off with the unconscious forms of Gaara and Shukaku, the blonde SS-class mage turned to his green-haired second-in-command. Are Wind Dragon and Chome here? Yes, Fujin-sama, they are down in the detention level to meet with your guests. Naruto raised a curious eyebrow at that. Escort me to them, Su. Report to me what information I think will be important along the way. Yes, Fujin-sama. Su glanced down at her clipboard. Well, the members you brought back from your venture to the Woodsea have been back since yesterday evening. We made sure they were who they said they were after observing the materials they had on hand, where they had your storage seal tags, and a map with the coordinates leading to this exact location, circled by you. How were they upon their arrival? Unharmed, Fujin-sama. Currently, Wendy Marvell, the one who you code-named Sky Dragon, is sleeping in her designated quarters with her partner, Charles. Zabrak Granful, the one who personally made one of your executive members like Fu and Haku, is in the library storing away the books and scrolls from Zarif's base in the Woodsea. Finally, Claudio of the Enchanted Staff is with Zabrak in the library to aid in the organization process. Understood. Any reports from the Magic Council? Naruto asked as they reached the end of the lengthy hallway they had been walking through, beginning their descent down the stone spiral staircase to the detention levels. Light lacrima illuminated their path as they walked. Yes, Fujin-sama. Su replied. Due to being the one who helped create the Magic Council's new encryption code for storing digital information in their databanks, all high-class information is available to Captain Mozart and his fellow spy team members within the Magic Council. It is some very disturbing news. Su cleared her throat. The Illuminati Division, the segment of the Magic Council which was created to replace the Bureau of Magic Development after it was destroyed, has begun working on some very odd projects. Mainly the Biological Advancements Department, which is situated in the lands where the mage village of Kumogakure once stood. Project Sentinel, which seems to be focused on cybernetic enhancements for human mages. Project Beast Wars, where animal experimentation and gene splicing will be applied in the attempt to create the ultimate beast from a mix of different species. And finally, the third-generation Dragonslayer project. Naruto's eyes snapped in her direction at that. Excuse me? The Magic Council has decided that they need more advanced soldiers to be bred for war. Ties with the country of Seven is beginning to strain, and the King of Fury consulted with the Magic Council head Grand Doma for advice. The end result was that they bring about the rebirth of a Dragonslayer project, but unlike the second-generation Dragonslayer project, the third generation will be done using a first-generation Dragonslayer and implanting a dragon lacrima into the body of the Dragonslayer. They believe that the powers of the dragons naturally given to a Dragonslayer will be augmented once a dragon lacrima is placed into his or her body. Naruto's eyes flashed white and his fist lashed out. Su jumped as the blonde's fist had punched a hole in the stone wall. The son of two wizard saints took a few deep breaths, his growls of heavily repressed rage rising from his throat. The glow died away to once again reveal his sapphire irises, but the magic energy that flowed from his body was still flickering around his body. After such a miserable failure regarding their previous endeavor to create super soldiers, how on earth could they choose to desecrate the Dragonslayer race again? A dragon's power is of the highest level and cannot be exceeded. If one aims to change that through the use of a lacrima of all things, something containing the synthetic abilities of a dragon, then they taint the power they were blessed with, and they are not worthy of being able to call themselves Dragonslayers. This time, I will see to it that this abomination, the third-generation Dragonslayer, is nothing but dust in the wind. We are ready to do whatever you order, Fujin-sama. What are your orders? Naruto clenched his hands into tight fists before calming his anger. With his mind clear, the SS-class mage turned to his second-in-command. Due to recent events, I will require more time to issue a plan of attack on this faction of the Illuminati Division that dares to create another sort of blasphemy. Understood. Also, Fujin-sama. I know now may not be the best time to ask this, but when we found you in the snowy peaks we didn't detect the magic energy signature of Myobu-sama alongside yours. Where's Myobu-sama? Naruto remained silent as he and Su walked down the last steps which led to the dimly lit halls of the detention level. Where indeed? Naruto thought with a mental sigh. His eyes gained a cold look to them as he stared into his subordinate's brown orbs. Where's Wind Dragon, Chome and these guests of ours? In the interrogation room that we prepared for you. Third door on the left. The isolation chambers containing the two who had Ash put away are at the end of the hallway on either side. The Exceeds is on the right. The red-haired man's Yudo nodded before he started walking off. Return to the command center and I will inform you of the situation regarding my partner in due time, but right now, I cannot afford to have a clouded mind that could compromise this current situation. But, that is an order, Su. The green-haired woman gulped as Naruto flared his killing intent. She nodded her head and the dark-skinned woman began to climb her stairs. Of course, Fujin-sama, and, Fujin-sama, it's good to have you back. Naruto paused in his walking and his eyes flickered from side to side in confusion as he took note of the tone of what appeared to be happiness and relief in her voice.
Since when did his subordinates begin to worry about him? Naruto was snapped out of his thoughts by the loud echoing of Su's footsteps against the stone staircase, and with that he headed to the interrogation room.
Opening the third door on the left, he immediately focused on Fu, who had Chome sitting on her head of mid-colored hair. Wind Dragon, Chome. I was told we had some other occupants in this room. We do, and they are all well acquainted with you. Fu stepped aside and Naruto's eyes widened in shock before it became a harsh glare. His lips curled into a snarl and the sharpened canines poked against the fabric of his face mask. Han, Yugito ni Milkovich, Kakuo and Matabi. What are you four doing here? Kakuo and Matabi were not restrained in any way, probably due to be vouched for my Chome. But Yugito and Han had their wrists in cuffs and had magic suppressant seal tags Naruto had made for such emergencies, planted on their chests. Kurama's not with you, Kakuo stated. Naruto's eyes widened and his killing intent vanished. Han, Yugito and Fu had their eyes wide with shock while Matabi and Chome's eyes narrowed dangerously. So something did happen to Onisama? Matabi asked. Naruto, what happened to Kurama ni? Chome hissed. Naruto didn't answer, his head shifting lightly so that he didn't have to face his partner's siblings' eyes. Kakuo sighed. Ogo no Fujin, we know that you and my older brother appear to share a bond which is similar to the ones that my siblings and I share with our own partners. Kurama would not leave you and nor you, him. We heard his mental shout and thought it would be best to come and see if it was anything to worry about, hoping that it wasn't. However, it seems something did happen to Kurama. What happened to Kurama? Chome asked with a dangerous edge to her voice. Naruto growled at the blue-furred feline. Do not take that tone with me, Chome. You are foolish if you try to turn this into confrontation. I just recently defeated your youngest sibling and now I know that I can counter all of you 9. Shukaku, the three Exceed's eyes widened in shock. But Shukaku was with Grimoire Heart. What were you doing with Grimoire Heart, Fujin? Matabi exclaimed. Your sibling was in Grimoire Heart? Han asked Kakuo. The white-furred Exceed could only shake his head in disbelief. Just what the hell was going in the lives of his siblings that things were in such disarray?
Yes, I defeated Shukaku. Apparently, he and his partner Gaara were members of Grimoire Heart's elite combat force known as the Seven Kin of Purgatory. He is currently in an isolation chamber in order to be interrogated later so that I can glean information regarding Grimoire Heart's main base of operations and to get him to cooperate and help me find Kurama along with Chome. However, seeing as how Matabi and Kokuo are also here, it makes things a lot easier for me.
Hold on, Matabi raised a paw, her heterochromatic eyes narrowing. What are you talking about? What do you mean to help you find Kurama? What happened to Onisama, Fujin? Naruto closed the door of the interrogation room behind him before crossing his arms in front of his body. His were closed before they snapped open, this time glowing with white, ethereal light. Mokashiryu no Byakugan. Memory projection. Magic energy then gathered in his right eye and a dark blue ANC black magic seal formed in the center of the room. The other 6 members of the room stood against the walls and watched as a holographic projection of what Naruto saw before he was imprisoned appeared on the surface of the table in the center of the room. Kurama was laying in a destroyed area forest, thrashing and roaring as massive golden chains held him down. There was a flash of golden light that appeared around the massive 7-tailed kitsune's body and soon the body vanished from view, leaving nothing but a giant crater behind. The image then flickered out of existence and Naruto's eyes became blue once more. As you all are aware, Han and Kakuo more than you 4. He glanced at Yugito, Fu and their Exceed partners. Clover Town was attacked by Grimoire Heart and almost entirely razed. Kurama and I had once grown up in Clover Town once upon a time, and so we were on our way back from a recent information excursion to return here, to my castle and HQ. We were witnesses of the aftermath of the attack and in a rage, we both went after Grimoire Heart's airship. We aimed to destroy it, but it was for naught as Yugito's sister, Ultir Milkovich, user of the Lose magic. Arc of Time was used to reverse the damage done. Yugito and Matabi looked at the Ogo no Fujin more intensely than before. However, as I went to attack from the inside, 4 figures whom I was unable to get a glance of, raced past me and attacked Kurama. I was too busy fighting the master of Grimoire Heart and Ultir, and I honestly believed Kurama would not be given any sort of trouble. They were small humans and he had already gone into his 7-tailed state. However, it seems that I was wrong. The seal magic spell they used to bind Kurama is an ancient spell known as the Chains of Olympus, named after the chains made by the Olympian gods during the era of the Greek Empire to bind the Titans in Tartarus. Naruto informed them. I was caught off guard due to my surprise at seeing Kurama vanishing before my eyes. I lost his scent and I couldn't track him because they used teleportation to escape, even after I broke out of the Grimoire Heart airship. Everyone's eyes were wide with shock and bore a twinge of fear as well. How on earth could someone restrain the strongest and oldest of the 9? It just didn't seem to make sense. The silence was broken when Matabi spoke. Very well then. I will help you find Onisama. Same here. Chomei and Kakuo said with stiff nods. We will make Shukaku comply to aid us as well when he wakes from his state of unconsciousness, but know that we are not doing this for you. Kakuo said with a sharp glare. Kurama is our eldest and we do care for him, despite our differences and him being the one who imposed the strength by tail number hierarchy among the 9. He's an ass of an older brother, but he's our ass of an older brother. We will ally ourselves with you to find Kurama, Ogo no Fujin. Your words are noted, Kakuo. Naruto said with a nod of his head. You have my gratitude. Now if you are going to talk to Shukaku, he is in the isolation chamber at the end of the hallway on the left side. Kakuo, Chomei and Matabi nodded before the Apocalypse Dragonslayer opened the door and allowed the 3 siblings to go and have a talk with their youngest. Wind Dragon, keep an eye on Han outside the interrogation room. Fu nodded her head. Yugito, I will need you to stay with me. And why should we obey you? Han asked with a blatant tone of disrespect. Fu is my subordinate and need I remind you, I have the ability to kill you and Yugito where you stand now that I know how much power it takes to tear through that dense armor of yours, and I have information on you both that could ruin you both. Han and Yugito shuddered a bit when Naruto's eyes flickered white, showing that he was not joking around. And so, they complied. Fu and Han left the room before the 2 blondes were the only ones left. Why did you need me? Yugito asked as Naruto shut the DSERT music, Naruto Orochimaru's theme. For the interrogation, Naruto made a few hand motions and his personal pocket dimension swirled to life before the body of one Altair Milkovich dropped out of the vortex. Altair, the blonde woman wanted to rush to her sister's side, but she couldn't as Naruto held her in his grasp. Naruto quickly undid the seal magic stasis spell that had been placed on her and he roughly set her down on the chair opposite him. Why is my Imouto a part of this interrogation? Yugito exclaimed. She's a part of Grimoire Heart, but it's obvious from your projection and explanation that the ones who took Kurama are not members. Why is she the victim? Your precious younger twin sister was the one who aided in bringing about my imprisonment aboard her guild's airship. Because she fought alongside Hades, the master of Grimoire Heart, she is obviously closer to him than most members of the guild. Possibly a high-ranking member of the 7 kin of Purgatory and will therefore have a great deal of information, including information regarding the identities of the ones who kidnapped Kurama. Yugito's eyes widened before Naruto channeled magic energy into his fingers. He swiped his hand and a pulse of magic energy raced through the air and jolted Altair's unconscious form. The dark-haired woman was forced into an alert state, but she didn't have time to gain her bearings as her body, bound by seal magic. Amaterasu Formula No. 50, flinched under the harsh killing intent and pressure of the Ogo no Fujin's magical energy signature. She was silenced as the pressure and killing intent was much greater than the one she experienced on the airship. It was something Naruto was personally doing to keep her silent. I wish for this interrogation to move as quickly as possible. If you comply to answer, I will not have to force those answers from you. Altair's eyes widened as Naruto leaned over the table and stopped very close to her face with a dangerous-looking snarl on his face. Now tell me, where is my Kitsune? Interrogation room, Spy Network HQ, Eastern Fiorian Mountains, Fury. Altair's dark-colored eyes met the burning sapphire ones of Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. His vertical slitted pupils gave the orbs an animal-like quality that made the expression intimidating to many of those who gazed into them. The younger Milkovich twin was placed under the great pressure being brought about by Naruto's unleashing of his magic power, but after gulping down the lump that was in her throat she mustered up her courage and defiance. Her dark eyes hardened and she met her captor's gaze with her own glare. I have nothing to say to you. Nothing to say to me? Naruto asked incredulously. You cannot be serious. And why can't I be? She shot back, the fire of defiance blazing brightly in her eyes. You imprisoned me, tortured me for an entire day and allowed for whatever unknown forces to take the Onibi Mayobu away from me. Naruto snarled. Let me give you a little prompt, then. What you have to say to me is the name of the people that took Kurama, and I want their location, now. Altair. Is this true? Yugito asked. Altair's head snapped in the direction of her twin sister's voice, her eyes wide as she realized that the female blonde was in the room. Yugito, what are you doing here? She asked. Yugito shook her head, ignoring the question. Altair, is what the Fujin said true? Did you go after him and Kurama intentionally? It wasn't my fault. Altair tried to reason. Master Hades wanted Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze and apparently he and the Ogo no Fujin are one and the same. The bound Milkovich struggled against the seal that held her in place, but to no avail. However, she frowned when she noticed the shocked look in her twin sister's eyes. But then that shock turned to betrayal. Her head bent low, her body trembling with restrained emotion as her hands formed tight fists. You promised me, Altair, she whispered. Her head then snapped upwards and the anger and betrayal became more apparent in her dark-colored eyes. You promised me and Matabi-chan that you wouldn't go after the Ogo no Fujin nor the Oni Mayobu. It was orders from. Bullshit, The Fujin has no reason to falsify his claims, and because of your blind faith in your guild master, Matabi-chan's brother was taken by unknown assailants. Yugito shouted, making Altair flinch from the volume. Her brother. But, do you not understand the gravity of your situation and what your actions have done, Altair? Yugito's eyes watered. You promised me, you promised Matabi-chan. You promised to both of us that you wouldn't involve yourself with either of them, and you deliberately disobeyed me and broke your promise. We trusted you, Altair. Yugito. Yugito Ne-chan, please. It was coincidence that Namikaze and the Ogono Fujin happened to be the same person. Why won't you believe me? I've always supported you throughout your time in Grimoire Heart, LNYA. I always have. I heard of what you've done, what your guild has done over the course of several years, and yet despite that, I always loved and supported you because I trusted your belief that should you discover the one magic, everything would be brought full circle, like you said it would. However, you've begun to stray from that path when you yourself haven't even realized it. Yugito took a shaky breath as tears slowly fell down her face. You want to know why I don't believe you? It's because I know that you've lied to me before? What? I have never lied to you. When have I ever lied to you? Altair was cut off when Yugito slammed her hands down on the table and stared deeply into her sister's eyes. September 12, X779. You wanted me and Matabi-chan to help you find some people in order to get some information from them since they were contacts with Grimoire Heart.
The very next day, I hear news of how an entire village in the exact area I had been researching for you had been burned to the ground, wiped completely off the map.
Yugito didn't allow Altair a chance to talk as she continued to speak. December 31, X779. You said your guild was doing work to uncover some trading mishap between them and an outside party, so you needed information on them. I gave it you, and then all of a sudden, you tell me that things didn't go well and that they were all killed. Then you lied again to cover those up. Altair, I knew about everything that your guild took part in. I knew about the R system and how your guild was the one helping to supply slaves and materials to the R system architect. Yugito and Altair were both in tears at this point. November 29, X780. You promised that you would come home for our birthday so we could celebrate together, but you didn't. December 25, X780. You promised to make up for the birthday mishap and spend Christmas with me and Matabi-chan. You didn't show up. You lied and you lied and you lied, Altair, but I never questioned you because I always believed that you would fulfill your dream to discover the one magic and right your wrongs. Then surprise, surprise, you failed at that too, because you ended up becoming a fanatic for Zareth. Yugito released a chuckle as she sniffled and wiped her eyes. We always said we would never do anything to each other because since Ka-chan died, we were all that was left of our family. We only had each other. Yugito had a sad smile on her face as she slowly backed away, heading for the door. I can't do this anymore, LNYA. No, Altair shook her head from side to side, rapidly. Tears flying as she did so. No, please Yugito, don't this, Yugito, please. I won't stick up for you. I won't defend you, and I sure as hell am not going to let you go without punishment for what you've done. Matabi-chan was our best friend, LNYA. And you let her big brother get taken away all because of your blind faith in your guild. But I guess it's partially my fault for being so lenient and trusting with you. Yugito Ne-chan, please. Don't leave me alone again, please. I won't leave you, Altair. I will not stop loving you, and I won't stop being your sister. Her soft smile vanished and her facial expression hardened. But I will no longer stand by while you do stupid things and get off unpunished. Yugito's tone was cold and her eyes held a tired look to them. She turned to the male blonde and offered him a sweet, slightly seductive smile. Naruto watched with a hint of pity as he saw the mask Yugito had placed upon her face. There was going to be a lot of crying in the castle today, it seemed. Fujin NYA. Do what you must. It is time that my sister learned that actions have consequences. She took a shaky inhalation. If you will allow it, I would like to excuse myself from the premises. You may leave, but you are in my castle, Yugito. The saying, the walls have eyes, could never be a more truer statement than when you are within this place. I have eyes on you, so do not attempt to perform any type of trickery or violence within my domain. Do you understand? Naruto said. He narrowed his blue eyes when she didn't reply and reached for the door handle. I said, do you understand, Yugito ni Milkovich? Yugito froze at the sharpness to his tone, but quickly nodded her head. Crystal, Fujin NYA. Yugito gave her fellow blonde another small smile before opening the door. She paused to glance back at her sister before shaking her head with a sigh. Yugito. Yugito Ne-chan. Come back, stay with me, Ne-chan. Yugito exited the room and the steel door of the room was slammed shut. Altair's cries halted with the slam and her head shook in disbelief. The tears continued to fall from her eyes and she cried. If these words were spoken by any other person, it wouldn't have hurt as much or not at all, but coming from the mouth of her own sister had struck her like a multitude of slaps across the face. The disappointed and tired look on Yugito's face served to fan the flames of her emotions. Insert music. 2 steps from Hell Black Blade. Naruto watched the dark-haired woman cry her heart out as she was practically by her own sister. Had he been more sympathetic, Naruto would have let his captive cry to her satisfaction, but he was not in the mood for sentimentality. In many situations I am a very patient man, Ultir Milkovich, but as of now, I am the most irritated man on the face of fury. Now I will ask you again, and this time you will answer. Naruto slammed his hands down on the table, making Ultir jump in her seat. The son of Agnologia's blue eyes blazing with fury. Where is my Kitsune? Ultir shook her head. I don't know. Liar. Naruto shot out of his chair and batted the table aside, sending it crashing into the wall on his left. I don't know where that damned mud is, Ultir shot back as she sniffled, her tears leaving visible stains on her pale face. They were probably some random Dark Guild Master Hades had an alliance with at the time, or maybe some powerful thieves. I don't know. I don't know where they took him. So you know who took Kurama? I never said that?
You're not denying it. Tell me who took the Anabi Myobu. He stalked towards his bound captive and wrapped his fingers around her throat, raising her into the air before pushing her against the wall behind her. Answer me, you bitch. Where is Kurama? Who took him? Why?
I don't know, I don't know, I don't fucking know, Ultir shouted back. Get it through your thick skull, Namikaze. I have no love for those outside of Grimoire Heart, so stop wasting your time and let me go. I've lost enough today and I'll be damned before I lose my will and my dignity. Naruto took a few deep breaths to calm his rage, but his facial expression still showed it. Okay, I see what's really happening here. Do you wish to know what's going on here, Milkovich? You. He chuckled lightly and, while shaking his head, he pointed his clawed finger at her. His voice was eerily calm as he spoke. You're lying. It wasn't any random dark guild, it wasn't a band of some powerful thieves. And what's really happening is that you're hiding something from me. Ultir didn't answer. She averted her gaze every time Naruto tried to meet hers. Her boots tapped nervously against the floor and he could hear the increase in her heart rate. He chuckled dryly. I'm right, aren't I? Then his calm was replaced by the storm of rage once more. He was my partner, my confidant, my... Naruto swallowed the lump in his throat. My best friend, someone took my best friend, and I have a right to know, I deserve answers. The younger Milkovich twins' face had reddened due to the blood rushing to her face from crying, but her stubbornness and defiance shone through the cloud of anger and sadness in her eyes. She spat at the blonde, the saliva making a sickening splat sound as it landed on the shoulder area of his cloak. She had been aiming for the face, but she would take what she could get at the moment. I don't have to answer to you, she hissed. Because of you, I've lost the faith and trust in my only living relative and I'm possibly going to lose those things from my best friend as well. You think you deserve to interrogate me for what I've done to you? Well, you don't deserve anything and you had no right to bring Yugito here. You have no right to get the information you want from me, the information that will help you find Kurama. And on that note, Naruto snapped. His sapphire irises shone within the sea of ethereal white light and his magic power spiked. He lashed out with a strong kick, sending the chair Ultir was sitting in flying out from underneath her and caused it to smash against the wall. Ultir grunted as she landed on the ground, hitting her tailbone harshly. However, she found her breathing to be heavily constricted as Naruto's hand wrapped around her neck. Still being bound by seal magic, Amaterasu Formula number 50, Ultir could only stare back into the white and blue abyss of Naruto's eyes. I hoped you would have been more cooperative, Ultir Milkovich, but it appears that is not the case. He stated, if you won't reveal the information that I seek by your own volition, then I will take that information myself. What are you talking about? She gasped out. What are you going to do to me that you haven't already done? Mokashiryu no Byakugan. Naruto's eyes then shone brighter than before and the pupils in Ultir's eyes dilated. With the all-seeing white eye of the Apocalypse Dragon, Naruto tore through Ultir's mind. He searched through her very consciousness, seeing her every past thought, every thought she was currently thinking, and her every memory of past events. Finally, he came across the memories of those concerning Kurama and those linked to it. Naruto's eyes widened and he dropped Ultir on the ground once more before backpedaling in a rare moment of shock. Ultir coughed loudly as she regained the usage of her respiratory system. Tartaros. Naruto whispered to himself. Tartaros. His head snapped in the direction of Ultir. I can't believe it. Of all the dark guilds in Fury. Of all the dark guilds in Earthland. You allowed for Kurama to be taken by Tartaros. I could kill you now, Milkovich. I should kill you now and make you suffer through purgatory knowing full well you won't be going to the heaven that doesn't exist. Then, why don't you? She coughed out. I know your type. I've served my purpose since you have the information you wanted. I can't. Your small mind wasn't capable of bringing up the complete course to get to the base of operations of Tartaros since you either forgot it or buried it beneath the filthy memories of those keys of Zareth and the ones concerning your mother, Naruto replied. You may recall them when we set out to find him, and so you will be joining me on the venture. I will not go willingly, she gritted her teeth. You do not have a choice, so obviously your willingness to go is an insignificant factor. Not to mention I could use you as a possible bargaining chip should Tartaros find you useful. I do normally resort to violence, but in the case of an unknown enemy such as Tartaros I will hope that negotiations can be struck, as it better to avoid combat unless you know your opponent. Your memories alone show nothing of true value concerning them except for that light Titanslayer, Hyperion. Altair looked at Naruto with a surprised look on her face. Her eyes were wide and her mouth was agape, but then her silent visage released a loud snort of amusement. Naruto raised an eyebrow at her as her snort of amusement evolved into giggles, which further escalated to chuckles. By the end of it all, Altair Milkovich looked like a mad woman as she threw her head back and was howling with unadulterated laughter. Do my words amuse you, Milkovich? Very much so, Namikaze. She replied as she managed to calm herself down. Very much so. Care to elaborate? It came out as a question, but the demanding tone was still present. Namikaze, I'm not telling you this because I want to help you, I'm telling you this because of your naivety towards Tartaros. Altair spoke. Those men and women in Tartaros. They are unlike anyone you will ever see in your life. Realists like you and I know that there is no such thing as true good or evil in the world, but Tartaros. They will take that ideology and shove it up your ass because they are the true definition of evil. They will not bargain with you, Namikaze. They will kill, they will steal, they will plunder, they will rape, they will kidnap, they will destroy each and every living and non-living thing that they think needs to be destroyed simply because they want to. They will not negotiate with you nor anyone else for that matter. Altair's face then became deadly serious. If you want to take the Onibi Myobu back from Tartaros, you will be forced to fight in order to do so. What would make you believe this enigmatic guild wouldn't succumb to negotiations? Naruto asked. His questioning look was mixed slightly with annoyance when he saw Altair's smirk appear on her tear-stained face once more. Balking for anything logical, like money. They can't be bought, bullied, reasoned, or negotiated with. Some men just want to watch the world burn. Prison cell, Spy Network HQ, Eastern Fiorian Mountains, Fury. Shukaku growled as he flew around his steel-encased room. There was no form of pure earth present. No dirt, no dust, no sand, and thus no power. Shukaku transfigured his form into a large tanuki that stood at a height equal to the room's and pounded against the walls and door. The impacts echoed through the room with resounding clangs, but then the seals that Naruto placed on his body earlier reacted. Shukaku roared in anger and pain as the seals took away his magic energy and forced him to shrink in size and revert to his natural state. The tanuki-like Exceed panted before falling onto his forepaws and knees. Damn that human! The golden-eyed Exceed growled. Damn him for putting me in this situation. Damn him to hell. Shukaku's head then snapped up when he heard the door to his prison chamber open. The tumblers in the door parted with a resounding click, and the steel door lightly scraped against the floor. Shukaku immediately shot forward as the door opened enough for him to escape, shifting into his sand form as he did so. However, the tanuki-like Exceed found himself being flung back by simultaneous pulses of magic energy. The sand fell to the ground in a large pile before reforming Shukaku's original form, clutching his nose. Ah, fuck, that hurt. Oh please, you've taken much harsher beatings from us. Shukaku's eyes widened as he heard the familiar female voice meet his ears. His head snapped in the direction the voice originated from and found himself staring into the heterochromatic eyes of his more cat-like sister. He then looked to either side of her to find his other siblings hovering in the air with her. Kakuo, Matabi, Chome, he exclaimed, glancing at his three older siblings. What are you doing here? We each had our own original reasons for coming here, but they aren't important. Chome replied. Ni-san has been taken by some unknown assailants and the Ogo no Fujin needs our help to locate him. And you are actually willing to hit? Shukaku's voice was filled with shock. You're willing to work with that miserable human just because Kurama was taken? Shukaku, please. Kakuo sighed, rubbing the sides of his head. Your petty rivalry with Kurama is nothing you should be concerning yourself with. Now we need you to work together with us, and the Fujin on this matter. We aren't working with the Golden Wind God because we want to. We are working with him because we want to get our big brother back from those people that succeeded to capture him. You know as well as we do, Shukaku, that whoever has the ability to hold down Oni-sama is most likely very powerful. Mutabi spoke this time. He was shown to take 4 of them using a seal magic spell known as the Chains of Olympus to bind him long enough for them to take him away. We don't know where he is, but I'm sure you felt it too. Felt what? Shukaku said with a confused expression. The mental link that is held between the 9. Don't play dumb, Shukaku. Mutabi hissed as she landed on the ground in front of her younger brother. Kakuo and Chome joined her and looked at their sand-using sibling. Oni-sama rarely uses the mental link, and even when he did, it was unintentional. Shukaku bared his sharp teeth and his golden eyes seemed to glow in the dim lights of his prison chamber. I want nothing to do with that Kitsune. He could die for all I care. Shukaku. Chomei snapped and pounced on Shukaku, holding him down beneath her. Insert music. 2 steps from hell, eternal sorrow. What the hell is wrong with all of you? Don't you remember what that fucking fox has done to all of us? He shouted. He was the one who placed us in this stupid hierarchy where our power is based on the number of tails we possess. That's technically not an incorrect one either. Kakuo reasoned. The more tails we have, the more magic power we possess. That's not to say that we are weaker than the other, but in terms of magic power, then the hierarchy is correct. I don't care about your explanations. Do you have any idea how much hell that put me through because the rest of you believed Kurama's words? Shukaku shouted. I was put through so much ridicule, being belittled at every turn by all of you because I was the weak Otudo. It's all Kurama's fault. Not to mention it's all thanks to him that we aren't in Edalis in the first place. A loud slap echoed through the air. Chomei stood with her black orbs filled with silent fury, her arm extended after delivering the harsh slap to the sand-colored feline. Shukaku, Matabi and Kakuo stared with wide eyes at the blue and green furred cat. Shukaku, you know very well Kurama Nisan didn't want for that to happen, but it was the only choice. Ever since Hagoromo Jiji died, people in Edalis didn't care how they got their magic. His ideology of peace and equality was squashed the moment after he died and those humans wanted power. Shukaku. Our power, Kurama Nisan did what he thought was best. Well, it wasn't, Shukaku screamed. Look around, he gestured to the steel prison. I was forced to join a dark guild and work with them. Kakuo joined the Rune Knights apparently. Matabi was with that Ultir bitch's sister and we don't even know what the fuck you were doing this entire time, Chomei. But it's clear your allegiances lie with that Naruto brat and Kurama. This is just like when we were younger, just because I choose to voice my opinion, everyone is against me, why? The 3 didn't have any words to say to that, but even if they did, Shukaku wouldn't let their voices be heard as he continued his speech. We were separated from each other the moment we fell through the Anima gateway into Earthland. For nearly 40 years we were almost completely lost to each other and it has only been recently that we managed to reunite. We were in a foreign land with no way to communicate other than the mental link and even that proved useless because we had no idea how to find each other due to how far apart we were from each other. Me. Shukaku held his tongue before speaking again. Kurama. Lied. Shukaku. Kurama wanted to preserve our future. If we stayed in Edalis with those greedy, magic-hungry humans, there wouldn't have been any future for us. Kakuo tried to reason with him, but Shukaku would have none of it. No, Kakuo, no, don't try to defend him because you know I'm right. I didn't want to come to this dragon-forsaken world. I ended up suffering for Kurama's mistakes, for Kurama's hopes for our future. I didn't want this suffering, I didn't want this future. The 3 older Exceed watched as tears accumulated at the edge of their younger sibling's eyes, but he held them in place, his sand-like body absorbing the moisture. Shukaku swallowed the lump that formed in his throat before falling to his knees and placing his face in his paws. I just want to go back to Edalis. I want to go back home. Shukaku, look at me, Chomei said as she knelt down to her brother's level. Come on, look at me. She pressed her paws against his face, tilting his head so that he would look straight at her. Gold met Obsidian and Chomei smiled at Shukaku. You're right. You're absolutely right. Kurama, he did do everything he did out of either pride or in the spur of the moment, but when it came down to it, he always pulled through for us. You always chased after him, you looked up to him just like any little brother would to their elder. You stumbled and you fell, and every time, Kurama was there to help pick you back up. He told me to get back up and stop being a pussy. He deadpanned. I was dead weight in Kurama's eyes. Hardly. Kakuo rolled his eyes. Kurama is the tough-love big brother we all had. He's the kind of individual who would throw you into the pool in order to teach you how to swim. He's an asshole, we won't deny that. But Haku. And right now, that asshole needs your help to get him out of the clutches of whoever took him. Please, Shukaku. Chomei pleaded. You always wanted Nisan's recognition, so when you choose to do this, he'll finally acknowledge you as more than just Ichibi and an annoying Otuto. The room was silent for what seemed to be an eternity. Shukaku seemed to stare past Chomei, as if she weren't even there, still holding onto his face. The tanuki-like feline took a deep breath and sighed. Fine, I'll do it. But just so I could get the chance to rub it in Kurama's big, fat, stupid face that I saved him. Chomei grinned toothily before wrapping Shukaku in tight hug. You're the best, Shukaku. I know, Shukaku said as he pried his sister off of him. He climbed to his feet and Kakuo patted him on the shoulder, while Matabi offered him her own hug. The 4 activated their era magic and hovered in the air before exiting the cell. At the same time, Naruto had left his interrogation room. He had kept the seals that restricted her use of her magic, but removed the Amaterasu seal number 50 as shown by how the no longer bound Ultir followed him out of the room. The humans all turned to face the 4 Exceed as they took note of their presences. Well? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow. Shukaku said he'd help us, Matabi said with a wide grin. hugging the tanuki like cat once more. Her little brother grumbled in annoyance as he pried the fire using Bakaneko off of him. Good, then we will leave as soon as I make proper preparations for our excursion. Wait, Shukaku exclaimed, getting everyone to focus on him. What about Gaara? What's going to happen to him during all of this? Sabaku no Gaara will remain in his cell until I believe he should be let out. And when will that be? Naruto remained silent for a few moments as he met Shukaku's gaze. That is unimportant right now. Now then, Shukaku, Chome, if you could keep an eye on her for me. He gestured to Ultir as he said this. I believe Yugito and Han had something they wished to discuss. Fu, Matabi, Kakuo, you stay here too. They did as they were told, but as Matabi reached her blonde partner, she took note of the small frown on the blonde's face as she looked at her twin. Chome and Shukaku were either oblivious of the tension between the two sisters or they chose to ignore. Either way, they just pushed Ultir along. Is something wrong? Matabi asked. Yugito met the blue and black furred exceed before sighing, a tired look in her dark eyes as she met Matabi's different colored ones. Ask Nya, she has the answer you want, but knowing her, she might just lie about it. Ultir flinched at her sister's words and Matabi frowned deeply. She wouldn't push it, not until later, but she could see how the younger twin was troubled by what Yugito had said. She then turned back to Naruto as her two siblings ushered Ultir along towards the end of the hallway near the exit. Naruto then looked to the armored giant of a man and his fellow blonde as Fu stood by his side. So, tell me, what is it that you two wanted to talk to me about? He asked. Yugito and Han looked to their respective partners before nodding their heads. They faced Naruto once more before speaking simultaneously. We want to join you, they said. Everyone's eyes widened at that. Yugito and Matabi turned to Han and Kakuo, the two duos pointing at each other. You're joining him? Yes. What the fuck? The human members of the foursome looked to their exceed partners. Matabi, Kakuo, did you know about this? Matabi and Kakuo stared at each other with just as much surprise as their partners before shaking their heads. No, they replied in unison. Naruto and Fu were just as surprised as the four before them. The two Dragonslayers turned to one another before facing the group once more. Well, as much as this request unintentionally flatters and surprises me, may I ask why you wish to join with me? All four of you have tried to harm me in the past, Han and Kakuo doing so because they had orders, and Yugito and Matabi because of certain circumstances involving around Milkovich. Also, you will be placing yourselves into subordinate positions with myself and Kurama being the ones you will be obeying. Are you sure you wish to place yourselves into such a situation? Naruto asked. We are. The four unintentionally replied in unison, causing Han and Yugito to glance at each other in annoyance. And your reasons? Fu goaded them to inform her and her fellow Dragonslayer about them. Yugito spoke first. You say you run a spy network within these walls. Matabi-chan and I have been masters of espionage and have dabbled in the art of assassination, but we have only been mere freelancers. I was mainly employed by Grimoire Heart since Ultir was the one who requested our assistance, but we don't want to do that anymore. Matabi-chan wants to join to stay closer with Kurama, a rather futile task considering the situation. A trio of glares were directed at her from Naruto, Matabi and Kakuo, which were making her sweat a bit. She continued to speak. However, my personal reasons are that I want to be employed within a place where I can use my talents as much as possible and get better along the way. I can't do that with the sporadic requests from outside parties. And, Naruto gestured for her to continue. Yugito was silent as she shifted nervously under the taller blonde's gaze. She glanced downwards, finding the floor very interesting for some unknown reason. Yugito, do not pause. I want to get this over with as I have much more important matters to attend to rather than seeing you scuff my imprisonment area. Yugito nodded and then glanced up from the floor and took a deep breath. She exhaled forcefully, steeling her nerves and her dark eyes stared into Naruto's sapphire ones. I would like to keep an eye on my sister when your expedition to find Kurama has been completed. She would obviously return to Grimoire Heart and I want to be able to watch over her, and given that you are well funded. She hinted at the fact due to him living in a castle of all things. I know you would have the resources which would allow me to do so. Naruto and Fu nodded at her words before they faced Han. And what are your reasons, Han? The Wind Dragonslayer asked. Truth be told, we had no intention of joining you, but given the fact that we retired from the Rune Knight Corp, we thought joining you would be the best option. Kakuo gets to stick with his brother, and his other siblings seeing as how you persuaded those other three to join you, Han replied. Why did you quit the corp? Naruto asked with genuine confusion. You're the head captain and quite a strong one at that since you forced me to use my Dragonslayer abilities to defeat you. In such a position you would have money, power and status. I failed to see a legitimate reason for you to join up with an independent and, depending on the perspective, criminal organization. Like I told the Magic Council. Han shrugged indifferently. I'm bored. When I fought you and Kurama, I was on an adrenaline high and I relished in it. When I recovered from our battle, I took the most life-threatening missions with the intent of getting back that feeling. But I just couldn't, and I eventually got bored. So I thought, if I can't find the same kind of excitement from when I fought against you and I can't constantly challenge you since you're obviously stronger than me, reason would dictate it would be more beneficial to fight alongside you. Plus if I do join you, I get the opportunity to challenge you if you feel up to it. Fu and Naruto looked at Han, tilting their heads as they did so. You're insane, aren't you? They asked. What is seen as one's insanity is what leads towards their personal normality, Han shrugged. The two Dragonslayers looked at the four before them with calculating gazes, but before any more words could be said, the sound of footsteps against stone met their ears. The group trail running down the spiral staircase, stopping when he saw Naruto in his field of vision. Fujin-sama, we managed to pinpoint the location of the area where the third-generation Dragonslayer is being held. He shouted. Naruto and Fu growled at the thought of the abomination. The blonde nodded his head before heading for the staircase where Shukaku, Chomei and Ultir had been standing. Bring Milkovich along, Chomei. He glanced to his potential new subordinates. Naruto and Fu walked alongside each other as they headed up the staircase, chasing after Alexander, but the mint-haired daughter of Cyclonus looked to the son of the apocalypse with a slightly worried gaze. Naruto, I know you believe your decisions to be correct every time, but are you sure about bringing her into the tech part of the castle? Fu asked. Her voice barely even a whisper. She glanced behind them as the others followed. She can hardly do anything, Fu. Believe me, unless she has some way to undo the seals I placed on her, then she is about as harmless as a civilian, he replied. And what about Yugito? Fu asked. She said she would join us with the hope that she would be able to use our resources to keep an eye on her sister. That claim is being made with the assumption that you are going to keep Ultir Milkovich alive, after you find Kurama and bring him back. Fu looked nervously at her energy-using counterpart. Are you going to kill her, Naruto? There was a short pause. That remains to be decided. After they reached the top of the staircase, Alexander led the group through the main hallway on the first floor of the castle, which extended for what seemed like kilometers. They then came to a stop in front of the metallic door at the end of the hall. Alexander placed his hand on the small grid-patterned pad next to the door. A violet magic seal appeared as the young man pumped his magic energy into the pad. The magic seal then vanished and the blue pad blinked with a green light. The door opened with a hiss and Alexander stepped aside and bowed to his superior. Su-san is waiting for you inside, Fujin-sama. Alexander said. Naruto nodded before he entered the room, the others following behind him. What was that handprint thing? Yugito asked. Magic energy signature scanner. Ultir replied. When I had infiltrated the Magic Council, those scanners were used to read the magic energy signature specific to those who were a part of the Magic Council staff. Yugito nodded in understanding before she, along with everyone else, came to a stop. The members of the party were quite impressed with the layout of possibly the most technologically advanced room they had ever seen in their lives. Insert music. Shingeki no Kyojin counter-attack mankind. The green-haired woman that was Naruto's second-in-command stepped forward and bowed to the blonde and mint-haired Dragonslayers. Fujin-sama, Fu-san. As Alexander has informed you, we have managed to pinpoint the location of the research facility used by the Illuminati division of the Magic Council. Su then gestured to the screens in front of them. The Biological Advancements Department of the Illuminati Division is found within the area where the mage village of Kumohagakure no Sato used to be. Kumo? Yugito stuttered. Everyone turned to her upon hearing her voice. You know something, Yugito? Fu asked. The blonde Milkovich nodded. Yeah, our Ka-chan, She said how our Tu-chan was from Kumohagakure, but he left her before we were born. She used to show us maps of Kumo that Tu-chan had before he walked out. We always thought he always still alive. Yugito turned to Ultir and the dark violet-haired mage glanced down at the floor with a frown on her face. But it seems that dream has been utterly vaporized. Yugito and Ultir looked at the screen that showed the image for Kumohagakure no Sato. What she and her twin sister had once envisioned as a large metropolis full of life and magic, was now nothing more than a barren, rocky wasteland surrounded by numerous mountains that seemed to scrape the sky itself. I see. The blonde Dragonslayer muttered more to himself than to anyone else. He then turned back to his second-in-command. Su, continue. Naruto said. The dark-skinned woman nodded. Yes, so as I said, the facility's base of operations are shown to be found in the area where Kumohagakure no Sato once stood. We have done calculated estimates of the distance from the dragon's nest to the facility, and on foot, it will take approximately a week to arrive at the destination. But seeing as how you tend to fly, Fujin-sama, I'm sure it will you no more than 2 to 3 days. Su then pointed at the screens and an image of Charles Darwin and Robert Owen appeared. The Biological Advancements Department is run by the famous Charles Darwin and his colleague, anthropologist, Robert Owen. Both are highly respected and well-decorated researchers in their respected fields, and are two of the greatest minds on the continent. How is the facility's security? Chomei asked. Now, while the facility is rather unprotected, it still has a large amount of equipment that will allow for it to detect any outside presences that contain magic energy. The inside has a few motion sensor lacrima, vision lacrima for visual recordings of what goes on in the laboratories, and for the more secure areas, laser grids that are generated from energy lacrima. From Captain Mozart's report, he has found that the facility has 12 levels. The ground floor and then it descends underground. Underground. How original. Shukaku commented. Shut up, Shukaku. Chome hissed, slapping her brother upside the head. Ow, Haru, bring up the holographic layout of the facility. Sue ordered. The young brown-haired girl typed a few keys and brought up the three-dimensional image of the facility. The basement levels of the facility are separated by numerous amounts of igneous rock that grow to become as hard as diamonds the deeper you go. However, you can reach each level through the use of the linear elevator. It's the only way of getting from one level to another, but because of the fact that these researchers and scientists are reported to spend entire days researching on their respective topics, the elevator is rarely used. Infiltration would be very easy, but once you get inside it will be difficult to get through as Project Beast Wars and Project Sentinel are already on test runs, so there may be prototypes roaming the halls and outside the facility by the time you get there. I don't care about that, Sue. Naruto stated. What of the third-generation Dragonslayer? Where is that project located? The bottom floor was highlighted on the image. Level B12. The project has just begun its trial run, so information regarding beyond the basic summary of what they plan to do has not been revealed to the Magic Council's database yet. Fujin-sama, my advice would be for you to not make a flashy or loud entrance. It's a simply in-and-out mission, assassination and infiltration. Your advice is sound, Sue. But I will not be taking part in this mission. Naruto's subordinates paused for a moment before turning to their leader. What do you mean, Fujin-sama? Whenever it comes to situations like these, you always do them yourself. Ash spoke up. The black-haired man was earned a shake of the head from the son of Agnologia. Not this time. I have a more pressing and personal matter to attend to, however, I will be sending in a team to perform this mission. Naruto turned to Yugito and Han. Yugito is an infiltration specialist and a master of espionage and assassination. Han is the retired head captain of the Rune Knights, someone I'm sure you all are familiar with. The former members of Phantom Lord nodded, an air of distrust immediately appearing upon recognizing the armored ex-Rune Knight. You're sending us, but we just asked you to join, Han exclaimed. And given that you are both quite exceptional combatants, you all will be practically perfect for the mission. Also, I will truly dedicate yourselves to following my orders, and if your skills have the merit to benefit the My Spy network on a whole. You wanted to join, successfully complete this mission and you will be placed as executive members of the Spy network, gaining access and clearance to information only people like Wind Dragon is capable of having. Fu gave a small wave as she was now the center of attention. Wind Dragon, you're in charge of this operation. What? Fu exclaimed. Fu paused, glancing back as she took note of the fact that Naruto only let his name be known to those he was actually close to, or were executives in the network. She coughed to cover up her slip-up of the tonnage before continuing. I mean, Fujin, you can't be serious? I have no reason not to be. You're a senior in this organization, you're a powerful mage, and the Wind Dragonslayer at that. With your abilities over the wind you could double as both an assassin and a frontliner. You have been with me long enough to know how I would operate, and so you are the best choice. But I'm no leader. The orange-eyed girl felt Naruto's hands grip her shoulders in a strong grip. The powerful blonde closed his eyes as he smiled beneath his mask. You are now, and you should know by now that my trust is never misplaced. You'll define, Wind Dragon. He then let go of the daughter of Cyclonus before turning to Yugito and Han. You follow Wind Dragon's orders without question. Her words are to be treated as my own, am I clear? Yugito and Han stood a bit straighter as they took note of their new leader's authoritative tone. Yes, sir, Han replied with a typical soldier salute. Crystal, Fujin Nya. Yugito spoke playfully, giving the son of two wizard saints a sly wink. Naruto nodded and turned to Fu. Take them to the supply rooms, prepare yourselves for the journey. Naruto ordered. Fu nodded before turning to Yugito and Han. Come on, let's go get ready guys. Yugito, Han and Fu then left the room. As they did, Naruto looked to Sue and motioned for her to come over to him. The girl looked up at the towering blonde, his 6'2" easily clearing over her measly 5'1". Yes, Fujin-sama. Sue, you wanted to know what happened to the Onibi Myobu? The green-haired woman nodded. Naruto bent down to her level and his mask-covered mouth was placed by her ear. This information is not to be shared outside of the LORA's operators and yourself. The reason the Onibi Myobu is not here is because, to put it simply, he was kidnapped. Sue's eyes widened, her throat threatening to release a cry of surprise, but she held it back. She was then forced to bite her tongue when she heard the next two words, by Tartaros. Wah, Naruto quickly clapped a hand over her mouth and a small burst of killing intent sent her way, silenced the exclamation. Once Sue managed to calm her nerves and her want to shout out her words, she nodded to her superior. Naruto removed his hands from her mouth and allowed for her to speak once more. What? Are you fucking serious? She whispered as loudly as she could without raising suspicion from the surrounding people. Naruto nodded in confirmation. It's why I need you to only share this with those who operate LORA. I can't have the network going into disarray because they know one of their superiors is Mia. Keep our ears to the ground as much as you can and scan the entirety of Fury or Earthland if you have to. Try to keep an eye out for the Onibi Myobo. However, be sure to place most of your attention on Wind Dragon's mission so as not to rouse suspicion concerning LORA being used. Understood? I understand, Fujin-sama. But, are you sure you want to keep this thing a secret? This is a very serious matter. I mean, people are already suspicious as to why you didn't return with Myobu-sama, and some of the more gossipy ones are beginning to make claims that you killed him. Naruto snorted at the dark-skinned woman's words. Believe me, Sue. If I tried to kill Kurama, Fury would probably not even exist on the map anymore. The strange thing was, Sue believed him. The green-haired second-in-command then turned to look her leader in the eyes. So what are you going to do? She whispered. It is a troubling situation, but I have done what is necessary to do what I can to find the Onibi Myobo. I am setting out with these 4 Exceed, which are the Myobu's siblings, and Ultir Milkovich of Grimoire Heart. He pointed at the dark-haired prisoner. Will be under mine and their personal supervision during this quest. I knew she looked familiar. Sue muttered. Fujin-sama, not to be rude, but are you fucking crazy? She's from Grimoire Heart and we just discussed sensitive information with her present in the room. She's seen the interior of the spy network systems and she's seen our faces. I sealed her magic and I can just as easily perform a mind wipe just as easily as I could snap her neck when this is over with. Milkovich is still alive, however, because she has a hint of where we can find Tartaros. I will take whatever hint I can get to find those bastards and get Kurama back. He then rose back to his full height and spoke in his normal volume. Now do what I just told you and keep an eye on Wind Dragon's operation. Of course, she nodded dutifully. Anything else? Sabaku no Gara of Grimoire Heart is still in his prison cell in the detention levels. Keep him in there, but keep him alive as well. Also, have Zabrak contact the subordinate guilds of Oracion Siete. With the guild itself being dead, and Zabrak being the lone survivor of said former guild, he may be an influential person to them and we may gain more members as a result. Should the attempt be successful, tell Zabrak that I am placing him in charge of those members and to stay in touch with them from here at HQ. And what of Wendy Marvel and Charles? Have him and Claudoa look after Wendy and Charles while we're gone. Sue made those mental notes before nodding stiffly and bowed to the son of 2 wizard saints. As you wish, Fujin-sama. Naruto nodded and then turned sharply on his heel. He strode past the group of 4 Exceed and Ultir, a serious look forming on his partially masked face once more. The group of 5 followed after him, though Ultir's was more forced since she was being pushed along by Shukaku and Chome. As they exited the hallway, the maintenance members bowed to their leader, but he paid them no heed. He pushed open the castle doors and stepped outside before glancing back at the 4 Exceed, their wings already in preparation for flight. So where do we go? Chome asked. From what I gleaned from Milkovich's memories, Tartaros' guild's location had the former Grimoire Heart airship traveling due north-northwest. We'll stop off at the first heavily populated area and continue to search in that direction. We'll definitely find Kurama. Of that, I am sure. He then turned to the 4 siblings. Kurama and I normally fly faster than the speed of sound. Can you handle that? The 4 Exceed nodded, but Ultir's eyes widened. What? She exclaimed. No way in hell. No, you're not getting me in the air where we are flying at that kind of speed. That kind of speed will tear me apart. That's what she said. Shukaku snickered. Kakuo and Chome snickered along with their little brother while Matabi rolled her eyes at the innuendo. Ultir backed away from the group, but came to an abrupt halt when Naruto vanished in a swirl of wind and appeared behind her. He picked her up bridal style, his sharp nails making her wince as they dug into her shoulders. Frankly, I don't give a damn. He snarled before turning to his missing partner's siblings. Let's go. They took off into the air with a visible trail of air resistance formed behind them to create a jet stream. 5 sonic booms and 1 deafening female scream later, they vanished from view. Insert music. Fairy Tale Guild Darkness, unknown location, Fury. Caprico walked through the halls of the large complex, the mask-wearing grunt Mart running past him. The bipedal, humanoid Ram ignored the lower-class members of the Dark Guild as they nodded their heads in respect to him. He continued on his way to through Grimoire Heart's main base of operations. He had been informed of the status of the airship, in which it was said that the aerial vehicle had been utterly destroyed. Its remains of twisted and burning metal had been lost to the frozen tundra of the snowy peaks of the northern Fiorian mountains, along with the airship's crew. Caprico was not one for hearing bad news, but he could not help but assume the worst when it came to the fates of his fellow kin of purgatory. Caprico. The humanoid ram turned around as the sound of quick and light footsteps echoed behind him. His sunglasses hid the indifferent gaze his eyes held as he glanced down at one of the sole remaining members of the seven kin of purgatory, a number that was now reduced to two. Himself, and the young pink-haired girl that stood before him. "Yes, Meredy?" Caprico asked. "I did as you had asked and got them for you," Meredy said as she activated her requip magic. A white magic seal formed in her hands before 3 objects fell from it. 4 golden keys and 1 silver key were now in her hands, and Caprico took only the golden keys from her. He held them up to the lights on the ceiling and observed their glistening forms. "With the loss of Oracion Siede's angel, I managed to find her keys. Scorpio, Aries and Gemini were in the Wood Sea as you had said they would be, and the key for Sagittarius was found on Galuna Island. Those members of the demon population were more than happy to give it to me. I know you said that other celestial spirits are capable of sensing the location of the other keys, but to think the range of sensitivity could be so wide, it really rather amazing, Caprico. The celestial spirit king saw us all as his friends, so he thought it would be best that we be able to keep an eye out for each other by having the ability to sense each other's keys, no matter how far away we are. This proved to be much more advantageous for Grimoire Heart." Caprico then glanced at the silver key. "And what is this?" he asked. Meredy handed the key to him and Caprico adjusted his sunglasses before frowning. "The silver key is Kylum, the one which belonged to Angel." He muttered more to himself than to Meredy. He tossed the silver key back to her before gripping the golden keys a bit tighter. He placed the 4 keys in the breast pocket of his shirt. "You have done me, and Grimoire Heart, a great service, Meredy." "And what of the key for Kylum?" Meredy asked. "It is of no value nor use to me," Caprico said. Meredy nodded and simply threw the silver key back into her requipped dimension. She then walked alongside her fellow kin of purgatory, her emotionless gaze staring straight ahead. "So, Caprico, why did you want the golden keys anyway? You're a celestial spirit yourself, so you can't use them yourself. What is the point of having me recover them?" the pink-haired dark mage asked. Caprico looked down at the 12-year-old as they kept walking. "I have no particular reason for having you get the unclaimed golden keys other than that I wish to keep them out of the hands of the other humans who seek them out. Celestial spirit mages are a dying breed, Meredy. The only noteworthy one is Lucy Heartfilia of Fairy Tale, who has 3 of my brethren under her control. She is the daughter of my former master, Layla Heartfilia, and if she possesses the same talent and strength as her mother, then if she has more keys, then she will prove to become a troublesome opponent we will have to face once Master Hades chooses to carry out his plans, which involves Fairy Tale's Tenryujima," Caprico explained. "I will not allow the master to be placed under more stress given his current status." Meredy's eyes widened. Something happened to Master Hades? Caprico didn't reply as they stopped before a pair of mighty steel doors. "You have always been restricted from entering this room, Meredy, because you were much too young and inexperienced. However, it has been many years since you joined, and given the fact that we've lost our airship and 5 of 7 kin of purgatory, we cannot afford to keep secrets from our own." "What happened to the airship? What about Ul? Is she okay?" Meredy fired off her questions in rapid succession, but Caprico didn't answer them as the sensory lacrima scanned his form. The doors released a loud hiss that served to distract the pink-haired preteen from her thought concerning Ultir. She and Caprico then stepped back a bit as the doors slid open for them. The room was practically pitch black, but the cloak of darkness was prevented from fully encompassing the room due to the eerie violet glow that filled it. The source of the glow was shown to come from a massive tank full of violet liquid. Meredy's eyes widened in shock and disgust as she saw what looked to be a massive heart. It looked like a human heart, suspended in the tank of liquid, and was pitch black. Talk about a new meaning for a black heart, she thought. The heart-like structure had veins of violet fading in and out of existence with each pump. From the ventricular tubules, the heart took in the violet liquid it was suspended in and ejected it through large tubes that were connected to the aorta and arteries. These transparent tubes were shown to exit from the tank and traveled along the floor, acting like blood vessels themselves, decreasing in diameter along the way, before coming to a stop at a single point of convergence. The point was shown to be an obsidian throne which sat in the center of the dark room. But despite all of these things, Meredy was not shocked by it all. Instead, she was shocked by the person sitting in the throne. He was connected to the tubes by his wrists, neck, chest and back. His pale skin had a violet hue to it due to the glow from the tank. His veins visible against the surface of his skin, thus showing his advanced age, and his breathing was ragged, echoing off of the walls of the room. "Master." Caprico bowed out of respect for the elderly man. Master Hades?" Meredy managed to stutter out. This couldn't be him. This couldn't be her master. Master Hades was a strong, tall, powerful individual. Not this. This thing. This person sitting on the throne of obsidian was weak and frail, as if a small breeze would be all it would take to shatter his very being. "Rise, Caprico." The voice was a bit raspy, but still as strong as the day she first heard. Despite his frail appearance, The former second master of fairy tales still had some authority to him. The gray-haired mage raised his head and Meridy's eyes widened as she saw that this Hades did not wear an eye patch, instead chose to reveal the Crimson Devil's eye which replaced one of his original flesh and blood eyes. Caprico rose back to his full height. Hades then turned to the pink-haired child. Meridy. Hades took deep breaths between each piece of dialogue, a side effect of his treatment. Pseudo-immortality came at a price after all. So you finally gaze upon my true form. My very existence has all been a lie. I have been strapped to this chair ever since I had my 105th birthday. But make no mistake, killing intent and magic energy was felt throughout the room and Meridy fell to her knees as she felt as if the force of gravity had increased. I am not as weak as I appear to be. You understood. Master. Meridy gulped as the force vanished from her body. Hades nodded and turned to Caprico once more. Report. The airship was lost along with clone number 20 was lost along with the portable devil heart you supplied for the clone. Over 1,000 crew members were lost and 5 of the kin of purgatory are lost. Ultir Milkovich, Kane, Rusty Rose, Sabaku no Gara and Shukaku. Meridy and myself are the last of your kin of purgatory, Master Hades. We have been effectively crippled. I receive the memories of my clones whenever they are all linked by the devgage. Truly is a wondrous thing, is it not? He gestured to the large organ behind him, chuckling as he did so. He then regained his serious demeanor. Given the nature of the loss of the airship, it is safe to say it is because of Minato's and Kushina's brat. Hades sighed, rubbing his temples. He then rested his hands back down on the armrests of his throne and the glow of his crimson eye became a bit brighter. Caprico. Confirm that the kin of purgatory you named are, in fact, dead. Afterwards, prepare myself for assimilation with the devil's heart. Are you sure, Master? Caprico asked. Despite his monotonous tone of voice, there was a hint of concern for the elderly guild master hidden among those words. I am, was the instant reply, with the guild effectively crippled. Because of that Naruto boy, I have to take drastic measures. The boy will eventually find us, and because of the state of my guild, I will need to accelerate my plans. So, I will need to be prepared for combat. Prepare our forces. He coughed heavily and Meridy and Caprico watched as a few flecks of violet blood splattered across the floor in front of their master. They moved to help him, but the century-old man raised his hand, stopping them from assisting, and continued to look for the remaining keys of Zareth. It is almost time for the Dark Lord to wake from his slumber. Kumo Wastelands, Fury. The sky above had just lost its previous blue appearance and turned into a mixture of reds, yellows, oranges, pinks and tinges of periwinkle. The sky itself looked as if it were on fire, but that was quickly beginning to vanish as well as the sun began to set. The piercing shriek of the vultures echoed through the air as the avian creatures retreated to their nests. The other wasteland fauna also retreated to their respective dens and/or burrows, and soon it was that the place was completely devoid of life. A small gust of wind made a small amount of dust swirl through the air before settling. Hours passed and the dark shades of blue and black which had once been bleeding into the fire-colored expanse quickly overtook the myriad of colors. Night had shown itself. The light of the full moon seemed to act like a spectator, casting its silvery glow over the wasteland that was once Kumo. The light was shown to reveal the reflective architectural marvel that was the Biological Advancement Department building for the Illuminati division. There was nothing surrounding the complex, but then, from the shadows of the building, a figure emerged, seemingly out of nowhere. Its form paused as it stepped out into the moonlight, its calculating blue eyes shifting from side to side. The moonlight revealed the true form of the figure. Its fur was as black as tar, powerful muscles visibly rippling beneath the coat of what looked like pure shadow. The beast's claws and fangs were as sharp as steak knives and were composed of a stronger keratin than regular wild cats. The tail swished like a whip in the wind, showing just how prehensile the rear appendage was. Twice the size of a saber-toothed tiger, the shadow cat was truly a magnificent creature to gaze upon. The shadow cat's eyes narrowed, its pointed ears twitching as it listened for any sounds out of an abundance of caution. Once it was sure there were no other forms of life near it, the shadow cat bounded across the rocky wasteland. It ran and ran for quite a number of minutes before it used its powerful leg muscles to leap from ledge to ledge up one of the many rocky mountains that inhabited the wasteland. With a growl of effort, the powerful predator gracefully arced through the air before landing perfectly on the edge of a cliff. Laying before the nocturnal predator was the opening to a cave complex, the crackling of timber being burned echoing off the cave walls. Without even the slightest bit of hesitation, the powerful feline entered the cave that was obviously already occupied. As the shadow cat stalked along the length of the cave, its body suddenly began to glow as a dark gold magic seal sprung up around its body and glowed. The feline body was cloaked a shroud of light that was of similar coloring. The body then began to shift, changing from being a quadrupedal creature to a bipedal as it began to take on a more erect posture. Musculature shifted and audible snaps and pops were heard as bone structure changed. The light then died down and standing before the campfire set for 3 was one Yugito ni Milkovich. She paused in her strides as she came upon the sight of the Wind Dragonslayer and former head captain of the Rune Knight Corps glaring at each other. Fu, Han and Yugito had been traveling across the landscape of the kingdom for approximately 4 days, and it was from this journey that Fu had truly learned to appreciate her gift of being able to fly. When she was alone or with Chome to do the field work that required an application of physical force, she could break the sound barrier, flying towards her destination and reach there in a few hours at the least, depending on the location. But back then, you guys were so slow, Fu whined as she trudged along the beaten path. Han, I was trudging. I've never trudged before in my life and now I am. She was the Wind Dragonslayer, capable of bending the winds to her command and fly. She did not do trudging. Well, excuses for not being able to fly at the speed of sound on command, Han replied with a small glare. Yeah, besides, if anyone is dragging us down it's you, Han, Yugito said, pointing at the former Rune Knight. Fu and Han turned away from each other and looked to the blonde who was watching them with obvious amusement. Fu smirked at her fellow female. See, Yugito agrees with me. Girls stick together, Fu NYA. Sorry, Han NYA. But as much of a pussy as you are, you obviously don't have vagina. Yugito and Fu giggled as the only visible part of Han's face turned reddish purple with rage. What? Han's eye twitched in anger. Fu can fly, and at the very least, use her magic to move at really fast running speeds. Fu nodded in confirmation regarding that ability. And I have takeover magic, and so I could probably turn into something that can allow me to keep up with her. You're the dead weight here with your giant armor stuff. You can't even use magic. How did you even get into the Rune Knights if you couldn't use magic? Hey, my furnace is like a miniature steam engine and through the use of hydraulics I could make myself move faster. Yugito and Fu looked at the rattling steam furnace on Han's back and the man took off at a high speed, cracking the ground from the force at which he pushed off. He immediately came to a halt a few meters away. I may not be a mage either, but just because I can't use magic doesn't mean I'm not a qualified fighter. I rose through the ranks to head captain because I was the best damned fighter the Magic Council had. I beat mages and I don't need you judging me just because I can't use magic. Combat isn't just about using magic, you know. Fu and Yugito laughed, their loud expressions of amusement echoing off the cave walls as Han huffed indignantly. I hate you all. Oh, don't be like that, Han NYA. Yugito walked over to the armored man and rested her arms around his shoulders while also placing her cheek against the side of his face, which was covered in armor as well. You know you love us. Fuck you, Yugito. Han NYA. You'll never get that lucky and not even the divine powers of the dragons would ever allow you to score me. She pressed her shapely body up against Han's armored one, and while the large man wasn't able to feel her form, the innuendo she made was enough to change his annoyed expression to a red-faced look of surprise as the thoughts ran through his mind. What will you look at that? 7 seconds since Yugito said that did your face turn red from your perverted thoughts? Fu commented. Looks like it is true that guys think about something SX related every 7 seconds. What? Han and Yugito turned to their leader in surprise. That's a thing. Apparently. The mint-haired Dragonslayer shrugged. A period of silence passed through the cave as the trio just seemed to be entranced by the glowing orange flames that made the timber crackle as it burned. The moment of lack of communication was then brought to an end when Fu looked to Han. So, Han, HN. The armored giant grunted. What's the plan? Han and Yugito looked at the Wind Dragonslayer in shock before turning to each other, and then back to Fu. This movement of the head was repeated a few more times before the blonde takeover magic user and the former head captain of the Rune Knights settled their gazes on her. Why, you can't be serious? Fu tilted her head in confusion at Han's dialogue and the man gritted his teeth beneath the mask-like armor that covered the lower portion of his face. Oh, by the dragons. You're fucking serious? Nope, what the hell is wrong with you? Fu's orange eyes narrowed as she glared at Han. Oi, don't yell at me. I'm just asking what our final course of action is. Han rose up from his seat on the ground making Yugito, who had still had her grip on him, stumble back a bit. His coal-colored eyes burned with annoyance at the mint-haired woman. You are the dragon-damned leader of this team, you bitch. We traveled for 4 days to get here, set up camp and then spent the next 3 days Javiet out of that building to make sure there were no guards or security on the outside. There were a few actually. A few beasts from Project Beast Wars I'm assuming, but there weren't any subjects from Project Sentinel from what I saw. Yugito piped in. Han glared at her and Er's eldest twin daughter gulped a bit as she felt the intensity of the anger in the muscular man's eyes. Sorry. Now do you hear that fan-fucking-tastic news? And now, after everything is said and done, you're telling us that after 3 whole fucking days, you don't even have a fucking plan? Are you fucking serious? Han roared. That Sue girl gave you a plan of action before we left, didn't she? We sneak in and go into the base. Kill who we have to kill and get back out. What the hell do you mean by that we don't have a plan of action? That was a plan with the assumption that there were no guards. Yugito just said that there are a few present. I didn't think we would. Fu snapped as she rose to her feet. So stop yelling at me for stuff that's out of my control. Out of your control, Fu? Everything is in your control, Han snapped. The Fujin made you leader of this mission, and so it's your responsibility to do what you have to do, and ask what you have to ask in order to make a proper strategy involving all the members of the team. That includes creating strategies and plans that take into account any and all unknown variables. I'm new to being a leader, you can't blame me for. We can. Han interrupted the Wind Dragonslayer's sentence. The point of being a leader is to lead. You take command, and if you weren't capable of coming up with a suitable plan of action that took into account everything that has occurred and can occur during this mission of ours, then that's your fault, not ours, because you were so dragon-damned naive. You didn't even have the bloody common sense to think it. When you're the leader, you are responsible for every man and woman in your group. You say that you're new to this, but that's not an excuse, because when you lead your squadron into battle, into the belly of the beast that is your mission, you aren't allowed to make excuses unless they're truly justified. Well, you're the experienced Rune Knight, Fu shot back, her voice cracking a bit and tears beginning to accumulate at the corners of her eyes. You've had training, you've worked with other people. I, on the other hand, had this position dropped on my lap without any sort of warning. I'm not a leader. I never worked well with others because I was ostracized in my hometown because they feared my power. And not to mention that I have the expectations of the Ogono Fujin bearing down on my shoulders. You think that matters? Han roared. You think? Han. Yugito's firm voice permeated the air. The armored Rune Knight growled as he turned to the blonde. But his hard gaze faltered noticeably when he saw the takeover mage's blue eyes were shown to be aiming an icy glare at him. That's enough. The former Rune Knight's eyes narrowed as he met Yugito's glare before snarling and sitting back down on the ground. His harsh gaze then broke away when he saw Fu seat herself back down on the dusty ground once more, her shoulders visibly shaking as she tried with much effort to hold back the emotions she was feeling. Insert music. 2 steps from hell, blanket of snow. I know I'm not a good leader, I'm not a leader at all. Fu muttered, her orange eyes staring at the floor. Papa Cyclonus was always so strong and confident and smart, and he was everything I aspired to be. A fond smile formed on the mint-haired girl as she called upon the image of her 4-winged father. Being his daughter, I was expected to meet his expectations for being a strong Wind Dragonslayer. I want to meet his expectations. I want to meet Fujin-sama's expectations. Her head rose up and she glanced timidly at Han. The armored man's eyes widened as he never thought he would see such a soft-hearted gaze from the strong-willed woman that Fu obviously was. I want to meet yours and Yugito's expectations. I could never handle pressure well, but Yugito could. From what she told me about parts of her past, she had to deal with the pressures of not being able to see her sister for years, to take care of a house in Matabi, and handled taxes by the age of 10. And you too, Han, you could. I mean, you were the head captain of the entire Rune Knight Corp. I don't think I could ever match that kind of level of responsibility. I mean, this is just some random assassination mission to act as an initiation test for you and Yugito. What am I supposed to do? Han stared at Fu, his black eyes wide with shock. Small wisps of steam wafted out of the spaces in Han's furnace as it rattled from him leaning forward. He sighed, his surprised expression vanishing. Alright. Look, I'm sorry I snapped at you. But it's the truth. You're our leader whether you like it or not, and so you do have to meet up to the expectations that comes with the responsibility. How did you deal with it though? To be honest, Brad, I was good at being a leader. Great even. My troops looked up to me. I made good calls, planned great strategies that won me many a battle, and was successful in many missions, but I guess it's kind of my fault for using myself as the bar that was set. That didn't sound vain nor condescending at all. Way to be modest, Han. Yugito rolled her eyes with a sarcastic tone of voice. Han glared at the older Milkovich twin before turning back to his main focus. He rolled his eyes when he saw that she looked like she was still moping from his verbal abuse. He then scooted across the ground so that he was next to her. You know, Brad, I may have been one kick-ass head captain, but I've had my fair share of failures. This coming from the guy who just said he was a great leader? Yugito, I swear to the dragons that if you don't shut up I'll. Yugito ignored the armored man as she turned away from him and Han dragged a hand down his face. You insufferable woman. Love you too, Han Nya. Fu chuckled, her eyes shining with amusement at the interaction between the two noobs of the spy network. She then directed her orange eyes at Han. You're never going to finish what it is you're going to say to me if you keep allowing Yugito to interrupt you. Fu Nya is so mean to me. The 20-year-old mage pouted cutely. Look, like I said, despite my impressive track record from when I was head captain, I had my share of failures. Han sighed. Let me tell you a story, Brad. I was just serving my second term as head captain and my team and I were sent out to go and perform a mission with some operatives from 7. The mission involved having to catch the bomb using serial killer Deidara, that was born in Iwagakure, Fury. He had managed to escape to 7 through unknown means, and the guy was slick because he escaped me for so many years, 5 to be exact. 5 years? Fu raised her eyebrows in mild shock. This guy must have been really good to elude you for so long. He was, and he was highly skilled in his bomb making as well. He used chemistry mixed with earth make magic to form clay bombs, and he was even regarded as terrorist, and over the course of the 12 years, he had killed 30 men, 16 women and 11 children in total. Fu's eyes widened along with Yugito's, the blonde takeover magic user deciding to listen in on the conversation again. Anyway, because we had more intel on the guy, 7's government had called us in. He was clinically insane and he was never predictable. You could see that whatever explosion he created was his due to the style of it. He had a flair for dramatics, but he never had a particular mo. He just killed for the sake of killing, because he thought it was fun. Over the course of a few weeks, we managed to pin the guy in an old manufacturing building. But he had hostages, 40 of them, of all ages. Han's hands clenched his knees as the images of the traumatic day were brought to the surface of his mind of the investigation and assault squads. I reasoned with Deidara. I was stupid to think he was going to just give up. He walked outside, we cuffed him, put him in magic restraining bonds and so. I ordered my squad of rune knights to go in and get the 40 hostages and pull them out. We caught the guy, everything was done and we were successful. Fu and Yugito gulped slightly as they waited for the man to continue. It was obvious that something went wrong, and from the way Han looked like he was struggling internally, it probably still haunted him. But then that bastard. That evil son of a bitch had kept a detonator attached to his tongue and the 40 hostages and my entire squad. All of them were lost to the explosion. I had made a horrible call thinking that an insane man like Deidara would ever walk quietly, and to make matters worse, the fucking asswipe also had some bombs strapped to himself as well. I barely managed to get out of the way. Han sighed as he then reached to the armored part of his face mask. Fu's orange eyes and Yugito's dark-colored ones widened as they saw Han remove the apparatus and then pulled down the cloth portion of his face mask. Yugito hissed and winced, while Fu watched in amazement and disgust as both women gazed upon the lower left portion of Han's face. The flesh was black and heavily burned, and even part of the flesh by the mouth was gone, leaving the muscle fibers and his left molars visible for the world to see. But your armor, the Wind Dragonslayer stuttered, could not withstand the force of a bomb that could possibly level a large portion of Mercurius, the castle of the royal family, at close range. Han interrupted her. I'm lucky I didn't lose my entire face, but I did make a stupid mistake. But that wasn't stupid, you made a call you thought was right based on fact in your judgment, Yugito said. I made the mistake of trusting a man who killed for the sake of it. You trust Fujin Nya. Yugito countered. Let me get this straight, Yugito. I like the thrill of the battle, I respect the Fujin, I will say he is stronger than me. But heaven and hell are going to have switched places before I will ever say that I'd trust the Ogono Fujin. Han scowled. With his scarred and burned face revealed, the scowl was made far more menacing than the feline lover ever thought it would have been. But I made my mistakes, and I paid for it. Han then adjusted his black cloth and armored face mask. Mateen was gone. Deidara was dead along with a few of the members from 7 that were there on the case with me and my former squad. I was the leader and my responsibility, other than just finding and catching a perpetrator, was to protect my team. I failed in that responsibility, but it was then that I accepted that was a part of leadership. You have to deal with the loss of the lives of those who serve under you, and brat. I don't want you to make the same mistakes I did that led to the lives of your nakama being taken away before your very eyes. I don't want to die. Yugito doesn't want to die, and I'm sure as hell that you don't want to die. You made a stupid mistake not thinking up a plan that didn't account for if Projects Beast Wars and Sentinel were actually active. You're a hypocrite, Fu muttered, causing Han to shrug in response. I am a hypocrite, I won't deny it. But don't make any more stupid mistakes, brat. The Ogono Fujin chose you to be our leader because you have the potential to be one. You're the Wind Dragonslayer, one of his best. Han's eyes then became upside down as he seemed to smile beneath his face mask. So lead us, O mighty Dragonslayer.
There was a small period of silence, signs the crackling fire, as Fu's orange eyes gazed upon Han as she saw him in a new light. Sure, he was moody, antisocial to an extent, brash, blunt and extremely annoying, but he had been through far more things that she had since most of her actual life was spent being trained by Cyclonus. He had earned the right to be the way he currently was.
Fu then cracked a small smile and nodded. Yeah, okay, thanks for sharing that stuff with me. Ahem. Yugito coughed out loudly. Us. Yugito gave the mint-haired woman a thumbs up, earning a sweat drop from Han and Fu. Anyway, just, thanks Han. Fu's smile grew to become a toothy grin. You're a good friend and you could be good a mentor, you know that? I've trained brats like you to be rune knights long before the day I became head captain, brat. Don't underestimate your elders. So you're admitting you're old, nay Han Gigi? Fu stuck her tongue out playfully as Han's eye twitched at the jab to his age. Don't make me hit you, brat. Yugito and Fu giggled at the armored man before Fu rose to her feet. The Wind Dragonslayer dusted herself off before rubbing her hands together in anticipation. Alright guys, I've got a plan. She ignored the rolling of Han's eyes as she continued to speak. Yugito, you said that there were some operational members of Project Beast Wars and Project Sentinel, right? That's right. The feline lover replied. Well, from the information Sue had given us regarding those projects, the prototypes of Beast Wars have powerful senses, but their hearing and smell is greater than their sense of sight. The Sentinels, on the other hand, have better vision due to their machinery giving them the ability to have multiple types of vision: X-ray, infrared, night, telescopic and microscopic. Not to mention their regular vision lets them see 50 meters ahead of them. I'm assuming the plan is to compromise their senses and then take them out, right? Han asked. Precisely. Fu generated a small gust of wind in her hands. Han, if you can generate a massive amount of steam, I'll use my wind to blow the steam over the area where the prototypes are. Steam condenses in the nasal canals when inhaled, so the sense of smell will be compromised, and the thickness of the steam will blind them. The only thing we can't cover is the enhanced hearing or quick reaction times of the Beast Wars prototypes, so we'll have to get them by surprise. When the steam cloud appears, Yugito, you said you can use ice make magic, right? I'm not the daughter of for nothing. The feline enthusiast replied as a small blue magic seal appeared in her palm. In a small burst of magic energy, a small statue of a cat made of ice materialized in her outstretched hand. I want you to generate enough cold to condense and freeze Han's steam, Fu said. That way, we'll trap them all in an icy prison and can shatter them apart without them ever knowing. My steam is at approximately 300 degrees Celsius, Fu. It'll take a lot of cold to turn my steam to ice. As Han said this, Yugito stared at one of the steam clouds that wafted from the older man's furnace. She pointed a finger at the steam cloud and suddenly, a cold front rushed through the cave. Fu and Han's eyes widened when the entire area beneath their feet and parts of the cavern walls were covered in a sheet of ice. An audible clack echoed through the cave and the trio glanced down at the ground to see a frozen chunk of ice that had once been the small steam cloud. That enough cold for you, Han Nya? Yugito asked teasingly. Han's eye twitched. Just shut up, Yugito. Just shut up. Han then turned to his group leader. So, brat, just in case the ice thing doesn't work out, what do we do then? Fu's eyes narrowed in thought before she grinned widely. We have some fun, so, you guys ready? Yes, Fu Nya. Yugito grinned toothily to reveal her sharper than average canines, while Han gave her a lazy salute. Aye, Captain. Fu nodded. Let's go. Insert music. 2 steps from Hell Cassandra. Level B12, Biological Advancements Department Building, Kumo Wastelands, Fury. The sound of a heart rate monitor's monotonous beeping echoed throughout the room. A brown-haired woman released shallow breaths as she lay hooked to the variety of machines that aimed to prolong her survival. Her once lightly tanned skin had become her illness, and her only form of clothing was the hospital gown she was forced to don ever since she was a child. Her closed eyelids flickered and her chocolate-brown irises revealed themselves to the world. She glanced to her left and released a small smile as she looked at the woman whom had stuck by her side through thick and thin ever since they had gotten out of that hellhole known as the Bureau of Magic Development. Hey, she greeted her blonde friend. The one known as Test Subject smiled gently at her bedridden friend and held her hand in her own. Hey, how are you feeling? She asked. The woman who was referred to as the incentive gave a small shrug. Weak, but alive. She replied. So, are the tests going well? Blue eyes rolled in their sockets at the question as she snorted. Yeah, they've been having me doing all these physical activities ever since they implanted that lacrima in me a week ago, and just yesterday they started me on combat trials. I'll be fighting the prototypes of their experiments known as sentinels and beasts, whatever those are. You didn't get hurt, did you? The blonde shook her head and flexed her arms, patting her bicep. It'll take a lot more than that to take me down. I'm a Dragonslayer after all. You and your pride. The bedridden woman chuckled. The doctors just injected me with a new strain of antibodies to try and see if these would work. So far, they haven't been helping much. The statement was proven true as the incentive was forced to turn her head as she released a series of ragged coughs. The blonde immediately rose from her chair and handed the brunette a glass of water from her side table. The brunette nodded in thanks before drinking the liquid. I'm really worried that they might not be able to find a cure for you in time. Blue eyes stared into brown with obvious concern and worry present within them. I don't know what I'd do without you, Yakumo, if you. Shush, it's okay, Tara, Yakumo said, her already soft voice growing even softer as she dropped it to her form of a whisper. I won't die, and I'll keep fighting this. AIDS thing, and you keep fighting those sentinels and beasts and kicking ass. Okay, I'll do my best to make it through this, and if, no, she shook her head. When they find a cure for this thing, I'll be able to get out of this bed and we can be together like we planned. You remember the plan, right? Tara released a choked sob as she cried and laughed at the same time. Why yeah. You get better, I get stronger, and then we move in together at that little house we picked out in Bosco. We'll adopt twins and get a dog too. Just like we planned. That's the plan. Yakumo grinned widely. Tara wiped away her own tears before doing the same for Yakumo. Her ears twitched and she sighed. They're coming back for me to continue the combat trials. I'll come and see you again soon, okay? Tara said. Yakumo nodded as Tara turned away to walk off. Suddenly, Yakumo cleared her throat as loudly as she could and Tara turned around to see the brunette had her arms folded over her small chest with a frown on her face. Ahem, aren't you forgetting something? Yakumo asked. The blonde Dragonslayer rolled her eyes and gave the brunette a toothy smile as she walked back to the bed and then bent down to Yakumo's level. She kissed the brunette on the lips. The two women held the kiss for, to them, what felt like an eternity, but was actually only a few seconds. The third-generation Dragonslayer prototype pulled away from her lover and rested her forehead against Yakumo's. The AIDS carrier smiled at her Dragonslayer lover and pecked her on the nose. You're definitely getting better if you can kiss like that. Yakumo giggled with a small blush at Tara's comment. I'll do more than that once I get a cure. You're very optimistic for a bedridden woman. The optimism is supposed to be my shtick, you know? Yakumo waved off the blonde's words with a playful sticking out of the tongue. Naya, you know you love me. I really do. Tara kissed the brunette once more. I love you, Yakumo. Love you too, Tara. She then turned her partner away and slapped her on the ass, pushing her forward in the process. Now go do what you have to do, and I'll do what I have to. Tara shook her head and rolled her eyes, but the third-generation Dragonslayer couldn't help but smile in amusement before she opened the door and exited the medical room. Alright, let's go, she told the scientist that was standing outside the door, a hand already raised to knock on it. The scientist merely nodded and motioned for Tara to follow her. Kumo Wastelands, outside Biological Advancements Department building, Fury. The trio nodded to each other before they got ready for their attack. Yugito changed back into a Shadowcat. Han's steam furnace rattled as he activated the hydraulics that enhanced his physical prowess, and two pairs of wings made entirely of wind materialized on Fu's back. Yugito and Han quickly descended the rocky mountain as Fu took off through the night skies. Soon, the three had the Biological Advancements Department within their sights. Han and Yugito skidded to a stop while Fu hovered in the skies above them. The mint-haired woman's orange eyes scanned the ground below, her exceptional vision allowing her to spot the small dots that were the Beast Wars and Sentinel prototypes. They were scattered about the wasteland, but held a perimeter around the building, not moving beyond the edge of it. Fu looked to the largest group of potential enemies, a group of 10 that was gathered in a small semicircle by the entrance to the architectural marvel. Fu then channeled her magic and generated a relatively strong gust of wind that formed a dust cloud. The sentinels and beasts ignored the dust cloud as it blew towards them, but unknown to them, that was the signal for Han to release his steam. The cloud of steam then fused with the dust cloud as Fu's winds pushed the massive white cloud along. The cyborgs that were the sentinels had their red eyes whirring as they scanned the cloud of steam, and their sensors began to activate as they detected the magic energy found within the winds that blew them along. Ice make. Freeze. The steam dropped in temperature, easily undergoing sublimation, and became solid. There was no time to cry out, nor was there time to form any kind of warning signal. The sentinels and beasts were immediately frozen solid. The cloud of frost that came from the use of the icy spell wafted through the air, and Han and Yugito steadily walked towards the ice block. Han tapped the ice a few times before whistling lowly, impressive. Thank you, Han Nya. The daughter of grinned up at the armored giant. However, just as the two were about to make their move to head for the entrance, the ground appeared to shake a bit before the ice block standing before them was shattered apart. The frozen pieces of flesh and cybernetics were scattered every which way to reveal the form of another fusion of flesh and cybernetics. A sentinel, its whirring red eyes shining like the eyes of a devil, bore down upon the two spy network newbies and which crashed against Han. The former Rune Knight head captain quickly dug his armored boots into the ground and gripped the sentinel's fingers when they reached for his neck. The ground cracked beneath Han's feet from the force of the cyborg's attack. The sentinel then gripped Han's hands even tighter before hurling him into the air, and Han's eyes widened when a massive white-furred wolf, 3 times the size as a regular one, its fangs gleaming in the moonlight, aimed to rip him apart. However, Yugito acted quickly and was wrapped in a shroud of golden light. Take over. Saber-toothed tiger. The golden light vanished in an instant as she became one of the most powerful and ancient canine carnivores to ever walk the face of the planet. She leapt into the air and planted her powerful legs against the chest of the sentinel that had tried to take down Han before Pushi with a powerful roar. Yugito's saber fangs dug themselves into the wolf's back, severing vertebrae, and her claws ripped into its sides. The wolf yelped in pain as it was forced down to ground zero, its back breaking in half with a resounding snap as Yugito led the full weight of a saber-toothed at bear down upon the canine monstrosity. Yugito then leapt off of the wolf and landed beside Han when another sentinel went to crash down upon her, but instead turned her canine kill skull into a bloody stain on the ground. It was then that the two gained a good look at their cybernetically enhanced opponents. The sentinel was a powerful being that towered at a height just below that of Han's, and the whirring sounds that came from the sentinel's movements showed just how much robotics engineering went into their creation. It looked very human-like with skin stretching and contracting from action of rising back to its full height. They lacked hair, and despite being stark naked, they were lacking any form of genitalia. Though, it was obvious that the one before them was once a man due to the heavy scarring between its legs that appeared as if something had been cut off, and its body structure being more akin to that of a male's. The pair of crimson lights that replaced organic eyes shone brightly. Emblazoned on the chest of the sentinel was the symbol of the Illuminati division, a pyramid laying within a large circle, with the tip of the pyramid hovering above its previous attachments with what looked like an eye placed in the center of the triangular shape. The sentinel's eyes whirred as it scanned the two before it. Targets identified. The sentinel went to move forward. Magic circulatory system detected within female target. Threat level is thus higher than male target. Han's eye twitched at having been told that he was a lower level threat than Yugito. Remove female target. Prepare for eradication. The sentinel didn't even get to move a single step before it paused and turned its head. Insert music. 2 steps from hell resistance is fatal. Furyu no kamikaze no sume. Not even getting time to register the new magic energy signature that crossed its path, the sentinel found its head was quickly removed from its body. The red lights that were its eyes flickered before dying out, and the head landed on the ground along with its body by the wolf corpse. Fu's holy wind claws swirled around her hands as she stamped down on the head of the sentinel she just destroyed. We don't have time to gawk at these things. Take them down quickly. Fu ordered. As she said this, a sentinel, which had massive scarring on the chest and groin areas showing that it used to be a female human, charged forth. Fu quickly went to attack, but her eyes widened when a rush of steam passed her and Han appeared in front of her with arm already outstretched. The force of his punch dug into the face of the sentinel, its face becoming crushed from the momentum and strength of the attack. The sentinel then spiraled through the air before crashing into the ground and formed a small crater upon impact. Don't steal my kills, brat. Han muttered before taking off. The saber-toothed tiger that was Yugito thundered across the rocky wasteland as well, and Fu chuckled at their enthusiasm to fight. Oh, they are going to fit into Naruto's group just fine. The Wind Dragonslayer said to herself before leaping into the fray as well. Using her far superior speed, she rushed past Han and Yugito before they could even get a chance to reach the small group of sentinels and beasts that came their way. Once she was within striking range, she reared back her arms as wings of wind swirled to life around the appendages. Furyu no Yokuken. Slashing her arms in X-shaped fashion, the wind blades sliced through machine and whatever remainder of flesh that was contained within the 2 sentinels she just struck. She wrenched her arms free from the chests of the sentinels and looked at her blood-soaked hands. Even with all those robotics, you can't completely remove the human parts, it seems. Fu's pupils became vertical slits and she growled as a sentinel charged at her from the left. Its powerful arms were clasped high over its head and it swung them down in the form of a powerful hammer strike. But Fu quickly crossed her arms over her head to block the attack. She gritted her teeth as the force of the attack traveled through her body and forced the earth to crack beneath her feet. The daughter of Cyclonus quickly pushed her opponent back with a burst of wind before rushing forth and delivering a powerful right jab. Furyu no Kei's Kiwa. The wind edge spell summoned forth a raging twister of sharp wind around her arm as it crashed against the sentinel's chest. The cyborg's chest caved in on itself, and its back bulged outwards before the force of the twister powered through and exploded out of its back. Blood and robotic parts were scattered every which way and the sentinel fell to its knees before landing flat on its face, the red lights in its eyes dying away. Fu's ears twitched before she spun on her heel and lashed out with a roundhouse kick that nailed a spider-like beast in the mandibles. However, the arachnid lashed out with its scorpion tail which Fu hastily cut off with a wing blade. As the poison-filled tail tip fell to the ground, Fu quickly spun her body to build up momentum before raising her leg high into the air to deliver a powerful axe kick. Furyu no Rankyaku. The storm leg smashed down on the arachnid beast, crushing its head and sent blood and brain matter flying every which way. In that time, Fu had also managed to grab the poisonous tail of the beast she had just killed and hurled it through the air with deadly accuracy towards a sentinel. The sentinel's chest was torn apart and the poison in the tail was also shown to be a powerful acid as parts of the cyborg were melted away. She then went into a forward roll to get in between the legs of another sentinel before going into a backflip to avoid the second fusion of organic and robotic materials. The ground cratered from the former female human's fist before Fu's legs wrapped around the neck of the sentinel she had rolled underneath. Twisting her body at the hips and tightening her leg muscles, Fu forced the sentinel into a flip, smashing it down upon its fellow sentinel. She then quickly performed a windmill, her legs crashing against both sentinels, and sent them careening through the air by the powerful rush of wind she performed. The earth beneath Fu's feet began to rumble and the mint-haired Dragonslayer turned to her right where she saw a four-armed, black-furred gorilla beast charging towards her. The ape howled and screeched, beating its chest with the arms that protruded from its rib area before swinging at her wildly. She ducked under the flurry of blows before going into a backhand spring to avoid the hammer strike from both sets of arms, the ground cracking from the force of the strikes. The daughter of Cyclonus then leapt upwards and delivered a flying knee that knocked out one of the ape's fangs. She then quickly grabbed the fang and impaled the ape in its left eye before she gripped the skull and went into a forward flip. With amazing physical strength, Fu unleashed a roar of effort as she hurled the much heavier ape over her head and slammed it into the ground. Its neck had snapped from the pull and it lay dead within a small crater that was created by the impact before she thrust her hands forward. Furyu no Daitapa. The powerful burst of pressurized wind sent the ape's body tumbling through the air, smashing against a few sentinels and other beasts, killing or heavily damaging them, before the four-armed ape corpse was caught by Han. With a roar, the man easily slammed the ape into the body of the sentinel he had just smashed into the ground.
His furnace then rattled as steam was expelled from the armor upon activating the hydraulics within it. Han stamped his foot down on the ground before taking off at high speeds, a trail of steam marking his movements and mechanics. As Han slammed his foot against the side of a very powerful-looking lion beast, its ribs shattering from the blow, he leapt into the air while rearing back his fist.
Steam Dragon Driver. The steam cloaked his arm before it appeared to take on the image of a dragon's head. With a roar, Han slammed his fist against the ground and the earth shuddered and shook before it caved inwards and the powerful shockwave that resulted sent the surrounding sentinels and beasts flying in several directions. Han then went into a backhand spring when 3 sentinels jumped down into the crater to crush him, but Han quickly leapt into the air to meet one of the sentinels. He grabbed it by the arm and ripped off the appendage before delivering an axe kick that sent it tumbling to ground zero before throwing the ripped off sentinel arm at the second one. The 2 sentinels and Han landed on the ground, cracking the ground from their respective landings, and the sentinel Han aimed at reacted quickly and caught the appendage, crushing it in its powerful grip before running forward. It performed a swift right hook which Han ducked under before rolling to the side as the second sentinel came down from above with a jump kick, cratering the ground within Han's own crater. The red-eyed robotic monstrosity whirred as it quickly rotated its body and attacked with a roundhouse kick. Han raised his arms to protect his body and was sent skidding to the side from the force of the attack. He then laid out flat on his back and went into a cat spring, his feet planting themselves against the surface of one of the sentinel's chests, crushing the material and causing blood to leak out as the human heart within was damaged. The sentinel stumbled backwards only to be batted aside by its alleged ally. It whirred loudly, as if angry, as it performed a strong hook shot aimed at the kidneys before twisting to deliver an elbow strike to the face. It twisted in the opposite direction to deliver another elbow strike before following up with a third that would have smashed down on Han's armored hat. However, Han was able to deflect all of the attacks thanks to his years of fighting experience in close combat. He then grabbed the sentinel's arm and pulled it so the limb would lock. He raised his arm and steam rushed out of it as he performed a chopping motion, severing the limb at the elbow before swinging the appendage. The neck of the partially robotic organism released a crackle as wires were snapped. As Han watched the red lights of the sentinel's eyes fade into blackness, a fusion of a rhino and a lizard, a rhinoceros, roared as it thundered across the ruined landscape. Its red scales shimmered in the moonlight while black plates of bone were fused to its body to protect it from enemies. 2 tusks protruded from either side of its face and a large horn erupted from the tip of its nose. The rhinoceros roared once more and Han growled as he looked down and pulled out a lengthy set of wires from the sentinels. With extreme levels of accuracy, Han lashed out with his new whips, wrapping them around the tusks of the rhinoceros before leaping into the air as the fusion of mammal and reptile was about to barrel into him. He landed atop the beast's back before pulling the wires. The rhinoceros roared as Han pulled against its tusks, basically riding it like one would a wild stallion. He trampled various beasts and sentinels with his new mount until the twin-tusked behemoth began to try and wrench its tusks free from 2 of the 3 heads it had impaled upon running into body of a manticore. The winged lion of beast roared in agony as blood and gore trailed behind its killer, the tusks jostling its body around like a puppet with its strings cut. Soon, the rhinoceros fell to the ground in exhaustion and lay atop the manticore corpse. Han clicked his tongue in disappointment. Thought I'd have more time for that ride. Han then gripped the beast by its neck and with hydraulics enhanced strength, he snapped its neck. He hopped off the beast and then picked up both beast corpses like they were feathers before hurling them through the air to destroy some far-off sentinels. As the black-furred feline that was Yugito finished ripping out the throats of the trio of giant silver-furred wolves, she looked to see Han's projectiles heading towards her. Her leg muscles tensed before she leapt into the air, her body springing forth with the power and grace only found in feline creatures. The shadow cat roared before being wrapped in golden light. Take over. Sekhmet, her new form was a bipedal lioness, Yugito's control over the spirit of the creature being shown in the fact that her dark-colored eyes were filling its sockets. The creature had tan-colored fur, sharp fangs like a lioness lighting its jaws, and paws bearing claws as black as the night sky. The most eye-catching feature of the beast Yugito had turned into though, was that instead of brown hair tipping the tail that swished behind her, it was instead tipped with a bright orange-yellow flame. Named after their likeliness to the image of the ancient Egyptian goddess, Sekhmet, these bipedal lioness creatures were intelligent in hunting and possessed mild pyrokinetic abilities due to being mainly found in the sandy wastelands of Desierta. Yugito had managed to take over on the one she currently had when she was hired to assassinate some people who were illegally trafficking rare animals, among other things, into fury to be sold on the black market. Luckily, her target had been docile due to its lengthy time in confinement, so it didn't put up much of a fight during the takeover process, but damn were the powers worth it. Yugito gripped the caught rhinoceros and manticore tightly in her claws before hurling to ground zero. A powerful shockwave kicked up a small cloud of dust as the two corpses cratered the ground beneath them, as well as crushing the sentinels she had been aiming at. Yugito then landed lightly on her feet before curling her paws into their equivalent of fists. She forcefully uncurled them and her claws created friction with each other, generating sparks. The action resulted in the fire on her tail burning a bit brighter before her paws were cloaked in flames. With the speed of one of the greatest desert hunters, Yugito's flaming fists of feminine and feline fury tore through her opponents like a knife through hot butter. Circuits and flesh alike were melted, cooked and cauterized. She ripped off the face of a sentinel before slamming its body into the ground. Going into a handstand, Yugito then bent her arms and pushed off of the body of the sentinel before lashing out with a strong roundhouse kick to the incoming beast that looked like a four-winged stork. The neck of the avian creature snapped from the powerful strike and Yugito dropped down with her newest kill. As she landed, she literally tore the beak of the stork off of its face, blood staining her body and the ground, before she wrapped the stork beak in her flames. HRAH, she roared as she hurled her makeshift javelin. The weapon speared through the chests of 5 sentinels with no trouble at all before coming to a stop as it was stuck in the shoulder of an Ursa Major, the giant bears that roamed Earthland's forests. The brown-furred mammal dropped down to all fours and roared as it spotted the cause of its pain. With another deafening roar, the Ursa Major charged, the ground cracking from the force of its thundering steps. However, the charge came to a halt when Yugito merely sidestepped the swipe to her skull and ripped the stork beak from its shoulder, and in one quick and fluid motion, spun it around in her hands and stabbed through the Ursa Major's skull. Yugito spun around as her sixth sense for danger, and her keen hearing, picked up on the incoming strike from a sentinel. She crossed her arms and skidded backwards with a grunt as the kick made her arm bones creak. However, she quick to reply and raked her flaming claws across its chest, leaving 5 large gashes behind. She followed up by GRH on either side and pulled it apart. The sentinel was ripped in two as circuitry and blood from the once beating heart now coated the ground of Kumo's wasteland. The smell of blood and the adrenaline then got to Yugito, and the Sekhmet that she had become, dropped down to all fours. Her muscles tensed before she pushed off, a small cloud of dust being all that was left of her as she left her previous position. She had increased her speed as she utilized all 4 of her limbs now, and a streak of fire marked her movement as she moved at blinding speeds. Sentinels and beasts fell to her might. The sounds of claws raking through flesh, fire causing small explosions from their powerful reactions, and the groaning of metallic alloys being crushed, broken and torn apart echoed across the battlefield. The Sekhmet roared before she skidded to a halt. The ground beneath her was scorched and some parts looked as if they were turned into boiling hot magma from the heat. The Sekhmet let loose a fanged grin as she observed her handiwork before stomping down on the head of the upper half of a sentinel when it tried to crawl away. The head was crushed and brain matter and electrical wiring was all that was left. Yugito then reverted back to her original form and then ran up to meet with Fu and Han as they headed for the doors to the facility. You may want to rethink wearing white when we do this stuff. Fu NYA. Blood tends to stain and could turn your clothes pink when you wash it. I've got other outfits like this one. Fu waved off her fellow female's comment. Now let's go. It took approximately 3 minutes to kill all of these things, and yes, I was keeping count. Yugito pouted when she wasn't able to make her regularly scheduled interruptions into Fu's dialogue. If we're lucky, we might still have the element of surprise on our side. I hardly doubt that, Han said. Given the noise we made, and the fact that these are the prototype versions of Project Beast Wars and Project Sentinel, they probably had tags or locator mechanisms placed into them to keep track of them. They've known we were here since that one sentinel crushed our ice sculptures in the beginning. Just how screwed are we? Yugito asked. We aren't screwed, Fu snapped. We'll make this work. Let's just get down that elevator and finish the mission. We have a plan, so let's use it. And you said you weren't a leader person. Han chuckled as Fu's brown skin looked a bit red around the cheeks in the moonlight. Shut up. Insert music. 2 steps from hell at the core. Level B12, Biological Advancements Department, Ruins of Kumogakure no Sato, Fury. The young researcher scampered across the floor before coming to a stop as the 2 senior members of the department were busy observing their latest creation. To the side of them, a series of screens showed information regarding magic energy outputs, levels of increase in physical capability, as well as a 3-dimensional diagram of the brain where certain parts of it were highlighted in red to show they were heavily active. Her brain activity has spiked immensely, Darwin said. The primary motor cortex is her mostly used area, but the way her cerebral cortex is lighting up shows that her rate of thinking has increased as well. She is by far one of the most powerful beings to ever be brought into this world. To think the dragon Lacrima could do so much to an ordinary Dragonslayer. Her magic energy circulatory system has increased in size and energy generation, and her physical capabilities have increased by 300%, which is saying a lot seeing as how we only fed her the bare minimum with regards to her nutrient intake. Her test battles against our prototypes for Sentinel and Beast Wars are proving to be quite favorable in accumulating data. Professor Darwin, Professor Owen, both head researchers turned away from their observation of the test subject killing their prototype projects before focusing on the black-haired, brown-skinned young woman before them. And you are? Owen asked with obvious irritation. Satara Khan, Professor, the young woman replied. Well, Miss Khan, as you can see, Professor Darwin and I are extremely busy gathering data and observing our test subject in live combat. Owen snapped. So unless you have information that is worth this interruption, then I assure you that you will be looking at simple machines remove earthworms from the ground. Satara, and even Darwin, looked at Owen with a confused expression. I don't understand. Satara shook her head. Never mind, but Professor Owen, the locator chips we had present in our guardian sentinels and beasts have been destroyed. She tapped the tablet screen in her hands, and a holographic rectangle showing the images of sentinels and beasts being destroyed from various first-person perspectives were revealed. All 30 of them were removed, and recordings from the sentinels' eyes that were stored in the database show that they were destroyed by an outside party. Magic energy signatures were detected, revealing that the assailants are in fact mages. Is it the Magic Council? The anthropologist asked. The creator of the theory of evolution snorted at the assumption. You idiot, of course not, Darwin snapped. They were the ones who wanted us to make Project Beast Wars and Project Sentinel in the first place. It makes no logical sense for them to come and send people to perform what is an obvious failure at sneaking into this facility just so they could destroy our work. Professor Darwin. Satara spoke to get the bearded man's attention. Yes, Miss Khan? The recordings revealed there 3 individuals, one of which is the recently retired head captain of the Rune Knight Corp, Han. 2 unknown females are with him as well. A green-haired wind magic user and a blonde takeover mage. Our cameras were taken out on the main floor when they entered the facility after destroying our guardian prototypes. The latest recording of the cameras shows them heading towards the elevator. Charles stroked his white beard as he released a hum of thought. Are they headed this way? Satara tapped a few places on the tablet she held in her hand, and a holographic representation of the elevator pathway appeared before the 3 of them. She then pushed aside the hologram as if it were a solid object, and a small window showing a series of times, recorded to the second, along with a various series of random letters and numbers ranging from M, for main floor, and B12 were shown. Yes, sir. Level B12 was chosen on the elevator's button panel and will arrive in approximately 10 minutes. Darwin's eyes brightened at that. Interesting, Robert? Yes, Charles. Remember how we said that we would probably need the test subject to undergo a harsher combat trial? The balding anthropologist narrowed his eyes in thought. Being old had its cons with regards to memory recollection after all. The old professor's eyes widened in realization as he did manage to remember, nodding to his colleague. Of course, Charles and Robert smirked at one another before turning to the younger scientist standing before them. Miss Khan, relay this message to every single member of personnel. Satara nodded as she looked at Professor Owen. Gather every single piece of information that they can carry and evacuate the premises, mainly Projects Beasts Wars and Sentinel. Have the transports prepared by the time everyone has evacuated. We shall also be sending the test subject out for her first combat trial against the human element. He gestured to the lower floor where said test subject had just crushed the skull of her final Sentinel enemy. Understood. Satara relayed the message exactly as the elderly man had said it. With that, the entire room was quiet as the resounding sound of a notification alert echoed through the room. The room was placed into a state of silence for what seemed like an eternity, but only lasted 3 seconds. The room them seemed to immediately go into a rush. Scientists and researchers that experiments suddenly dropped most of what they were doing and began packing said things into folders and suitcases and other forms of storage devices. Flash drives, tablets and other portable electronic devices were removed from the various computers they were connected to. And then they began to flee the scene as a portion of the back wall opened up to reveal a lengthy tunnel lined with fluorescent lights. And the Magic Council thought installing these emergency escape tunnels was stupid, Darwin scoffed. Idiots. Owen snorted, shaking his head with haughty derision. It is because of people like us, people who have foresight, that the human race has survived for so long. The two heads of the Biological Advancements Department then headed for the tunnel themselves when the last of their colleagues exited the laboratory. The two elderly men then turned to their test subject. The third-generation Dragonslayer stepped towards them, her bare feet making barely any noise when she reached them. "You took her with you?" she asked. "The incentive has been accounted for, yes." Darwin replied before his dark brown eyes narrowed. "Now you will do as we say. 3 individuals are coming down here to possibly kill myself or Professor Owen, seeing as how the individuals have chosen to come straight to this floor rather than going to the others above it. The reasons for this action being unknown is irrelevant, so here are your commands. You will fight them. This is to be considered your final trial as the newest part of the evolutionary chain. You are to be the apex predator in this world of magic. A far more powerful one than those first-generation Dragonslayers and the failures that are the second generation, so we need the information that will be gleaned from this combat scenario." The young woman snarled, baring her fangs at the old men. She should kill them, but they had her life partner in their custody. As long as they had her under their control, as long as she was still sick and needed help, she would be kept on a tight leash. Her blue eyes flashed with restrained anger before nodding her head. "Fine. You have exceeded our expectations concerning your state of body and mind after this experiment. Do not disappoint us, Tara," Owen told the female Dragonslayer. With that, the two brilliant minds exited the premises and Tara was now standing alone in the empty laboratory. However, her solitude was not long-lasting. Not even a minute had passed before the doors to the elevator slid open, the resounding ding that signaled the elevator's arrival echoing through the air of the lab. "Damn it, Yugito, stop singing it," Han exclaimed as he stepped out first. "But it's stuck in my head," Yugito whined. "I can't help it, it's too catchy. Sweet dreams are made of T.S. Who am I to disagree, travel the world, and the 7 say, as everybody, s, looking for something," Fu sung to herself as she stepped out of the elevator behind her 2 companions for the mission. Han groaned as he planted his face in his hands. "Damn it, brat. Not you too." Fu smirked at her armored companion before freezing as her orange eyes caught sight of the young woman standing before her. Tara's sun-kissed hair stretched down to her mid-back and was not unlike Naruto's in terms of the intensity of the color. The same could be said concerning the blue of her eyes. If she didn't know any better, Fu would have claimed that Tara and Naruto were blood siblings. Her skin was just a shade darker than unhealthy pale, but her lithe form was paramount in showing the lines of definition for her musculature that pressed against her skin. She was dressed in a blindingly white set of scrubs with no shoes on her feet. Her nails were sharp and long, her canine teeth were pronounced and her pupils became vertical slits as she glared at the 3 intruders. Fu's own eyes turned their pupils into vertical slits as her magic energy spiked when she felt the killing intent rolling off of the unknown blonde in waves. Both females tilted their heads slightly and sniffed the air, catching their respective scents. Their eyes widened slightly before they growled at one another. "Dragonslayer," the 2 growled out simultaneously. "Who are you?" the blonde asked as she and Fu suddenly started to circle each other, sizing each other up. "Seeing as you are about to die by our hands very soon, I will offer you my name." Fu's draconian pride was paramount as she introduced herself. "Fu, Wind Dragonslayer and daughter of the Wind Dragon, Cyclonus." Tara snorted. "The Dragon of Wind has no chance against my element." "What?" Fu's eyes narrowed. No one insulted her father. "No one, take her down," she ordered. "Insert music. Fate, 0 let the stars fall down." "Ice make. Garden of Eden." Yugito called upon her most powerful form of magic, for while her takeover magic was her greatest asset, her ice make magic was her natural affinity. Her mother taught her to be a master of the art before she sacrificed herself to stop Deliora all those years ago, and she wouldn't abandon those teachings, especially now. 10 blue-purple magic seals popped up in random areas of the laboratory floor before freezing cold magic energy bled off from them as they activated. Giant roses of ice appeared, and the petals unfurled as if they were a blossoming flower. From the center of the petals, what appeared to be vines of ice, decorated with thorns that protruded from random areas along the length of the icy whip of a weapon, rose up into the air like serpents when they were charmed to rise from the baskets they were kept in. 3 vines reared back before moving towards their target, intent on slamming her into the ground. Tara leapt backwards to avoid the attack and her blue eyes narrowed as she saw the vines dig under the durable steel floor like it was made of tissue paper. The thorny stems arched through the air each time they burst out of the ground, but Tara avoided them by going into a series of backhand springs. She then pushed off with a great deal of force after performing her latest acrobatic maneuver and planted her feet against the wall that was behind her before rocketing off of it. The laboratory wall gained a slight indentation due to the force at which she kicked off. With a roar, the third-generation Dragonslayer gripped one of the thorny stems and with terrifyingly amazing strength, broke the thick ice. The female Dragonslayer swung her new weapon around and smashed it against the other two, shattering them into pieces while also breaking apart her own. As Tara landed on the ground, she immediately ducked under the swipe from one of the remaining 7 weapons only to be forced to go into a roll as a shadow encompassed her body. The sound of metal denting echoed through the lab as Han's heavy form crashed its fist down into the floor. However, just as soon as he had landed, his steam furnace rattled and he shot off after his opponent. Tara blocked the punch aimed for her face and went for a knee to the stomach, but grunted when her joint hit the armored abdomen of the former Rune Knight captain. Han smirked beneath his face mask before gripping Tara by her face and slammed her into the ground. Han then lifted her head up and repeatedly slammed her into the ground, the floor beginning to dent as the repetitions reached their 5th round. However, Tara escaped by gripping Han by the wrist with both her hands, and using surprising levels of strength, threw Han over her head. The armored man managed to flip in the air and looked back as Yugito swung one of her ice rose thorns at him. "Batter up!" the blonde exclaimed. Han planted his feet against the weapon and the force of the swing sent him flying towards his blonde adversary. He reared back as Fist and Tara growled as she did the same. Time seemed to slow as the two fists neared each other. But then the blue-eyed Dragonslayer's ears twitched as the sound of swirling wind was picked up. Immediately upon picking up on the attack from behind, Tara's fist took on the image of what some close combat fight Tiger Claw strike, and caught Han's fist. A powerful shockwave raced out from the point of impact, but Han's eyes widened when Tara's other arm made to grab his elbow. Spinning on her feet, the third-generation Dragonslayer flung Han over her shoulder and sent him crashing down on his green-haired group leader. Fu's wind blade made sparks against Han's durable armor as she instinctively raised her arm to defend herself, but grunted in pain when the heavier man bore down on her. The metallic floor released a resounding clang from the impact of Fu's and Han's bodies against it. Tara kept her grip on Han's arm and she swung the man around in circle before throwing him through 2 of Yugito's rose thorns of ice, sending them toppling, before ducking behind a nearby table to avoid a swing from one of the 5 remaining ice whips. Yugito snarled as she was annoyed by her target's constant moving. She manipulated one of her thorns and slapped away the desk and shattered it, and everything on it, into splinters. A second ice thorn then came down, a spike of ice erupting forth as Tara dodged the strike only to be sent careening sideways when the third one dug its icy spikes into her side. Ice spread across Tara's side as she was then caught in the air as the 2 remaining rose thorns spiraled around her in a double helix formation and then gripped her by the wrists and abdomen. As if they were demons of the underworld, the icy thorns dragged her down and Tara met the hard ground with a resounding crash. Ice and frost formed a small cloud from the force of the impact, and when it cleared, it revealed Tara trapped in a block of ice. Yugito scowled when she felt pulsations of magic racing out from the ice block, cracks already beginning to spread across it as the blonde Dragonslayer was about to break free. Han, Fu. Do it now, Han and Fu nodded before racing off towards their trapped adversary. Steam and Wind trailed behind their respective forms. Steam Dragon Driver. Fur Yu no Kase Kiwa. Steam that took the form of a dragon head, and a powerful punch aided with the force of a cyclone, raged towards the ice block that was Tara. Tara's magic then burst forth and shattered the ice prison and she dropped down on all fours to avoid the incoming blows. The blue-eyed test subject roared as she lashed out with a devastating uppercut that had Han tumbling through the air and then crashing down on the ground as he ricocheted off of the ceiling. Fu lashed out with a hook shot to the side of the face that had Tara spitting out blood as she spun with the blow. Using the momentum of the spin, she countered with a strong roundhouse kick which Fu was able to grab. She forcibly straightened out the limb and pulled on Tara's leg to bring her closer before raising her elbow. With a battle cry, Fu brought the elbow down with the intent of breaking Tara's leg at the knee, but her orange eyes widened when Tara hopped into the air with her free leg and kicked her in the face. The blonde female Dragonslayer, free from her limb lock, landed on the ground and performed a cat spring to quickly climb back to her feet, nailing Fu in the stomach in the process. Fu skidded backwards and snarled at her fellow Dragonslayer before holding out her hands. The winds bent to her command as her magic flowed into the surrounding air. The wind then spiraled around Tara and her blue eyes widened when she began to feel the sudden lack of air. She gripped her throat, trying to suck in oxygen as the vacuum was created. "You haven't revealed any of your Dragonslayer magic abilities," Fu stated as she watched Tara gasp for air she no longer had. "'Tis a shame I will never have the chance to see them, but then again, maybe it is a blessing seeing as how you decided to mutate yourself with that dragon lacrima of yours. Did you have no pride in the power you were given, the power your dragon parent gave to you, that you had to sully yourself?" Tara's fangs bared and her blue eyes were suddenly lost in a golden light. The roar she released was silenced due to the howling winds of the vacuum, but the pulse of pure magic energy she released tore across the laboratory turned battlefield. The winds were stopped as Fu was sent skidding backwards, her concentration ruined. "I didn't ask for this," Tara roared as she suddenly appeared in Fu's face. Her fist was reared back and it slammed into Fu's chest. She then followed up with a powerful right hook to the ribs before grabbing Fu by the back of her head and brought it downwards while raising up her knee. The knee strike disoriented Fu as she stumbled backwards with a bloody lip. "I did what I had to do to protect the person I love." Her sternum creaked from the force of the straight kick and Fu felt as if she couldn't breathe for a moment before she was sent rocketing backwards. A series of desks, obviously expensive technological equipment, and a few test tubes were all broken apart as Fu tore through them all before coming to a stop as she slammed into the chemical cabinets. The storage vessels tipped backwards and came crashing down, a variety of chemicals mixing, some with explosive reactions as Fu was forced to duck and cover when some distilled water mixed with compounds of potassium and sodium. Lilac and white flames flowed across the laboratory and a chain reaction was set off as pieces of equipment were set ablaze, the machine-based ones exploding and literally feeding the growing firestorm. Tara snarled as the glow of fires gave her a terrifying image. "Becoming this," she gestured to herself in mild disgust. "You think I didn't take pride in my abilities? I am the Dragonslayer of the Earth, daughter of the Earth Dragon. Well Gaia, I would have never betrayed my mother, but I had to take that lacrima, become their guinea pig. I had to save her, and they said they were able to help her and they did. Tara's speech was interrupted as she flew through the air, crashing through a series of desks and machinery before slamming into the doors of the elevator, forcing them to cave inwards. She groaned in pain as she shakily rose to her feet, her blue eyes lost to the golden glow once more as her rage spiked. Her eyes traced her path of destruction before focusing on the partner of Kakuo and the blonde Milkovich twin. Han's arm was outstretched and Yugito was standing beside him with her three giant, spiky rose thorn whips, marking them as the culprits. "I loathe sob stories," Han said. "Han Nya, why must you be so cold?" Says the ice make user. "Touché." Tara growled before looking upwards. Her angry expression became an amused smirk before she stamped her feet on the ground and jumped. Han, Yugito, and a recovering Fu quickly followed into the elevator and looked up at the gaping hole in its top. Suddenly, the whole complex began to shudder and shake as if an earthquake were going off. "She's going to bring the whole place down on us," Fu exclaimed. "How do you know that?" Yugito asked. "She just said she was the Earth Dragonslayer." Han and Yugito's eyes widened in realization. There was nothing but earth at the surface and in between the various levels of the Biological Advancements Department building. "Let's go." Fu quickly grabbed Yugito and flew skyward while Han leapt out of the elevator top and dug his gauntlets into the metal tubing that the now broken elevator had once traversed, pushing off at elevated angles to allow for him to climb after the Wind Dragonslayer and Elder Milkovich twin. The elevator tubing began to quake. Han quickly pushed off and generated a burst of stem to shoot himself high into the air. His dark eyes widened when he saw a massive spike of earth spearing through the area where he had once been gripping. Han was forced into moving as quickly as he could as earth spikes protruded from almost every area he touched. "How is she doing this?" Han exclaimed. "It's like she can feel where I land as soon as I touch it." Fu glanced down at the former head captain and gritted her teeth. She slowed her speed of ascent so that Han was now K. "Han, have you ever tried using your steam as a propulsion method?" "I do that all the time." She shook her head as Han misunderstood her question. "Not like the way you use it, I mean, do you use it to launch yourself upwards?" "Up," Han exclaimed. "Well, my armor's hydraulics only follow the pathways that were made for them. I've always been up close and personal when I fight, and Kakuo was always there to help me fly so I've never thought about it to be honest." "Well now's the time to do it because those earth spikes are going to catch up to you." Fu turned to Yugito. "Yugito, I'm going to pass you to Han as soon as he unleashes his steam. When he does, I'll provide him with some wind for a boost, and also try to push him when I fly behind him. Got it?" "Got it, Fu Nya." Yugito quickly transformed into the form of an orange and white furred housecat. The Wind Dragonslayer carried her now feline companion in her arms as she kept track of Han. The armored man used as much of his naturally superhuman strength as he could, quickly pushing off from one side of the elevator shaft to the other and avoiding the earth spikes that followed after him. The areas above them then began to rumble and earth spikes jutted out of the elevator shaft from the areas above them. "She's trying to pin us down," Fu exclaimed. "Han. Now or never, grab on." Han quickly jumped into the air and wrapped Fu and the tiny orange cat that was Yugito in his arms tightly. His steam furnace rattled loudly as the hydraulics of the armor funneled the gaseous form of water through them. Pressure built up in copious amounts in as little time as Han could manage and then he released it all in one powerful burst. Fur Yu no Hai Subasa. The gray-green magic seal that signified the usage of Fu's Wind Dragonslayer magic appeared on Fu's back, and two pairs of wings made entirely out of wind sprung to life. The wings then unleashed powerful bursts of wind as they flapped by Fu's commands, giving a greater amount of speed to Han as he held his two female companions in his arms. The former Rune Knight then pulled them a bit closer and ducked his head slightly so that his armored hat would take the force of the impact. Earth shattered and crumbled as the three members of the Ogono Fujin spy network ripped through each and every spike of earth that had barred their path and tried to impale them. Sparks flew off as Han was knocked left and right by the spikes that managed to hit him, but his armor wasn't one of the greatest defensive armors for nothing. His natural durability acting in tandem with the armor allowed him to power through each and every hit he was dealt, and soon the trio cleared the elevator shaft. The speed at which they were moving it was enough to make Han's eyes water, and their upward journey came to an end as they tore through the ceiling of the Biological Advancements Department building and arced through the air. Han crashed down on the ground, rolling with the fall to prevent himself and his compatriots from being damaged much. The force of their impact was overwhelmed by the force of the seismic event that was currently occurring beneath them, and Han, Fu and Yugito sat up just in time to see the entire facility come crashing down. The moonlight was given a new friend in the form of the newly formed blaze as the technology and chemical materials within the building underwent explosive reactions with each other. A shockwave echoed across the landscape and a massive mushroom cloud stretched towards the heavens, obscuring the full moon from view. Yugito quickly reverted back to her original form and helped Fu to her feet, Han doing the deed by himself. "She's dead, right?" Yugito asked. "Given these types of situations, I'm almost 100% sure that she's not," Han stated. "Han Nya. Why must you be so negative?" The feline enthusiast poked the taller man's face gently, causing the older man's eye to twitch in annoyance. "Han's right," Fu said, bringing an end to all activity. The mint-haired Dragonslayer sniffed the air before baring her fangs and flexing her fingers. Fu slashed the air and generated a powerful gust of wind that tore the earth between her and the mushroom cloud asunder, and blew away a vast majority of the smoke and dust that was once one of the Illuminati Division's buildings. Her eyes shrouded in a golden glow and her hair billowing roughly from Fu's winds, Terra stalked towards her three opponents. You're still alive. Insert music. Puella Magi Madoka Magica Numquam Vinchar. We were just thinking the same thing. Fu shot back. The two female Dragonslayers glared at one another before Fu narrowed her orange eyes at her. "But you will surely die this time, you abomination. Furyu no Shinku Fosu, Wind Dragon's Vacuum Force." The winds raged as they swirled around Terra once more, enveloping her in a vacuum once more, but the blue-eyed daughter of Welgaia would have none of it. With a vacuum-silenced roar, she raised her arms high into the air and smashed them down on the ground. The earth rumbled and shook as her personal earthquake replicated the natural forces generated by the shifting of the tectonic plates. The winds were scattered and Fu was sent stumbling back into Han as she was thrown off balance. Manipulating the earth beneath her feet, she pushed herself forward with pillars of earth ejecting out of the ground. As she raced towards her foes, Terra's arms suddenly grew in size and became coated in what looked like a multitude of stones that took on the image of a dragon head with its fangs bared. Terra leapt into the air and performed a series of front flips to build up momentum before swinging the arm down. Han quickly pushed Fu and Yugito out of the way before lashing out with a strong upward kick to meet the strike. Doryu no Daiyakiba, Earth Dragon's Diamond Fang. Steam Hammer Strike. The two attacks collided with one another with a deafening boom and a shockwave raced outwards from the point of contact. The two combatants gritted their teeth as they tried to overpower the other. Han's eyes widened when he suddenly found the ground beneath him crack and his feet began to dig into the earth. Han quickly generated more steam and pushed the Earth Dragonslayer back, but the blonde went into a series of backflips to recover her bearings before she landed on the ground. As she did, she quickly began to roll to the left as spikes of ice followed after her. Ice Make. Dragon. The earth rumbled as an ice-blue magic seal appeared. An ice dragon roared to life as it burst forth from its earthen confines before rushing towards Terra, its jaws opened wide with the intent to swallow her. Terra quickly raised her hands and gripped the upper jaw with one hand, and the lower jaw with the other. Being the Earth Dragonslayer, her skin was tempered to be as hard as the earth itself, and so it increased her durability and levels of natural defense, hence it prevented her skin from being broken through by the ice dragon's fangs. The ice dragon sent her skidding backwards as it tried to overpower her. However, the daughter of Welgaia regained her footing and stamped her feet down on the ground and anchored herself to the earth. She then twisted her body from side to side to build up the necessary momentum and, with a roar of effort, she swung the ice dragon overhead, smashing it into pieces with enough force to crack the ground. In her hand, she gripped one of the fangs of the ice dragon before flinging through the air towards Yugito only for the blonde takeover mage to spin, snatching the weapon out of the air and throw it right back. Terra tilted her head to the side and watched as a strand of her lengthy sun-kissed locks drifted lazily to the ground. Her ears twitched as she picked up on the sound of swirling wind. She turned around in time to see the spiraling air bullet that Fu had launched and was sent skidding backwards as a result. She quickly twisted her body as Han appeared behind her in a flicker of movement and a wisp of steam. Helm splitter. Han clasped his before bringing them down, but due to Terra's earlier movement, she avoided the attack and the ground cratered slightly from the impact. Terra then spun on her heels and lashed out with a strong kick, sending Han stumbling forwards before dealing a strong punch right after. Han stumbled forward once more only to be forcibly turned around and dealt a ferocious left hook and then an uppercut followed right after, sending him skyward before she leapt after him and clasped her hands high above her head. With a roar, she slammed the hammer strike down upon his hat and sent him rocketing back to the ground zero with a devastating crash. His momentum allowed him to tear a trench in the ground as he skidded along it before he came to a stop. Terra then fell down and dug her claws into the area of her element. Her magic pulsed from her body into the ground before a series of earth spikes made their way towards Han. Doryu no Seibone Senshi, Earth Dragon Spine Impalement. The spines of earth made Han climb to his feet quickly so that he would be impaled by said spell. However, once he leapt far away enough from one of the latest earthen weapons, he activated his hydraulics and steam burst forth from his elbows and heels. Steam rush, he roared as he shot off across the rocky landscape. He broke apart every single earth spine that was in his path before finally making it to Terra. However, the blonde suddenly bent her knees so she was now within Han's guard. She gripped him by the crotch and chest areas of his armor before flipping him over her head. Earth met sky as Han was slammed into the ground with terrific force only to be sent rocketing through the air when the former Rune Knight shot a strong counter-punch to her stomach. She rolled on the ground upon landing, and continued to do so as a storm of icicles rained down from above. As Terra rolled, she quickly managed to stab her claws into the ground and pulled as she performed her latest body rotating. The earth rose, bending to her will, and soon an arch of hard stone formed over her body and blocked the icicle storm. Seeing her aerial attack was now rendered useless, Yugito then switched to another spell and a massive ice blue magic seal appeared in front of her. Ice make. Freeze. A burst of ice flowed like a tidal wave, freezing the land it touched in an instant. The rush of ice then began to rise, increasing in height and length until it looked like a tidal wave of ice was about to crash down on Terra. However, the blonde Dragonslayer pushed her arch-shaped defensive into the air before kicking it at the ice wave. The magic energy that flowed through the earthen object forced it to take on a spherical appearance before it began to bubble and hiss as heat from the magic energy turned the rock into a ball of a molten magma. Doryu no Magumatama, Earth Dragon's Magma Bullet. The bullet of magma crashed against the wave of ice and the wave of magma that exploded out of the projectile immediately melted the ice that Yugito had formed. A massive cloud of steam formed between Terra and her fellow combatants, but Terra quick to act as her opponents came at her from all sides. Steam Dragon Driver. Han sent a punch rocketing towards her, but she shifted to the side and jammed her elbow against his chest to send him skidding backwards before changing her arms into the limbs of her draconian parent, scales of hardened earth and all. Ice Make. Wolfpack. Doryu no Sume. Slashing with her earth claws, Terra began to shatter the wolves of ice Yugito sent her way. As she turned and crushed the head of the final ice wolf, she went into a series of backhand springs when column of steam erupted from the ground wherever she stepped. Volcanic ventilation. Han's attack kept following after her, but Terra was able to outpace the explosions of steam from the ground, and as she came to a stop, she stamped her feet on the ground and a series of rocks hovered in front of her before she kicked them through the air, turning them to magma when she pushed her magic energy into them. Doryu no Magumatama. Ice Make. Wall. Yugito slammed her hands down on the ground and a wall of blue-violet ice erupted forth from the magic seal that appeared. The earth was torn asunder as fiery explosions occurred with each impact from the magma bullets and the steam cloud was dispersed. The wall of flame and burning earth that formed from the explosions was then parted as Fu rushed through the flames with her arms coated in swirling winds. Furyu no Yokuken. Fu went for a slash to body, but Terra quickly sidestepped the attack and went for a claw swipe to the head. Fu ducked under the attack and went into a roundhouse kick which Terra blocked by raising her arms. The blonde Dragonslayer was sent skidding to the side from her fellow female before spinning on her heels to avoid the stab to her chest before stamping her foot on the ground. A spike of earth shot forth to impale Fu through the stomach, but the green-haired Dragonslayer vanished into the wind before reappearing above her opponent. With a roar, the orange-eyed daughter of Cyclonus performed a series of front flips as her leg became coated with wind. Furyu no Rankyaku. In the form of a dreaded axe kick, the powerful blade of wind erupted from the swinging limb and crashed down on her skull. Terra's body seemed to shudder from the force before she was brought down to the ground and the ground cratered from the force. Fu lifted her leg up to look at her opponent, but her eyes widened when she saw the daughter of Welgaia was not only alive, but her body was not bifurcated by the wind blade from her storm leg spell. What the? Terra took advantage of Fu's surprise and she pushed off against Fu's foot before grabbing her by the ankle and lifted her high into the air before slamming her down with terrific force, forming an imprint of the wind Dragonslayer. She then tossed Fu slightly into the air before performing a spin kick as her outstretched leg became an earth and talon-equipped limb. Doryu no Jinchuriki, Earth Dragon's tectonic talon. Fu gasped as she felt her ribs crack from the powerful kick. Time seemed to slow as the blow registered with her body, and then she rocketed through the air. Fu slammed down on the ground and rolled along it, using her momentum to climb back to her feet. She then levitated in the air as Terra stamped across the battlefield, cratering the ground beneath her feet with each forceful step she gained speed. Fu took off towards her fellow Dragonslayer. Time seemed to slow down as they neared each other. The two daughters of dragons collided with terrific force, a massive shockwave racing out from the point of impact and a crater forming beneath their forms. However, due to aerial superiority, Fu was able to put more force behind her full body tackle and grab onto Terra. She used the blonde as a human meat shield, making Terra take the majority of the impact when they tore through boulders, earth spires, and finally an arch of rock that led into the mountain ranges where Kumo had once made its stronghold. Yugito and Han watched as the jet stream Fu left behind her led towards the mountains and they sighed. "Guess we'll have to go after them," Han said. "Yeah, it'll be a long run to catch up to Fu Nya. Will you carry me?" Yugito asked with a hopeful expression in her dark-colored eyes. The former Rune Knight glared at the blonde daughter of "Fuck you. You'll never get that lucky, Han Nya." Han's eye twitched before he took off in a burst of steam, an act which made Yugito laugh as she ran after him as a cheetah. "Wait, Han Nya, I was only kidding. We are not having this conversation, come on, can't you take a joke?" "Nope, have a sense of humor, Han Nya. Do not aggravate me, you bitch. Bitches are female dogs, I'm a cat, then you're a pussy." "See, I knew you had a sense of humor in there," Yugito grinned toothily. Han narrowed his eyes at the cheetah that ran beside him before tightening his hands into fists. "I hate you. So very much. Love you." Tien widened when the armored man flipped her the middle finger. Insert music. 2 steps from Hell Skyworld. Heaven's Peaks, Kumo Wasteland, Fury. The famous mountain range of the once proud mage village of Kumogakure no Sato was known as the Heaven's Peaks. Named for the many towering rocky mountains that stretched beyond the clouds, as if reaching into the realm of the dragons themselves. These mountains were quite the deterrent for many an army that wished to attack Kumo by land, and those that tried by the air were shot down by the masterful use of lightning magic by the mages that were present to guard the village. However, these mountains served no purpose when the Magic Council and the King of Fury agreed to strike them down with the satellite square. Etherion. The village along with half of the lengthy mountain range that served to protect them, were reduced to nothing but rubble and dust in a matter of seconds, and with the massive crashes and sounds of explosive force that echoed across the mountain's range, it would seem as if the remaining half wouldn't be standing for much longer either. Fu flew low to the ground and pushed the blonde woman's head down against it, tearing a trench in it as she continued her flight path. Her orange eyes then gained a glint of malicious intent as she noted the rougher-looking surface of the mountainside. She shifted her body and Terra's at an angle and soon Terra was being dragged along the sides of the mountains. However, Terra managed to ingest some earth because of this, managing to energize herself as a result. She pushed back against the hand that held her down, but was met with resistance in the form of her wind using counterpart shifting her grip from her hair to around her neck, and then dealing a series of punches to her face. "You think a little earth can save you?" Fu roared. Terra's eyes were lost in a sea of golden light as she drew upon her magic once more. "I don't need saving." She gripped Fu by the shoulders and spun Fu around before throwing her against the side of the opposite mountain. The mountainside cracked from the impact, but Fu quickly dug her claws into the ground and went into a backward roll, upwards depending on the perspective, and avoided the punch that Terra delivered as the blonde had leapt after her. The mountainside shook as it quaked from the crater creating punch. Fu then pushed off and slammed down on Terra, pushing her into the ground. The blue-eyed Dragonslayer growled and tucked her legs against her chest before kicking Fu in the chest, sending the green-haired Dragonslayer tumbling through the air. Terra went into a backwards roll to put herself back on her feet before she dug her claws into the ground. Her muscles tensed and with a roar of effort, she wrenched a massive piece of rock free. The rock was at least 3 times the size of a magic four-wheeler, and Terra hurled her new projectile like it was an everyday activity. The massive rock flew towards Fu, but the daughter of Cyclonus easily flew around it, only for her orange eyes to widen when the boulder smashed against the mountain behind her and resulted in a rock slide. Boulders, small and large, tumbled down the slanted surface, and the wind Dragonslayer acted quickly by lashed out with her wind-coated leg. Furyu no Rankyaku. Sharp blades of wind shot forth and sliced through the stones with each kick Fu made only for her to release a cry of pain when Terra shot herself into the air with a pillar of earth before delivering a crushing kick to the spine. Doryu no Jinchuriki. The rock-encased limb forced Fu's body to bend from the force, almost bending in half, before she was sent tumbling through the air. Terra then stretched out her arms and swung them towards her body. The earth responded to her actions and two pillars of rock shot forth towards Fu with the intent of sandwiching her between them. The orange-eyed woman snarled before she vanished from view. The rock pillars crashed against one another before the sound of stone being sliced met the Earth Dragonslayer's ears. The rock pillars were cut at the ends before being kicked towards her, courtesy of her favorite Wind Dragonslayer. Terra's eyes glowed with golden light and she held out her arms, the rocks hovering in the air as she used her geokinetic abilities. "The earth is my element," she declared. "You cannot harm me with the element of my domain. You may control the earth." Her golden eyes then widened as Fu flickered into view in front of her, a burst of wind raging wildly behind her as she drew back her arm, the wind swirling wildly around it. "But you can't control my fists, Fu you no daitoppa. Terra's eyes widened as the air was driven from her lungs from the wind-enhanced fist, and the powerful shot of pressurized air blasted against the blonde's body, sending her spiraling through the air. She smashed through several pillars of rock before smashing into the ground, tearing a trench in it as a result. She came to a stop as she dug her claws into the ground and climbed back to her feet just as Fu was speeding towards her, the breaking of the sound barrier still echoing through the mountain range. Terra raised her arm up stiffly and a sharp spike of earth rose up to impale Fu, but though the Wind Dragonslayer managed to perform a barrel roll, the rocky weapon still managed to slice through a part of her right side. Blood splattered the ground and some of the spray stained Fu's white clothes. That was gonna be a bitch to clean out. Fu's orange eyes shone with fury as she powered through the pain and lashed out with a kick to the head. Terra's body twisted with the force of the kick so that her neck wouldn't snap and quickly struck forth with a punch of her own. Fu's nose cracked and blood spurted out of her nostrils before she was dealt a pair of hook strikes to either side of her face. She was then grabbed by the back of her head and Terra brought her knee upwards while pulling Fu's head down and the Wind Dragonslayer cried out in pain as joints slammed against her forehead, bruising it. Fu stumbled backwards with a groan of pain, gripping her now bleeding forehead. She quickly ducked under the swipe from her follow-up, the earth claws slicing off a few strands of hair. Fu then inhaled deeply, feasting on the winds from the air resistance Terra generated and then lashed out with a cyclone-encased uppercut that had Terra spiraling as she was sent skyward. But Terra's eyes shone brightly as she recovered and crossed her arms over her chest as Fu followed up with a wind-encased leg. The blade of wind that erupted out of the strike blew Terra back, but the blonde kept a firm grip on her wind-using counterpart, so the daughter of Welgaia crashed a devastating headbutt against Fu. The Wind Dragonslayer was then hit with a ferocious hammer blow that sent her rocketing back to ground zero. Fu bounced back up from the recoil, Terra crashing down right in front of her. Terra went for a strong uppercut to the spine, but Fu rotated her body in midair to avoid the attack and strike back with a wind-infused kick. However, her eyes widened when Terra took the strike without even flinching and she was grabbed by the limb and swung harshly into the ground. The daughter of Welgaia locked the limb and prepared to break it only for a burst of wind to hit her square in the face. With her limb free, Fu performed a cat spring, nailing Terra in the chest to send her skidding backwards only for Terra to bounce back just as quickly as she had done before and deliver a ferocious series of blows. A punch to the face nearly had her jaw dislocated, but she spun with the strike to send out a crescent of wind. But Terra ripped through the wind blade like it wasn't even there before a powerful elbow found its way to her stomach. How is she doing this? Fu thought. Blood and spittle flew from the daughter of Cyclonus's mouth before another elbow found its way to her sternum. Two hook punches made her ribs creak and Fu, in a great show of irony, lost her wind when Terra planted a straight kick to THGIC energy keep spiking. She glanced up at Terra, seeing the bright glow of gold in her opponent's eyes. It's like she's getting stronger as the battle progresses. The string of thoughts was put to an end as Terra rotated to build up momentum before lashing out with a strong spin kick that had the mint-haired Dragonslayer crashing against a pillar of rock. Blood flowed from her lips from the internal damage she received from the impact, and a stream of the life liquid came from the wound that formed on the back of her head. Doryu no Ganban Q, Earth Dragon's bedrock coffin. Multiple pieces of rock erupted out of the ground, some hitting the naturally created pillars of rock, including the one Fu had recently collided with. The pillars shook from the impact, causing them to topple over and smash into pieces when they all fell. Wrapped in a coffin of stone, Fu was trapped within as the rocks fell atop her prison and soon, she was buried beneath it all. Terra then shifted into a horse stance and reared her head back, inhaling deeply. Magic energy flared around her body and the earth rumbled as stone, dust and other forms of earthen material gathered in her jaws. Her body swelled before she unleashed her attack in one mighty burst. Doryu no Hoko, Earth Dragon's roar. The swirling maelstrom of earth and magic tore the battlefield asunder as it raced towards the pile of rock. A powerful mushroom cloud formed as the shockwave shook the ground beneath the blonde Dragonslayer's feet. The cloud of dust competed in height with the mountains and winds from the blast wave expanded outwards, riding the length of the mountains that surrounded them. However, the feeling of victory was only temporary as the Earth Dragonslayer's panting, yet satisfied visage, now bore a mixture of anger, annoyance and complete and utter shock. The winds from the blast waves seemed to stop before they were drawn back inwards, funneling down the mountains. The mushroom cloud swirled into a funnel cloud of dust and debris from the rotating winds until a powerful shockwave of wind exploded outwards and slammed into Terra with enough force to send her flying through the air at a rapid pace. She didn't even see what had hit her, but the force of the impact continued to send her through the air. Invisible strikes from all sides battered her, and with each strike, she had finally managed to shed blood. Her teeth were stained crimson and the color now stained her sun-kissed locks as she was slammed into the side of the mountain. Terra groaned in pain, dizzy from the concussion she was currently suffering from. She fell to her knees and vomited what blood was in her mouth and whatever it was she had eaten for dinner, but despite the pitiful scene, she was given no mercy from her opponent. Fu materialized out of the wind, hovering in the air with blood and dirt covering her body, but in addition to that, she now bore an aura of gray-green magic energy. The wind swirled around her body like a raging hurricane. Everything that the winds touched were cut to shreds, and when Fu took her first steps on the ground, the earth caved inwards from the amounts of pure pressure the winds exerted. Uindo Doraibu, wind drive. Fu snarled before she pushed off at high speeds. The earth exploded beneath her feet as she took off and slammed into Terra's form, the side of the mountain cratering as she delivered a powerful shoulder tackle. Terra sunk into the mountainside, but it wasn't over there as Fu followed up by shooting forth a miniature cyclone from her hands, smashing it against Terra's chest. Terra was literally sent inside the mountain as the cyclone drilled into the rock, taking the Earth Dragonslayer with it. The sounds of rocks being broken apart echoed through the mountain range until finally, Fu inhaled deeply and unleashed a powerful vortex of swirling winds and magic energy. Fur Yu no Hoko. Her roar slammed against Terra and shredded apart the surrounding rocks within the mountain before she exploded out through the other side. Fu, daughter of Cyclonus and Wind Dragonslayer, had literally beat her opponent through a mountain. Terra had continued on her flight path as the Furyu no Hoko tore the earth asunder while carrying her. She came to a stop as she slammed into the side of another mountain before the wind swirled around her head and the blonde was trapped in a vacuum. Terra growled within the oxygen-less space before her eyes shone even brighter than before and, just as Fu would vanish into the wind, Terra then seemed to vanish into the earth, seeming to melt into it. Though, her moment of invisibility was brought to a quick end as her arms sprung out of the ground and latched onto Fu's ankles. Her orange eyes widened and Fu felt herself being dragged down into the depths of the earth. However, she unleashed a powerful burst of wind, freeing her from the Earth Dragonslayer's grip before she unleashed a pressurized bullet of air from her jaws. Furyu no Shinkudama, Wind Dragon's Vacuum Bullet. The earth burst apart, forming a sizable crater, only for it to open up and spit Terra out like a bullet from the barrel of a gun. Terra crashed against Fu before she performed a front flip in midair and flung Fu down towards the ground. The ground cracked apart as an imprint of the Wind Dragonslayer was formed and Terra moved to slam down on her foe. However, Fu quickly went into a backwards roll before pushing herself forwards with a burst of speed and wind, slamming her body against Terra's before she could hit the ground. The shoulder drove itself against Terra's side, but her durable body held strong and so the blonde merely skidded along the ground, her path marked by a pair of small trenches left by her feet. Terra's blue eyes glowed with golden light before she roared, slamming her hands into the ground. The earth rumbled as dragon-like jaws of stone popped out of the ground and aimed to crush the daughter of Cyclonus like a bear trap would a wild animal. Doryu no Kujikuago, Earth Dragon's Crushing Jaws. Fu's eyes narrowed before she leapt into the air and performed a rapid rotation that resulted in the formation of sharp circle of wind that encircled her and sliced through the fangs of earth. Furyu no Hajihisaki, Wind Dragon's Elbow Blade Edge. The slicing winds had the fangs of earth perfectly sliced in half horizontally before she leapt into the air and performed a split kick to send the opposite halves flying through the air in separate direction. She then generated her wings of wind as she used Furyu no Hai Subasa, and took off into the air as the ground beneath her had exploded into a pillar of magma. Doryu no Majimaden, Earth Dragon's Magma Explosion. Terra traveled along the length of her magma pillar before bursting out of the top. The column of molten earth fell like rain upon the ground, and Fu hissed as globs of the boiling hot substance dotted her skin and parts of her clothes. As she painfully removed the dots of lava from her skin, the areas becoming a darker brown, she was forced to shed her white tunic, leaving her in her fishnet shirt, and she frowned as she watched her clothing literally go up in flames. Luckily her skirt and sandals were unharmed by the spray of lava. She then formed a dome of spiraling wind around herself as Terra directed the magma tower towards her, the magma flying every which way upon making contact with the defensive structure. Fu then curled her body into a ball before forcefully uncurling herself. Fur Yu no Yokuken. A massive pair of wings made entirely of wind slashed through the magma flow and slammed against Terra's body, making the daughter of Welgaia release a cry of pain. Being airborne, she was away from her element and Fu flew around and kicked her in the stomach, sending her flying through the air before suddenly reappearing beneath her and dealing a ferocious uppercut to the chin that had her lower jaw meeting her upper one with a resounding clack. Flipping as she was sent further skyward, Tara was stopped as Fu's wind-cloaked arm delivered a strong right hook to her jade-dense body structure, feel as if the jaw would have dislocated. Tara was batted around through the air like a rag doll, and booms began to echo across the atmosphere as Fu moved and faster, breaking the sound barrier as she exceeded the speed of sound, before finally appearing above her blonde foe and reared back her head as wind and magic energy collected with her open jaws. Fur Yu no Hoko. The raging tornado of a spell sent Tara rocketing to ground zero. Ice make. Gauntlets, Yugido roared before smashing her gauntlets against Tara's chest just before she hit the ground. Tara's body seemed to fold in half as she was sent rocketing across the rocky wasteland, smashing through several boulders in the process. She rolled with the momentum and climbed back to her feet and quickly shifted to the left as she felt the vibrations in the earth from Yugido running towards her as a cheetah. The rapidly moving land mammal skidded past her as it dug its claws into the ground as it managed to spin around and redirect itself back towards the Earth Dragonslayer. Her legs tensed before she leapt towards Tara. Without missing a beat, Yugido had turned back into a human and created a new set of ice gauntlets. She aimed for a right hook to the chest which her fellow blonde had avoided before following up with a left hook. Tara ducked under the punch and delivered an uppercut that drove the wind from Yugido's lungs. She clutched her stomach as she tried to gulp back in the much-needed air, but was interrupted when Tara's knee met her lower jaw, making it meet her upper one with a resounding clack. Yugido's body arched in the air as she was sent airborne from the blow, but with her feline-like flexibility and reaction time, she managed to go into a backhand spring and put herself back on her feet while punching the ground with her ice gauntlet. A massive ice spike rose out of the ground, but Tara's arms quickly became earthen claws. Doryu no Jishintsume. The tectonic talons shattered the ice spike, but she saw through the distraction attempt before ducking underneath Yugido's gauntlet before going into a backhand spring when Yugido turned one of her gauntlets into a sword and went for an upward slice. Yugido threw the blade after her opponent only for Tara to grab the sword out of the air. She spun with the momentum of the thrown weapon and brought the blade down just as Yugido went for an attack with her remaining gauntlet. The gauntlet and ice sword clashed with a resounding clang, and both ice weapons shattered into pieces. Tara then went to slash at Yugido with talons of earth, but the blonde takeover mage allowed gravity to take her to the ground. Takeover. Sekhmet, a golden magic seal burst forth from Yugido's body and in a flash of light, she had turned into the bipedal lioness creature. Her clawed fists then burst into flame and she delivered a series of strong punches to the chest. Tara gasped and panted as the glow in her eyes became a literal shine, and with each blow Yugido landed on her, the shine grew brighter and streaks of golden light branched out from her eyes, spreading across her body like a spiderweb of cracks. Yugido then delivered a strong fiery punch to the face that sent Tara rocketing through the air. Bump! Bump! Furyu no Hai Tsubasa. As Tara flew through the air from Yugido's attacks, she was battered around by Fu in her Uindo Doraibu form delivered a merciless string of attacks. The sound barrier shattered numerous times as she was never allowed to touch the ground for even a second. Furyu no Kase Kiwa. The wind edge spell drilled against Tara's body and she spiraled through the air towards ground zero, only to be struck down by a lariat from Han. However, the armored rune knight caught the Earth Dragonslayer by the ankle before she could even touch the ground. Bump! Bump! Stream Dragon Driver. He slammed a strong punch to the stomach before racing after her. Bump! 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 Steam Rush. A powerful shoulder tackle drove the wind out of her lungs, as well as a bit of blood from the internal damage. Helm Splitter. Han clasped his hands high above his head and slammed it down on his own adversary's skull before he followed up delivering a ferocious uppercut that sent her zooming into the mountainside. Han then sped after her with a burst of steam and delivered a string of punches and kicks that were augmented by his armor's hydraulics. Hydraulic Storm Frenzy. The steam-powered blows rained down upon Tara and the side of the mountain began to crack more and more with each strike. Bump! 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 Tara's heart beat faster and faster, and Han's attacks grew faster and faster. With a roar, the former head captain of the Rune Knights went to deliver his final strike, but by then, the shine of gold that stretched across the daughter of Welgaea's body finally spread across it in its entirety. Tara's cry echoed across the battlefield and Han was sent flying through the air, with Fu and Yugido merely skidding backwards since they weren't in such close proximity to the Earth Dragonslayer. A dome of golden energy expanded outwards at a rapid rate, tearing the earth asunder and also brought the entirety of the mountain crumbling. A powerful shockwave echoed across the landscape, accompanied with the sound of the explosion that came with the fall of the mountain. Yugido, still in her Sekhmet form, coughed alongside Fu as they got rid of the dust in their bodies. Han's armor protected him from the energy burst, but he was still a bit shaky when he rose to his feet. He shook his head from side to side to rid himself of the cobwebs that formed within his head. What the hell was that?" he asked. "I have no idea." Fu and Yugito both replied. "But her magic energy spiked to an incredible size just before I was about to hit her. I may be a regular human, but even I can sense when a magic energy signature is way above supernatural." Han was then interrupted by Yugito as her ears twitched. "Fu Nya? Han Nya?" The takeover magic user gulped. "Do you hear, growling?" Fu's ears twitched and Han and Yugito followed her gaze when she bared her fangs at the massive smoke cloud where Terra had once been standing. A period of silence passed until it was broken by the sound of a bestial roar. A shockwave raced across the heavens' peaks and the earth itself shook, even going so far as to crack and break apart from the force of the sound waves that the roar generated. The shockwave had also served to disperse the massive cloud of dust, dirt and debris, and Fu, Yugito and Han stared in shock at Terra as she stood before them, the light of the moon shining down on her like a spotlight. Insert music. Naruto Shippuden, savior of this world. Her clothes were completely gone, leaving her as naked as the day she was born, but not one of them could tell since her body looked like a scaly statue of some sort. Her skin was covered in scales that looked to be made entirely of rock, so even if she was naked, it was impossible to tell that she was. Her fingers and toes had literally become claws and talons. All of her teeth had become pointed, sharpened into fangs. Small spines of stone lined her back, and lines of gold traced the spaces between her scales, much like how veins of magma would follow their paths on a volcano side. Her blue eyes were forever lost to the sea of golden light that flooded them, but there was a single, black, vertical slit of a pupil present with the gold. In the center of her chest, a bright circle of gold pulsed like a heartbeat. "Dragon Fosu." Fu uttered in complete surprise. "You can't be serious." Han turned to his green-haired squad leader. "I've heard of that shit, and it's supposed to be like the strongest thing in a Dragonslayer's arsenal. Does it really give you powers to kill a dragon?" "It does," Fu replied. "I've heard the tales of it from Papa Cyclonus, but for us Dragonslayers who were raised by dragons, we were taught that you needed to either ingest large quantity control, in her case, it would have been earth. The other way is to undergo such large amounts of training that you could call upon it through sheer will, but she did neither." "How can you tell?" Yugito asked. "Well, for starters, it would take a very long time to ingest the amount of earth needed for her to enter the state of Dragon Fosu, and not to mention that calling upon it through sheer will requires intense levels of focus, something she couldn't have had given that we were beating the shit out her, unless." "The lacrima," Yugito stated as she pointed at the glowing circle in Terra's chest. Looking closely at the circle of gold, the three noticed the appearance of a spherical object jutting out slightly from the Earth Dragonslayer's chest. "Fu Nya. Just a tiny, innocent, little question. Can we win?" That was the million-jewel question. "Well, if you guys could stall long enough for me to try and eat enough wind so I could try and enter Dragon Fosu myself. That's the only way to counter another Dragonslayer like this." Fu's suggestion was met with silence. "How long will it take?" Han asked as he looked back and forth between Fu and Terra. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. "I never tried before to be honest, but I'll say 5 minutes." "We'll have to make do with that educated guess then, Fu Nya." Yugito grinned before turning to Terra. The Sekhmet's paws burst into flame once more as the tail flame increased in intensity. "Alright Han Nya, let's do." Yugito never got a chance to try and take a step as Terra took a single step forward. She seemed to have vanished from view, and an earthquake that would have had a magnitude of 8 if it had the opportunity to be measures, rocked the battlefield. Terra was then shown to have reappeared in Yugito's view, and the sound of flesh being ripped off echoed through the air. "Huh?" Yugito's dark eyes turned, widening along with everyone else's as they saw Terra had ripped off her arm, flaming paw and all. Her battle-ready expression slowly died away until it became a look of complete and utter terror. "Gah!" "Yugito!" Fu and Han yelled out in alarm, looking at the bloody stump that used to be her arm. Blood sprayed in copious amounts as Terra tossed the limb aside before she delivered a forceful slash against Yugito's form. 5 deep gashes stretched from Yugito's left shoulder to her right hip, and a punch to the stomach had a glob of blood rising up from her throat before she flew back. She crashed into the ground, unconscious and in human form. Terra stalked towards her prey, but quickly tilted her head and grabbed Han's outstretched arm. She flipped the former Rune Knight over her shoulder, but Han adjusted his feet and the earth cracked beneath him as he chuckled. "I'm not having that happen to me again," he said before he unleashed a burst of steam from the hydraulics in his leg armor. He drove his armored head against Terra's chest, pushing her far away from Yugito, and then threw her into the rubble of the mountain her magic burst had destroyed earlier. Stones flew every which way as she slammed into the mound of rubble, but the rocks exploded outwards as Terra flared her magic energy. Han crossed his arms to shield himself from the rain of stone, only for his arms to be roughly grabbed and forced downwards. "Fast!" was all Han could utter until he released a rough cough when the blonde Dragonslayer drove her knee against his stomach. His armor now bore a knee-shaped hole in it and the man coughed up blood, the liquid leaking from the bottom of his face mask. "I won't die." She punched her claws through the shoulder area of Han's armor. Han cried out in pain as he felt the Earth Dragonslayer tear into his flesh and broke his arm at the shoulder joint. "I won't die, I won't die, I won't die, I won't die." With a roar, Terra then gripped Han's armor and proceeded to rip off the coverings on both arms, his hat, his chest plate and the upper leg plates. The powers of a dragon could not be stopped as Han now stood in a ribbed chain mail suit. The only pieces of armor that remained were the parts that covered his legs and his furnace. Terra then prepared for a strike aimed to stab Han through his heart. "I won't die," she roared. "No," with a sonic boom echoing across the battlefield. Fu slammed her fist against the side of Terra's face. She spiraled through the air from the force of the attack, but quickly righted herself in mid-air and skidded backwards. The third-generation Dragonslayers roared and the earth was torn asunder by the sheer power behind it. The shockwave slammed into Fu without mercy, sending her slamming into a mountainside, but she acted quickly to push herself skyward as the daughter of Welgaia sped after her and delivered a strong body tackle. Fu's orange eyes widened as she watched the terrifying display of strength. Cracks spread across the rocky formation as the earth quaked and shook, and the mountain in its entirety fell apart. Terra roared again and she pushed off against the adjacent mountain, forming a crater against its side as she leapt into the air after Fu. Fu quickly vanished into the wind and avoided the swipe to her head and then reappeared behind her opponent, smashing her leg upon her opponent's back. Furyu no Rankyaku. Terra zoomed towards the ground and her momentum carried her through several of the mountains themselves before she plowed through a boulder and formed a crater in the rocky wasteland. Fu shot after her opponent and slammed down on her stomach, the crater expanding in diameter as a result of the force before backflipping over the swipe her opponent tried to hit her with. As she landed on the ground, her magic energy spiked and the wind roared, bending to her command. The powerful gray-green aura around her body increased in size before the winds rushed towards Terra. Metsuryu Ugi. Ryuha Shippugeki, Secret Dragonslayer Art, Dragon-Tearing Hurricane Wave. A massive burst of swirling winds raged across the battlefield. The earth was ripped to shreds, torn asunder by the sharp winds of the massive hurricane-level circulation system. The attack slammed into Terra, and continued onwards for a few kilometers, tearing tunnel within the mountain range behind her. However, despite the cutting prowess of her attack, the daughter of Cyclonus' spell was proven to be nothing the eyes of the daughter of Welgaia. Her golden hair whipped wildly, her claws digging into the ground, anchoring her to it so she wouldn't be blown back. Fu pushed more magic energy into her spell, but Terra's durability kept her going as she began to take slow, but steady steps towards her opponent. Her eyes glowed brighter and the orb in her chest released a greater amount of magic energy pulsations. Closer and closer Terra grew to her opponent until finally she was within arm's reach. It was then, over the howling winds, Fu took note of her opponent's heartbeat which was beating in tandem to the pulsations of magic energy from the dragon lacrima in her chest, far too many for anyone, even a Dragonslayer. Her body was also beginning to release random bursts of golden light beneath her scaled skin. Insert music. Fate, 0 the beginning of the end. "What have they done to you?" Fu muttered. Terra lashed out with a slash, breaking 3 of Fu's ribs with that single strike. The Wind Dragonslayer was then battered around the battlefield as pillars of earth erupted out of the ground before she could even touch it. Blood and spittle decorated the wasteland and then Terra sped forth and wrapped her claws around Fu's throat before choke slamming her, forcing her into the ground with a glob of blood and spittle erupting from her lips. "I did what needed to be done in order to ensure the survival of the woman I love. The woman you. I took the dragon lacrima even though I knew it would make me less of a Dragonslayer, less of the person my mother, Welgaia, raised me to be. But I took it because I love Yakumo. We have our future and we." Terra was stopped short of her emotional proclamation as he pulsations from her chest growing in number. Fu quickly scrambled out of her opponent's grip and gained some distance between herself and the Earth Dragonslayer, but Terra's body continued to shudder as the pulsations began to become audible. "Your power is becoming unstable," Fu informed her. "The body was not meant to handle such tainted power, and your body is beginning to reject it, pushing it into overdrive with the hope that it will be purged from your system." Steam began to rise from Terra's form and the Earth Dragonslayer screamed in agony, ripping at her body with the hope to remove the object in her chest, but to no avail. Tears then began to stream from Terra's eyes as she turned to her wind-using counterpart. "Help me." Fu gritted her teeth and her own tears formed out of the pity she felt for her fellow Dragonslayer. "Please, they told me if I did this that they would help save Yakumo. I don't want to die. I want to be there when she gets better. I want to have a future with my mate. Save me. Please." Terra's body was now wrapped in golden light that was now painfully bright and her body began to burn from the heat she emitted. Terra's world came crashing down. All noise was lost, the wind stopped blowing, the earth stopped moving, and all because she saw Fu shake her head in rejection. The scream was then lost to the deafening explosion of energy that occurred, and Terra's body was soon obscured by the wave of light. The earth exploded from the force of the energy output, and a massive crater formed as the dome of energy continued to expand. Fu was sent tumbling across the landscape and looked up in awe at the dome of light. The earthquake died down and the dust cloud that formed had quickly dispersed due to the winds generated by the shockwave. The mint-haired Dragonslayer then peered down into the crater and her eyes widened, a gasp unintentionally escaping her lips. All that was left of Terra was a small mound of black ash. Fu manipulated the wind and picked up the ashes in an orb of swirling air currents. She then backtracked, following the sense of her companions, and sighed in relief when she found Han was conscious, hanging over Yugito as he tied a tight bandage of cloth around her stump of a left arm, the actual limb resting beside the takeover mage's unconscious form. How is she? She's lost a great deal of blood. She needs medical attention, but she'll hold out long enough until we get back to the castle, I'm sure. Han tapped his leg armor, and as his furnace rattled, a few jets of steam shot out of the banged-up hydraulics. Yup, still got some life in it. He looked up and grimaced. You look like shit. And you have a mustache and beard. Han felt his face, frowning as he realized his face mask portion of his armor had also been destroyed. So what became of our target? Fu motioned to the hovering ball of wind which contained Terra's ashes. The dragon Lacrima was beginning to become rejected by her body, and her magic energy output and biological functions kept increasing. She burned her system from the inside out, literally. Oh, the former Rune Knight commented intelligently. He then looked to see Fu reaching into Yugito's pocket and retrieved the only working communication seal tag amongst the three of them, what with Fu's being ripped to shreds and Han's being torn apart along with the majority his armor. The daughter of Cyclonus then pumped magic into the seal tag. She took a preparatory breath before the voice of her superior entered her head. Speak. Naruto, it's Fu. Wind Dragon, mission report. Oh, I have a report, all right. She then glanced at the ashes of Terra with pity and sadness shining in her orange irises. And I have some requests as well.